Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ambassador Mark D. Wallace.
Welcome to the 2022 UANI Summit. This is our 6th summit, and I think we're in business about 15, 16 years now. Who would have thought it would be this long and we'd still be doing it? Somebody asked me yesterday, what's different and what's new? You know, we had an interview with Ibrahim Raisi on CBS 60 Minutes, and it would be almost as if you could put Ahmadinejad in that interview. The same discussion in that interview with CBS was what he said, and we act as if it's a surprising thing, but this has been the case for a long time. So in many ways, Iran's destabilizing behavior across the region, its targeting of its own citizens, we're seeing an incredible potential uprising inside of Iran about women's rights and protesting against the hijab is dominating Iranian headlines. We're all praying that that's successful and that they are safe and they are not brutalized. Very similar to what happened in 2009 with Neda Agha Sultan. But we also see some new things. Right now, you all will be very comforted to know that there's a ton of security here. I hope that we have even more guests, both virtually and in the room, than we have security. But the reason why we have security is because of the unprecedented phenomenon that the Iranians are targeting American citizens for kidnapping and murder across the United States. Never in the history of the Republic has a hostile foreign government specifically targeted Americans the way the Iranians are doing today. We will be talking more about that. We will be talking more about the human rights situation in Iran, these demonstrations. I'm supposed to remind everyone that this is being virtually streamed, so we are broadcasting all around the world. And I want to thank you all for attending. I want to thank, you'll see our staff, our great UANI team is here. They're all sitting here. They're really what the engine that makes all of this run. We have an incredible lineup today of senators, diplomats, national security people, former intel, great staffers for this discussion. It's humbling to think in the start of United Against Nuclear Iran many years ago that where we are today is being able to attract and to have the benefit of their wisdom in these remarks. So I want to thank all of the speakers so much for that. I have a couple housekeeping, and let me just open my notes to make sure I get this right, because if not, Claire and my team will be very angry with me. Okay, some sessions today will have a Q&A component. To submit your question, follow us on Twitter at UANI and use the hashtag IranSummit2022. Given the security and the difficulty in moving around and the hybrid nature of events in the post-pandemic world, we have a huge virtual audience. We want to make sure that they feel fully included. It's always my great pleasure to introduce somebody that is very dear to me, the former great senator from Connecticut who really doesn't need any introduction. An incredible man. He has something that is so lacking in politics now. He is gracious and wise. And some people are wise. There might be some grace, but very few combine gracious and wise. He was a senator for a long time. I don't even remember how long. He was also the vice presidential nominee along the way. I think he still is forgiving me for 2000, but you can ask him about that in the wings. So without further ado, I want to introduce my great friend, Joe Lieberman.
Thank you, Mark, for your introduction. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I also want to thank Mark and his really first-rate team, led by David Ibsen and Jason Brodsky and Claire Jungman, and all who work for them for putting together this program, which is occurring at a really important time in the world, an unstable time, with an extraordinary group of speakers, panelists, focusing on really the important topics of the day. And we're grateful that you are here in person and watching on the streaming as well. I also want to thank Mark, who really is the creator of United Against Nuclear Iran, which started about 13 years ago, together with three other national leaders in diplomacy and security, the late Richard Holbrooke, Dennis Ross, and Jim Woolsey. It was then and has continued throughout to be a truly bipartisan organization, which somehow harkens back to a bygone day, which I hope comes back. But UANI still is bipartisan. Its aim was and is to stop the terrorist, anti-American regime that has captured Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Our creed and our method has been to help our government and other governments enforce economic sanctions against Iran by investigating and shaming both countries and businesses who are not complying with those sanctions to do so. And I'm proud, thanks to the extraordinary staff, that UANI has done very well at that over the years. For 6 years, UANI has convened this summit alongside the UN General Assembly to educate the public and, insofar as they're listening or they come, world leaders who are now in New York about the true, and I use the word advisedly, evil nature of the Iranian regime. Our discussions have always been open and diverse, and in some sense, we may be providing counter-programming to the lies that are spoken every year, including this year, this morning, at the UN General Assembly by a succession of Iranian presidents sent by the supreme leader of Iran to provide, I would say, cover and distraction from his bloody agenda. We've seen Khatami and Rouhani, who had one approach, which was to spew forth at the United Nations what I would call a mirage of moderation, which was not moderate at all. We had Ahmadinejad, a Holocaust-denying puppet propagandist. This year we have something else. Khamenei has done something quite different. He has sent the new president for a year, Ibrahim Raisi, chosen by himself personally. Raisi has no false smiling face, no mirage of moderation, no attempt to be a propagandist. He is a mass murderer. That is what his record shows. Many believe, and I do, that Khamenei appointed Raisi because he began to worry about the level of discontent and protest and uprising within Iran, and brought in somebody who was brutal, who was feared, with the aim of frightening the people of Iran to be docile. But in fact, as Raisi has become even more brutal, the people of Iran have risen up with remarkable courage and principle. But look at the record of Raisi in just the year he's been in. The largest number of executions, most of them for political reasons, in the last year, as far as I can tell, in any country in the world. The impulsive jailing of political opponents and worse. And just in the last couple of weeks, 2 Iranians have been sentenced to death. What is their crime? They were advocates for LGBTQ rights. For this, in Iran, they were sentenced to death. And last week, or 2 weeks ago, Raisi's morality police attacked a young, innocent 22-year-old woman getting off a bus, Masa Amini, apparently for some sort of violation of the regulations regarding the wearing of the hijab, and they beat her, and they beat her so badly that she died. Hundreds are executed by Raisi's regime. Thousands are jailed. That's inside Iran, and outside, the regime has continued to be the #1 supporter, state supporter of terrorism in the world, bringing death and destruction throughout the Middle East, and recently attempting to do exactly the same, as Ambassador Wallace said, here in the United States, targeting people like Mike Pompeo and John Bolton and Masih Alinejad, who will be on our program later today, right here in Brooklyn, on American soil. As Mark has said, not so long ago, such acts, which are unprecedented, would have been a cause for war. But our government has not responded with our strength to these violations of our sovereignty and threats to the lives of American citizens on American soil. Our government has not, as a result, left the futile and demeaning negotiations in Vienna for a new JCPOA. And it has not denied Raisi a visa to come to New York, which we and others pleaded with them to do. Instead of being greeted at the airport when he arrived here in New York with a U.S. Secret Service detail, Raisi rightfully should have been arrested by police and taken to The Hague to be charged with crimes against humanity. In the years since the JCPOA was agreed to in 2015, which we in UANI opposed because we thought it was a terrible deal for us, the regime, for America, for the world, the regime in Iran has only gotten worse, and so has the JCPOA that is being negotiated in Vienna. The arms embargo on Iran under UN Security Council Resolution 2231 has already expired since 2015, of course. Next year, the United Nations limits on Iran's missile program expire, and the snapback sanctions mechanism that's part of the JCPOA expires in only 3 years. So this worse agreement, which we hope never is implemented or agreed to, is not the longer and stronger agreement that President Biden promised. It is self-evidently shorter and weaker. And that's why UANI opposes the U.S. attempts and others to revive a bad deal. Nothing will come of it. In my opinion, it's time for the U.S. to walk away from the negotiations in Vienna, thank you, to walk away from a process in which we are relying on Russia, Putin, invader of Ukraine, China, Xi Jinping, threatener of Taiwan. It's time for us to leave those people in Vienna and sit down instead with our Arab and Israeli allies in the region who are most affected by the regime in Iran to develop a new strategy and new policies toward Iran. Over the years, you and I and many others have supported so many efforts to end Iran's nuclear program and more broadly to find a way to welcome this once great country back into the community of civilized, law-abiding nations based on their behavior. But nothing has worked. This is Einstein's definition of insanity, and we're beginning to look insane as we continue to pursue the impossible changes we idealistically hope for in this regime. It's not gonna happen. When we say this, those who disagree with us say, but there are only two choices. It's binary. It's either negotiations or war. So do you want war? Well, there is another option. Since the Iranian regime has not changed and will not change, we must help the people of Iran change the regime that holds them hostage. After this 22-year-old woman was beaten to the point where she died within the last 2 weeks, there were spontaneous protests throughout Iran. It reminded me of the fruit and vegetable vendor in Tunisia who lit himself on fire in protest against the government. And that led to the Arab Spring uprising there, and then later in Egypt. One never knows what spark will light a fire. One day, maybe soon, maybe a little bit later, the protests that are spreading throughout Iran will grow into a genuine rebellion against the government of Iran, and it is then that we, the United States, all democratic countries in the world, must support the people of Iran just as we supported the people of Central and Eastern Europe against the Soviet Union and communism. Thank you. So I read in a very different context, a quote from the great American diplomat George Kennan, where he said that one man or one party rule bears within itself the seeds of its own destruction. And history does show that. The one-party rule becomes, as Lord Acton said, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That is what has happened in Iran. The revolution has grown corrupt. The leaders of the revolution, right up to the supreme leader, have taken so much of the money for themselves and for their own priorities and not to meet the needs of the people. The people have risen up, as always happens in these circumstances, and the regime becomes more brutal, but ultimately collapses. And I believe that's the turning point in history that we're at now. My friends, that's my opinion. The great thing about this UANI summit every year is that there's a great diversity of opinions from, I think, a quite remarkably diverse and experienced group of speakers and panelists, and an opportunity for open discussion by all of you. So let's get to it. The first panel begins now. Its topic is whether the Iran nuclear agreement will survive. Its moderator is Jason Brodsky, who is UANI's policy director, who I am proud to introduce to you now. Thank you very much. See you during the day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Senator Lieberman and Ambassador Wallace, for those important remarks, and good morning to our audience members who are here in New York and to the hundreds who are tuning in from around the world and couldn't be here this morning. I'm Jason Brodsky, the Policy Director of United Against Nuclear Iran. Our first session this morning is focused on the question of, will the Iran nuclear deal survive? As we speak, President Biden and Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi are scheduled to address the UN General Assembly this morning. We're monitoring their remarks in real time, and we'll try to weave in any breaking news in our conversation. World powers have fought to preserve and then revive the Iran nuclear deal for longer than it was ever fully implemented. For the 4 of the last 6 years have been spent on this quest just to keep it alive. That should tell us something. With the international community seemingly paralyzed over the fate of this deal, Iran has exploited this dynamic to stall the talks to such an extent that it produces a shorter and weaker agreement for the international community and a stronger agreement for Iran in the form of non-nuclear sanctions relief, according to public reports. Reuters reported just this week that Iran's negotiating team has lost interest in reviving a nuclear deal that it feels can only last 2 years. And one quote that was particularly telling was, "Our nuclear program is advancing every day, and time is on our side. Let them be worried about it." So here to help us unpack the headlines and analyze the trend lines are 4 distinguished experts on Iran and the Middle East. First, we have Danielle Pletka to my right, who is the Distinguished Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. She has had a long-time experience as a thought leader on U.S. foreign policy and previously served as a senior professional staff member on the U.S. Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. Thank you, Danielle, for being here. Next, we have Charlie Weimers, who's a member of the European Parliament. Charlie has been a real leader on Iran in the European Parliament, and he represents Sweden there. He is a member of the European Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee and the Delegation for Relations with Iraq. Thank you, Charlie, for being here. Next, we have Zohar Palti, who has spent years in the Israeli security establishment. He recently left his post as the head of the Political and Military Bureau of Israel's Ministry of Defense, previously was Director of Intelligence for the Mossad, and also served as Deputy Head of the Research Division of the IDF's Intelligence Corps. Now he's an International Fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and a Senior Advisor at United Against Nuclear Iran. Thank you, Zohar. And last but certainly not least, we have Anthony Ruggiero, who is Senior Director of the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's Non-Proliferation and Biodefense Program. He was previously Deputy Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs and Senior Director for Counterproliferation and Biodefense, and also served for a time on the NSC as the Director for North Korea. He has spent more than 19 years in the U.S. government under Republican and Democratic administrations. So thank you all for joining us. I'd like to turn now to each of our panelists to allow them to make 5 minutes of introductory remarks each to discuss whether they feel the Iran nuclear deal will survive. Danielle, you want to start?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Jason, very much. And thank you so much to Mark and to Mark Wallace and Senator Lieberman. They are both incredible leaders in this space that we care so much about, holding Iran to account, protecting our national security and the national security of our allies against the threat that Iran poses. I'm really glad that Senator Lieberman most recently mentioned Mahsa Amini. One of the things, this has nothing to do with what I'm about to talk about, which is Congress. That's what you asked me, right, Jason? Yes. Congress, to talk about Congress and Iran. But I just want to say, every time I see a protestation from this administration about women's rights and women's freedom and support for democracy, I ask myself, what about the Mahsa Aminis of this world? Why don't their rights matter? Why don't we care about them? This is something that the Iranian people, I think, have really managed to call our attention to in a way that is hugely important, and as Jason and I said, fortuitously for once at a time when the Iranian leadership is speaking at the United Nations and they can truly be shamed by the U.S. government. The real question is, will they be shamed by the U.S. government, or are those words just for domestic consumption? I know I'm speaking to, I know I'm already preaching to the choir on this question, but I think it's important we go and say this everywhere. Hypocrisy on these core principles is truly unacceptable. You can't simply care about women here, but not in Afghanistan, not in Iran, not in the rest of the Middle East where their rights are not equal to men's. So Anyway, let's talk a little bit. Thank you for that. That's right. Speak out, women. Let's talk a little bit about Congress. The reason that the United States ended up at the negotiating table with the Islamic Republic of Iran was because of the United States Congress. That is the beginning, the middle, and the end of the story. Okay? It's not because of what administrations did. It's not because of what presidents did. This isn't a slam on Republicans, and it isn't a slam on Democrats. This is about the power of the Congress. Okay? When Barack Obama came into office, offering an open hand to Iran's clenched fist, okay, I think that it was a genuine offer. But he and his administration wholeheartedly opposed the sanctions that were legislated by Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill. It was only after they were rebuffed by the Iranians that they embraced what Hillary Clinton, as you'll all remember, called crippling sanctions. The problem with those sanctions and the problem with Congress's power is Congress just gives you the ability to do. It has limitations on its ability to force you to do something. And this is the space that we find ourselves in right now. So if you look at the dramatis personae on Capitol Hill, what you see is the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer of New York, who was the first Democrat to come out in opposition to the JCPOA in 2015. We have the Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Democrat, Bob Menendez, New Jersey, second person to come out in opposition to the JCPOA, despite the fact that they have both expressed very serious concerns, not simply about the original agreement, not simply about the provisions that allowed the sunset of most of the meaningful restrictions, but also about the failure to enforce sanctions. The reality is that they cannot constrain the administration. Why? Because this has become such a partisan issue that when push comes to shove, if there is another deal, and as Jason said, I think the odds of that are diminishing at this point, not because we are not desperate, I should add, because damn, my very dear friend Rob Malley is truly desperate enough to drive some of the most liberal, Iran-forgiving people off his own negotiating team. Notwithstanding that fact, if at the end of the day the administration succeeds in signing some sort of a rump re-JCPOA, Congress will vote on it under the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act. The administration has committed to putting that text before Congress, but it will be a partisan vote. Right? What will happen is the Republicans will vote against it, but we need a veto-proof majority in order to stop the administration from going forward. That veto-proof majority will not be there because the White House will make this a partisan issue. They will make this not about Iran's nuclear program, not about the lack of a longer and stronger, not about Iran's support for terrorism or anything else. They will make this about whether or not you want to deny the President of the United States a great foreign policy victory, the renewal of the JCPOA with Iran. Okay? And as usual, what has happened is that we're put in the position of relying on the bad guy to not want to do the right thing because we can't trust our own administration to do the right thing in this regard. What can we see? What could we see? We all remember the days when we would go to the 25,000-strong AIPAC meeting in Washington, D.C., and then march in our hordes up to Capitol Hill. I still remember welcoming those hordes up to Capitol Hill. What can we do about this? For me, that's the biggest question. What we can do is get Congress to narrow the window of sanctions waivers. Okay? Right now, what's happened is not that we don't have good legislation. We have enough legislation to do everything. Not that the president doesn't have sufficient authorities to go after the Iranians. The president can do whatever he wants. He has ample authorities. The problem is the president also uses the waivers and the lack of enforcement mechanisms in order to allow the Iranians, for example, to export more oil and sell more oil to the Chinese than they did during the entire Trump administration. Okay? Now, that is sustaining the Iranian economy. If we can get this administration to narrow those windows, if we can force the administration to enforce those sanctions, if we can get Congress to tighten that language so that the president and the National Security Advisor and the Treasury Department and the State Department don't have a way to weasel out of imposing sanctions, that will be the secret to once again taking the Iranians back to a place where they actually feel the consequences of their choices. That is no longer the case today. I'm going to leave it at that, but if you have questions about any of this, obviously, we're delighted to chat.
Thank you, Danielle. Charlie, now to you for the European perspective.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you, Senator Lieberman and Ambassador Wallace for the kind invitation to come here to this important summit today. It's a great honor to be here and to participate. And in the run-up to the summit, I noted that some detractors wanted to brand this an anti-Iran conference. Well, I have one thing to say about that, and that is, yeah, this conference is not held in honor of the regime in Tehran. That's true. But it's definitely in favor of the Iranian people. And what do I have to prove that I mean that? Well, just look at the Swedish national elections 10 days ago, where my party was #1 among Swedish Iranians. They know what we stand for. So the question today is, will the nuclear deal survive? It hasn't even risen from the dead, and yet we're already discussing if it will last. No, I don't think any nuclear deal with Iran has a great chance of survival, and I have 3 points in that regard. First, history strikes back. The EU has been dominated by the end of history narrative. A silver lining of Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been the awakening of European states from their geopolitical slumber. A nuclear deal would enable and empower Iran, a state sponsor of terrorism. In fact, just last year, an Iranian diplomat was sentenced to 20 years in Belgium for planning to blow up a 2018 MEK rally in Paris. Iran launched a cyber attack against Albania, a NATO member and EU candidate. It threatens global energy supplies that pass through in the Strait of Hormuz, and it is partnered to the largest geopolitical threats we face today, China and Russia. And at that point, Iranian suicide drones are being used as we speak by Russia against Ukraine. Iran is also due to become a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which Russia and China hope to use as a geopolitical counterbalance to NATO in line with the heartland theory. A deal is not in our self-interest, it is expressly against it. Second, taqiyya, a Shiite Islamic doctrine which allows believers to lie and or be deceitful if their security is at risk. And in this instance, the security of the mullahs. Does anyone really believe that they will give up their ambition to obtain nuclear weapons? They are stalling to prevent the safeguard investigations because they know that President Biden and High Representative Borrell of the EU are looking for a foreign policy win. And third, the spirit of 1906. In 1906, Iran adopted a constitution which created a parliament, the Majlis. At that time, constitutionalists had to contend with anti-democratic clerics. The people of Iran still aspire to a free, stable, inclusive, and democratic society. A popular chant by protesters in Iran is Jomhuri Islami Nemikhaim, which means we don't want an Islamic republic. Should we ease up on a regime that actively represses, murders, and imprisons its own people for exercising basic political freedoms? A nuclear deal would economically benefit Iran's regime, its supporters, and be used to cause further instability in the Middle East while maintaining the mullahs' grip on power. As we sit here today, we've seen protests erupting again on the streets of Iran, this time in reaction to the death of Mahsa Amini, the 22-year-old Kurdish girl who was beaten to death by the morality police for supposedly improperly wearing her hijab. I would like to take this opportunity to express my strong support for the Iranian people who want to see a free Iran and who are taking to the streets, despite the severe security risks and persecution they face. Let us also remember the names of Iranians who have unlawfully been executed in political trials, such as Navid Afkari and Ruhollah Sam. Let's not forget Ahmad Reza Jalali, a Swedish citizen whose health continues to deteriorate after torture and ill treatment while he's imprisoned in Iran on fake charges. He currently faces a real risk of execution. Let us remember their names and pay tribute to the continued struggle of the Iranian people against the brutal regime. A nuclear deal, ladies and gentlemen, is not in the interest of the United States or Europe. It does not enhance the stability of the Middle East, nor would it be to the benefit of the Iranian people. I hope these interests will prevail and that this nuclear deal will not survive. Thank you.
Zohar?
Well, as Israeli, after I listened to the European, I'm a bit surprised. It's the first time that I agree 100% with the Europeans, so, you know.
First time surprise.
Now, but I want to start with the strategy. And the only one that have real strategy right now, sadly, I'm saying it, is the Iranians. The Iranians, in a way, have a strategy for many, many years in two tracks. One is to get the military nuclear bomb, and the other one is the regional one. I want to start for a minute in the regional, although I will speak also about the nuclear. Sadly, the Iranians, in a way, are winning in the last 5 years. They started the revolution in the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s. 40 years, they almost didn't succeed to expand the revolution. In the last 5 years, they're doing good. We have to see what they've done in Iraq against American troops and not coalition forces. From political point of view, they're doing quite good. They're trying to possess themselves in Syria to create a third surface-to-surface and missiles country against the state of Israel, right beside Lebanon and Gaza. In Lebanon, they control completely with Hezbollah something like, let's say, 70%. And in the last 5 years, it's the first time that they have a foothold in Yemen, launching surface-to-surface, cruise missiles, accurate missiles against our friends the Emiratis and partners of the United States like the Saudis. September 14 attack in 2019, a milestone, 50% of the oil production in 2.5 hours. Meaning when you look about where they're aiming right now, they're aiming to extend the revolution in the Middle East, to challenge, as I mentioned before, the states in the Gulf and of course the states of Israel. The other issue, much more serious one, of course, it's the nuclear ambitions. In the last 35 years, and even today, this morning, we've done good. The Iranian, as I know, this morning I checked, they don't have a bomb. We have to do whatever we used to do all the last 2 decades with the good guys, meaning the United States of America, some help from European countries, and of course the states of Israel in order to prevent from the Iranian to gain military nuclear capabilities. And that's why, because if you combine, if God forbid the Iranian will have it at the end, the Middle East, the region, will be a different, totally, it will be a different ballgame. That will be devastated if a fanatic country like that will hold a nuclear. Now, we're speaking about the deal. I'm not sure that the deal exists anymore. When we came to the Americans in 2013, to the administration, and back then I used to be behind the scene dealing with this issue, we said, why to give them advanced centrifuges? Less than a decade, 5, 6 years ago, the Iranian used to have only the IR-1s. They knew how to spin only the most basic centrifuges. The agreement gave them the ability to spin 10 times and 20 times faster with centrifuges. And the result that we see right now in the last 2 years is the fact that the Iranians know how to spin centrifuges with advanced centrifuges that the JCPOA gave them the right to do it. And the Iranians are doing it right now with thousands of centrifuges every day in underground facilities. There is no limit right now to the Iranians. There is no inspection. The AII are not there right now. Guys, I'm not sure that there is a deal anymore. We spoke about it, whether it's a corpse that somebody is trying to give it life right now or not. And let's say that I'm wrong. Let's say in 5 minutes we will hear that that the Iranians are willing to go. I doubt it, because as I remember, you have the midterm election over here, and probably they will wait for that. And there is election in other places. The Iranians are marathon runners. They don't have a D-Day. They don't have board of trustees. They don't have time restraint. If not today, they will do it in a month. If not in a month, they'll do it in a... Over here, the sense that we are having, we're getting, that there is a strategy of kick the can down the road, that it's not going to happen now. Let's sign this deal, whatever it is meant, and one day somebody will have to deal with the Iranian issue. Let's say that I'm wrong, and they are going to sign right now. Next year, most of the embargo against the surface-to-surface and the missiles, the Iranian missiles, is about to go down. Which president in America will allow to the Iranian to manufacture ICBMs, ballistic missiles that will reach the continent? You will have to bring that. We will bring it to the Security Council, that right now in the UN, and like in a minute there will be a veto from 2 other superpowers at least. Let's say that I'm wrong. In 3 years from now, the JCPOA started to decline. And let's say that I'm completely wrong. In 9 years, and you know in the Middle East 9 years is tomorrow morning. Every stone that you step on it is like 2,000 years. So what's for the Iranian 9 years? In 9 years, the sunset is over. And we don't have a strategy. We don't have plan B. We don't have contingency. The only one that really have a strategy right now, and step by step they are going, is the bad guys.
Thank you, Zohar. Anthony?
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me. It's great to be here back in New York City. I know Zohar mentioned it, but I'm going to talk a little bit at the top about something we don't mention a lot, which is the IAEA's nearly 4-year investigation into Iran. I think most people probably, even those who watch Iran pretty closely, didn't recognize or realize that last week or earlier this month, the Director General of the IAEA said that they can no longer assure the exclusively peaceful nature of Iran's nuclear program. Statements like that, I think we have a tendency to just read those and let them fall to the side and talk about something else with regard to this issue. But if the E3 in the U.S. were not pursuing a shorter, weaker version of the 2015 nuclear deal, that would be the headline. The fact that Iran, which claims to be a peaceful program, has the Director General who's impartial and is covering all of these issues, says he can no longer say that they have an exclusively peaceful program. So I wanted to start at that level up top. And then, I think what you will find is that those who support the deal on this 4-year investigation will say, well, those are historical issues. Those happened before the deal was even signed, and yes, we'll figure it out at some point. But this is the diplomatic pathway is the way to ensure that Iran does not get a nuclear weapon. The problem with that argument, of course, there's 2 things. Number one is that Iran's obligations are beyond the JCPOA. So these are with regard to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The other problem with that is that Iran's obstruction of this investigation is the current issue. Yes, it is about trying to figure out what they did in history, historical, putting back of what the nuclear program looked like, but their nearly 4-year obstruction of this investigation is the real problem, and that is a current issue that When Danny talks about Congress, I think people will ask those questions about where does this investigation go. And all of us know that in 2015, in order to get the nuclear deal signed, a previous investigation was swept under the rug, essentially. Now, there's a difference here. We have a different director general in the IAEA. I think that's a really big difference now. And he has said very publicly, he could do this privately, but he has said very publicly that there's no real political solution to this. I think most know about where Iran is on its nuclear program, but it's worth repeating that as the E3 and U.S. have pursued this negotiations-only approach, that Iran has enriched uranium to 60%, which is unprecedented for them. They've created or they've started to experiment with uranium metal. Both of those, and even the E3 has had to say that both of those actions are without civilian applications, right? Nuclear, there's civilian applications and then weapons applications. Even the E3 on several occasions has had to admit that that is not on the civilian side of a nuclear program. And then, talked about the advanced centrifuges. The other thing to point out is that, another thing that people don't talk about is that Iran has successfully reduced IAEA's monitoring of their nuclear program, right? And that happened in February 2021. I think people focus on this spring, what they've done with the IAEA, but this is all the way back to February 2021. And so when you talk about if there is a nuclear deal, the IAEA, they don't get any of that footage. Like, they have cameras and other things, they're not getting any of that footage. So they have to go back and reconstruct and make sure that Iran does not have somewhere off centrifuges in a storage facility somewhere that is not under seal. And so that, that is a significant reduction in monitoring. For me, when I look at proliferation issues broadly, I worry about what other countries will see that as potentially a precedent for their nuclear programs. I think it was, the other thing I want to point out is that last week, the E3 and U.S. decided to pursue a joint statement at the IAEA Board of Governors meeting, which is a quarterly meeting. It seemed like there were a lot of countries, right? There were more than 50 countries. But if you read into it, is that in June, they pursued a censure resolution. And they decided not to pursue that resolution this time. But if you go through the 50-something countries that signed, they were one short of getting another resolution if all of them had supported a resolution. So they've even decided to push aside this issue and punt it, as you said, kick the can down the road for the November meeting. I think it was mentioned, snapback has been mentioned a couple of times. I think that is certainly, snapback of UN sanctions is the most logical next step. I think we could have a debate of, the Trump maximum pressure policy, but there's no doubt that a pressure policy that this administration, they can say, hey, we tried diplomacy, now it's time for pressure. Hopefully the Europeans will join them. And then they can move forward with that. I'll just conclude by, even more scary part of the remarks, if that wasn't scary enough, is just thinking about the future of nuclear proliferation, right? And that's something I did in my previous job. When I think about it, you look at Russia, a nuclear state, has attacked a non-nuclear state and has threatened other nuclear states with retaliation if they support the non-nuclear state. So if you're an American ally even or partner, how does that change your calculus when you think about your own decisions not to pursue a nuclear weapons program or other weapons of mass destruction? The other point, as Jason mentioned, whether for good or bad, I've followed the North Korea issue since 2001. Which is probably why I have a lot of gray hairs, but the bottom line is that the thing that concerns me the most is that North Korea did its nuclear tests in 2006. That's a long time ago, and now they have an advanced nuclear weapons program with an ICBMs They have long-range missile cooperation with Iran. The thing that concerns me the most is that the situation with Iran looks an awful lot like the one with North Korea. I think that there's a lot of similarities in the debates. People will say, oh, pressure never works. And then the other side will say, oh, negotiations never works. The problem with our North Korea, well, I mean, North Korea policy is a long conversation, but we never pursue the two in tandem. But we did, with North Korea, pursue many of the same flawed nuclear deals that we're pursuing here with Iran. And the end result was, as Iran already is, or close to, is will be Iran on the threshold of nuclear weapons. And the overall concern I have is when you think about if/when, depending on your perspective, Iran goes nuclear, what will that say about U.S. allies, U.S. partners, and even U.S. adversaries about whether they should pursue nuclear weapons or other types of weapons of mass destruction, like chemical weapons and others. So, the horizon does not look, cheery, and it's why we have to get this right. And diplomacy was tried. It's clearly not working. It's time to shift to something else and something different. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. I want to discuss one topic here. Iran has made a variety of moves, some unprecedented, with 60% uranium enrichment, advances in uranium metal, the removal of 27 surveillance cameras. These were considered red lines by many observers in the past, but there have been a series of non-responses from the international community. Do you think Iran is sufficiently deterred from enriching to weapons grade at 90%? Zohar, do you want to start on this question?
Iran is not deterred to threaten American officials and to work in America. Iran is not deterred right now to launch surface to surface against the Emiratis, not mentioning the Israeli because it's obvious. So why they have to be deterred from enriching to 60%? This is kid stuff compared to what they are doing all over the Middle East. So the answer is definitely no. If I'm taking, it used to be, Norm is here, he can correct me, 40-something attack against American interest in the last 2 years, if I remember correctly. Take Israel aside for a minute, twice or three times there was a response from the international community, mainly from the Americans. One of them was a significant one by taking down Qasem Soleimani, but all the rest, the Iranians have the ability to operate almost freely in the region, doing, of course, bad things like terrorism and things like that, and no doubt that they can do right now all the things that you just mentioned, to take down the surveillance camera, to enrich to 60%. And you know something? If they will enrich more than that in 5 minutes, somebody made a voice in the international community, don't dare to do that because there will be a response. There will be a very important meeting probably over here in the UN, and this is it.
Danielle, would you like to?
I want to talk about us for a second.
Okay.
At events like this, and we've all been to lots of them, this is a terribly serious issue, and it excites a lot of important conversation. But I think one of the things that the presentations from every single person on this panel underscored is that, this is with no offense to my friends at UANI or anywhere else, but we haven't done a great job, okay? The reality is Iran is still doing and operating with impunity in the Middle East. The reality is Iran is doing exactly what it wants in Yemen. It owns Syria. It is, certainly in a dominant position in Iraq. It directs Hezbollah, and Lebanon is a wholly owned Iranian satellite state. It runs PIJ, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. It runs Hamas, and Iran has paid no meaningful price for that. But let's go further. Let's also talk about let's also talk about Iran's human rights record, right? We talked about this at the beginning. We all know what it is. We don't need to underscore it. Let's talk then about Iran's missile program and Iran's other programs in addition to the nuclear, right? It's not just that they have a nuclear program. It's not just that they've learned to miniaturize a warhead in order to be able to deliver on an ICBM a nuclear weapon to their neighbors with the help of the North Koreans. We have compartmented this discussion in a way that has helped them and has helped different administrations argue that they are pursuing a tough policy on Iran simply by working against their bomb. And I really do think that that there are lessons for us. We don't stop and look at ourselves and ask this question often enough. And you're exactly the right group of people because you care. We are the people who care. We need to marry all of these issues. You know, what Dennis Ross likes to call buckets, what others like to call compartments or files. These are inextricable from each other. Iran has a sophisticated, long-range, multi-dimensional foreign policy of which nuclear weapons are a part, okay? But not the only part and not at all times the most important. And we need to be talking about all of these things. Otherwise, we are handing these other issues to them as if they don't matter. Sorry to lecture.
Absolutely. Thank you, Danielle. Anthony, you wanted to add some more?
Yeah, I'll just comment. Notwithstanding Danny's great remarks, I'll focus just on the nuclear program here in the sense of like, you know, the answer to the question is there's a lot of different options, right? I'm not an Iran expert, so I'll leave it to others on the motivations. But, you know, right now, status quo works for them, right? 60% making uranium metal. They don't have to do anything beyond now because the E3 in U.S. have proven that they're not willing to engage in any kind of pressure, right? Diplomatic, financial, military pressure, any of that, right? But there is a pathway here, not to always go back to North Korea, but you know, we have to remember that North Korea did its nuclear test in 2006, and a year later, the George W. Bush administration was giving them millions of dollars to destroy a cooling tower at their nuclear reactor that didn't really matter, right? Because that nuclear reactor is still operating today, right? So I think when Iran has a robust relationship with North Korea and sees that, you know, in the patient pathway that North Korea has used, that they can weather the sanctions. Iran is a very different case, of course, right? North Korea is pretty much isolated. There are other countries that are going to want to trade with Iran, notwithstanding a robust sanctions regime. So there is a pathway. They don't have to move immediately to that. The issue here is that we have to make them uncomfortable in the status quo, and we're not doing that right now.
Thank you. Charlie, I want to turn to you now with a question about Europe's calculations here. We have heard very downcast statements from the EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs recently about how he traveled to Tehran, he traveled to Doha, he traveled to Vienna, and Iran has still been stalling. And I sense some frustration in his remarks. So I want to get your sense in the European Parliament if there is any talk as to whether the amount of time, effort, and resources that the Europeans have invested in this has been worth it. And also whether the geopolitical context with Iran supplying Russia with drones for use in Ukraine has changed. This is in Europe's own backyard. So I would like to get your thoughts on that.
Well, I read High Representative Borrell's remarks carefully, and one thing stuck out, I think, and that was that he said, they promised us. Come on. We're talking about Tehran here. It's like he never went through the crash course of the culture of the mullahs and the way they run their country, what their end goals are. Either he plays ignorant or he really is, and that would scare me even more. But maybe he's starting to realize that they are deadbeat on acquiring nuclear weapons, and that they have used this time of endless negotiations to get closer to a very short breakout time. I sensed that in his remarks. And because High Representative Borrell, he has been, like many other European leaders, he's been inspired by this Angela Merkel idea of Wandel durch Handel, transformation through trade. And we've seen that the actions and the goals of the Kremlin, of Beijing, they didn't change with trade. It just enabled them. And maybe he will draw some conclusions out of this major foreign policy geopolitical mistake of the European Union of the last decades. I think that the drones from Iran to Russia, they have the possibility to change the debate in Europe, because what we're talking about here, I'm going to be as impolite as to correct you. It's not our backyard. Ukraine is not our backyard. Ukraine is Europe. Yeah. And the Iranians, the regime, is now actively undermining our security order through the supply of UAVs to Russia. And this is a new chapter. And we should regard it as such. And I will raise it in Brussels. And I know that this creates problems for the selling of the European External Action Service narrative, which is that a deal must take place at almost any cost. Maybe this will lead to reconsideration finally. Many other things should have. They didn't. But now they are actively conducting hostile acts against us Europeans, and that must have consequences.
Thank you. I'd also like to turn now to, and we're jumping around a bit, but to talk a little more about the safeguards probe that Anthony had mentioned. And there has been reports that the deal that's on the table conditions re-implementation day on the closure of the safeguards probe. At the same time, we have all European powers and Washington saying we want to maintain the independence of the IAEA. How do you assess the IAEA's independence and ability to withstand the pressure that it would be forced to confront by virtue of that investigation, by conditioning it on re-implementation day? Anthony, you want to have any thoughts on that?
Sure. It wasn't that long ago, March of this year, that there was a similar deal that the IAEA and Iran brokered, which had a set of steps that was supposed to conclude with the June board meeting. So I have really no confidence that the Iranians were taught any kind of lesson on violating that kind of deal. It's a very similar deal, right? It's basically, here are the steps that need to happen. The Iranians answer questions, the IAEA goes back, and they go back and forth until there's some kind of resolution. Now, I think it's important to make the point that there are probably at least three scenarios, right? One is the situation is fully resolved. The questions are answered. Iran did nothing wrong. They just forgot to declare all this activity. I don't think that's likely. The second scenario is that somehow Iran answers the questions and then make some kind of admission that they don't know is an admission, and it's proven they did something wrong. The third, which may be more likely, is just a middle ground. Iran provides answers. The IAEA and those countries that work with the IAEA don't have anything more definitive, and it just sort of sits in the middle. And then it's a political decision, and I think we all know where the E3 and US will move the board is to just say, okay, well, this happened in the past, don't do it again, and then move forward with the deal. Again, I'm not an Iran expert, as I said earlier. I leave it to others to talk about motivations. I think the thing that's surprising to me is that Iran has not moved toward that middle ground, that more likely scenario. They've just basically not answered the questions at all. I do want to repeat what I said earlier, that I think it makes a difference who runs these international organizations, right? Not just the IAEA, but others. And in this case, Rafael Grossi is not what his predecessor was and sweeping things under the rug. He has very publicly put his name on the line for this. And so I think if it becomes a situation where it's a political decision, it's likely that he may have to make some difficult decisions about what that means for his future going forward in terms of running the organization. Hopefully we don't get to that point. I think he is the right man for that job, for the Ukraine job, making sure that Russia doesn't do anything wrong with the nuclear reactor in Ukraine as well.
Thank you, Anthony. Danielle, you want to add some more?
I do. I think it's important. I mean, I agree entirely with Anthony about Raffaele Grossi. I think he's better than Yuki Amano before him, and they're both much better than Mohammed al-Baradei, who was a nightmare. The IAEA is in a very invidious position right now, but I think we fail to appreciate how favorable to Iran this juncture is. Right? They have. I can tell you why they're not moving towards answering it, because they're in the best of all worlds right now, right? The Biden administration doesn't want to walk away. Josep Borrell and the Europeans don't want to walk away. The Russians and the Chinese are fully behind them. They are producing and advancing their nuclear program with each passing day, and they are doing so without serious consequence because the Biden administration is afraid to alienate them or kill the deal by tightening the screws in a meaningful way, right? So they are, this interregnum for them is perfect, and they will seek to extend it for as long as possible, because there's no punishment on the one hand, there's no advantage to them on the other, and at the end of the day, they know that if they give just a little, we will pressure Grossi to the point where he will be forced to do as he did in 2015, or do as the IAEA did. So I don't think we appreciate how dangerous this moment is and how dangerous its prolongation really is.
Indeed. Zohar?
I would say something like that from the question that you phrase. We have a lot of respect to the international inspection and all the organizations, but the most important one is the safeguard.
I'm fixing your mic. If I can't hear you, they can't hear you.
I hope it's better. All right. The Israeli strategy regarding safeguards is to depend on ourselves, our security services, the intelligence community, the Israeli intelligence community, and we are watching closely what's going on in Iran in the last 2 decades or so, with a lot of help and partnership with the American IC, and this is the best safeguard that we will have, to depend on ourselves, to get great help from the Americans, but never to ask the Americans to do the job for us. We will do the job like we've done it in '81 under Begin in Iraq, and in 2007 under Prime Minister Ulmert in the Syrian reactor, if needed. This is the best safeguard that I know.
Well said. Now I want to turn to a couple of questions from the audience. Jordan Steckler has some collected. Jordan, want to read one?
Question one. If we did rejoin the original JCPOA, how do you incentivize Tehran to accept a longer and stronger deal down the road when it's already gotten the economic benefits that it's looking for?
Okay. Danielle?
The argument that the administration makes, and I don't know who to look at because I don't know who asked that question, but the argument the administration makes is, look at what the Trump administration did. We can always go back to that, right? We can always go back to tighter sanctions if they don't agree to longer and stronger. It's a highly disingenuous argument, and honestly, I don't think they believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, the simple answer to that is it's not possible, because the Iranians hold the whip hand, which is compliance.
Anthony?
Yeah, just, go back to the examples I used with North Korea again. Limited nuclear deals just allow the United States and Europe to say, okay, we've kicked that down the road, or as particularly for a U.S. president, that'll be one of my successor's problems. There's always these lofty goals that will then translate into a better relationship, and we'll be able to talk about all these other issues, all the issues that Danny put so well, in terms of the other problems we have with the relationship. The hard truth is that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen unless you insist that you will use, that you being the US and EU, will use the leverage we have on our side, just as the Iranians are using the nuclear extortion on their side, and then push for that longer and stronger deal. That is really the only pathway.
Thank you. Jordan?
Question 2. How can the U.S. and E3 push Russia and China, if at all, to play a productive role in the nuclear diplomacy?
Charlie, you want to take that one?
I think it's going to be really hard to do that because what we're seeing now is that Iran helps Russia, and Russia will, of course, deliver some sort of quid pro quo. And mainly I see that happening in the Security Council. So to have them act in a meaningful way, I just don't see it happen. And also they are in tandem on several other issues such as Syria, which are countering European interests with all the waves of migration it created thus far. No, I mean, they are geopolitically out for weakening the West, and through the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, to name one example. And they will look at this from a pure transactional point of view. And we need to realize that and draw some conclusions. Maybe any other here is more optimistic than I am. Please help me become an optimist.
Zohar?
From the experience that we have, I'm not sure that we can hook what we see right now in Ukraine and Russia, and the issue between great power competition between the US and China to the Iranian issue. It seems to me that the Russians and the Chinese don't want to see Iran with military nuclear capabilities. If there will be something that the international community will bring that will be solid, that will be serious, that will prevent from the Iranian to get the weapon, the nuclear weapon, it seems to me that the Russian and Chinese will play with everybody regarding this issue. I'm not sure that they have an interest to destabilize right now the Middle East by letting the Iranian to have this capability. The consequences immediately on the rest of the Middle East will be dramatically and terrible also for them. So I'm not sure that they will be very much helpful with things that we will be creative in order to stop the Iranians. But I'm not sure that they will try to put a stick into the wheel in order to stop it.
Thank you. One other question, and I think this is best directed to Zohar. The Supreme Leader recently had a health scare, and he later made a public appearance twice, including today. But this raises questions as to his ability to forge consensus on the way forward on the nuclear file in the Iranian system. Does this dynamic have an impact on Tehran's calculations as to a deal or no deal situation?
I don't think so. I think that as long as the Supreme Leader is alive, Khamenei, he is the man. He is calling the shot. He 100%, if he's in a good decision-taking situation, there is no doubt that he is the man that will take whether there will be an agreement or not. Khamenei got his blessing from Khomeini and from Rafsanjani. If he'll will go to meet Allah, it will be much more challenging in Iran. Who will succeed him? It's not a generation after the revolution. It's a completely different ballgame. And I'm not sure that we would like to see what will happen in Iran. We see the demonstration in the last days in Iran as well. The RGC and the Basij, they are very, very strong entities. The methodology that they are using in the streets of Tehran right now, or Karaj, or other places, it's not something that we know. It's not something that we are familiar with that in the democratic and the Western world. And it seems to me that they have the ability to deal with these issues. And even if there will be transition in the leadership in Iran, they know how to prevail and to do it. And I hope that I'm wrong, that I'm completely wrong regarding this issue. But all the evidence showed right now that they are controlling and the supreme leader know how to take the decisions.
Thank you. Jordan, any other questions?
Yes, I have two additional, and they kind of go hand in hand, so I'll just give them both. If the nuclear talks do break down, how does the international community stop Iran's march toward a nuclear weapons capability? And then this last question is there a sabotage solution, like cyber attacks and mysterious explosions and fires in Iranian nuclear facilities to the Iranian nuclear issue?
Zohar, you want to take that question?
No, I understand nothing about those issues. I just read it in the paper from time to time that some mysterious act happening in Iran. I think it's blessing. Whoever is doing it is probably doing a good job because it's, in the end, stopped the program in the last 2 decades. And it seems to me that it's important that whoever is doing those stuff will continue to do it decisively, professionally, and without blinking, because we don't have other choice. The other choice is to accept this capability, and as I know Israel, we are not going to do it.
Thank you. Anthony? Anthony, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to, Zohar mentioned two nuclear reactor strikes earlier. This is different, right? So I think we have to be, we have to just make sure our expectations on the military side are consistent with Iran's program. It's part of the reason why Iran is moving things underground, right? When you look at pressure, when you look at financial and diplomatic pressure, I think there's a tendency to say our goal is we must stop the program. Certainly, that is the goal. But there's an interim goal there as well that we should be pursuing now that we're not, which is making it more difficult for them to continue these programs. And there's ways to do that. There are inputs into the program that they need, the cooperation with North Korea, the cooperation with other countries. Those are things that can be stopped, that we should be stopping, both by sanctions, by military pressure, and other means. So there are things we can do sort of short of that goal, because I think people will say, you'll never achieve that goal, so we shouldn't pursue sanctions, we should pursue this flawed nuclear deal. That's sort of the logic train that's really not logical in my view.
Thank you. We have a couple of more minutes. Jordan, do we have any last questions?
How has the Biden administration's focus on reviving the JCPOA affected its posture towards the rest of the basket of the regime's malign activities? And how do you strike the appropriate balance between pushing back and not torpedoing nuclear diplomacy?
Good question. Danielle, do you want to?
I'm happy to answer it, but I missed the middle piece, Jordan. How is it affecting the Biden administration's what?
Their pushback against the rest of the malign activities, such as human rights
the rest
abuses.
of Iran's malign activities.
Yeah, ballistic
I
missiles.
see. So I think that what we've seen from the Biden administration is that they have continued to ratchet up pressure. They sanctioned the Iranian entities that were responsible for transferring drones to Ukraine. The issue here is that the Iranians have so far slipped out from under the sanctions that they were under during the Trump administration. No matter what we think about Donald Trump himself, the sanctions regime under the Trump administration was actually crippling to the Iranians, and they have so far managed to accommodate themselves out from under that, not simply with oil sales, but also with the help of the Chinese, also using cutouts in Syria and in Lebanon. And what that really means is that it will require a very serious effort on the part of the administration to actually reimpose a lot of those restrictions and strictures. I think there's another point to be made here as well that's very important. There is a huge debate inside Iran about whether the sanctions are good for Iran or not. And I know that sounds odd, but there are definitely elements inside Iran, and I think the Supreme Leader has proven himself among those elements, that believe that the resistance economy, quote unquote, is an important one. You know, in 2009, when there was the Green Revolution in Iran and the Obama administration chose to ignore it, chose not to help them, at that moment, I think we saw the doors close to an unplanned revolution. This is a police state, right? There are Europeans, there are Americans in prison in Iran, but they pale next to the number of Iranians who are in prison. You cannot do anything in university, in politics. You cannot speak on your phone. You cannot leave drafts in your email. You cannot tweet. You cannot get out on Instagram. You cannot speak against the regime. And people say that it's, no, it's not like North Korea, and the answer is, it's a lot more like North Korea than it used to be. It is what we used to call Iraq, if you remember the excellent book of this name. It is a republic of fear. And so, I don't think that it will be simple for us to help the Iranian people against their government, and I think that the people the people in charge are perfectly comfortable with the situation that they find themselves in, as long as they can move forward with their own priorities, which are regime protection, okay, the nuclear program, and export of the Islamic Revolution and regional destabilization, okay? This is the challenge before us, unfortunately.
Multidimensional challenge. And with that, I think we're out of time. So thank you so much, everyone, for your time and contribution. And now we will turn to our next session, and please excuse us while we change the setup. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a video next. We have a video, The Future of U.S.-Iran Policy in Congress.
2022 summit. Next session of the UANI 2022 summit. I'm really also very happy to welcome Senator Jim Lankford of Oklahoma, who has become one of the Senate's leaders on our policy toward Iran. And I must say, to be as direct as I can, we at UANI really appreciate his leadership. He has led in introducing bipartisan legislation, a resolution opposing any removal of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps from the Foreign Terrorist Organization list. It got 62 votes, which is a lot of votes in the U.S. Senate these days, including 16 Democrats, most of whom voted for the JCPOA.
in 2015. And I don't think it was coincidental that after the vote on that resolution, President Biden announced that the administration would not take the IRGC off the foreign terrorist list. So it's just one indication of many of Jim Lankford's leadership on this and other issues that matter to us. And I also must say, just personally, having spent a lot of my 24 years in the Senate working on policy toward Iran, it was always bipartisan until 2015, when it was broken by the partisan division over the JCPOA. I hope and pray that that bipartisanship can be restored. And the Lankford resolution I've just talked about was a long way toward doing that. We don't have a lot of time, so I just want to say, Jim, about Jim's biography. He worked for many years before getting into politics, and what is unusual training for it, but probably, in my opinion, the best training. He worked in the Baptist ministries in Oklahoma, serving families and students throughout the state. Ran for the Congress and was elected in 2010, served for 2 years, and then came into the Senate in 2014. He's on the Senate Appropriations Committee, the Finance Committee, the Homeland Security Committee, and in my time, the committee that most people didn't want to serve on, the Senate Ethics Committee. So, Jim, thank you for being here, and thank you for your leadership. Let me open with a general question, which is, why has our policy toward Iran been such a personal priority for you? And also, what do you think should happen now with the negotiations over the JCPOA 2.0 that are occurring in Vienna?
Well, Joe, thanks for being for allowing me to be in the conversation today. I really do appreciate it. Appreciate your leadership as well for so long, and the leadership of this organization is incredibly important to world stability, quite frankly. Iran is the destabilizer in that region, and we have multiple different countries and regimes that end up destabilizing many parts of the world. In that region, Iran is the destabilizer. It's not the Iranian people, it's the regime that they're living under. That is the issue and continues to be the issue for the entire area. So for me, if we're going to continue to have a peaceful existence in that region, we're going to have stability and deal with other threats that we have in other parts of the world, we have to have some sort of consistency there. So while I have a personal passion for Israel and a connection to that nation, as I know you're exceptionally connected as well, the whole region really bases around trying to be able to manage Iran's destabilizing efforts, whether it be Hamas, whether it be what's happening in Hezbollah, whether it be what they're doing in Syria right now, what they're doing to be able to basically smuggle oil all over the region. All those are based all around their destabilizing activities. So for me, it's a big issue to be able to say, just on the foreign policy level, we've got to make sure that we continue to keep sanctions on that regime. And to be able to say to them, you're welcome to be able to join the peaceful groups of nations around the world, but you can't promote terrorism around the world. You can't destabilize the entire region and join the rest of the world economically as well.
That's great. I couldn't agree with you more, and I thank you for the strength and clarity of that statement. So give us your read on where the negotiations on the JCPOA in Vienna are now, and what you would like to see happen.
Well, we did see a big break, as you mentioned earlier. It was building towards trying to be able to get to an agreement. And then Iran brought its final statement there to say they want the IRGC to be able to come off the foreign terrorist organization list as one of their pieces. That was, in many ways, a last straw moment for me. I've been speaking out for this often. And so that's when I brought the resolution, was able to bring it to the floor in an amendment process to say, we cannot allow this base level thing. We should all be able to agree, all 100 of us, the IRGC cannot come off the foreign terrorist organization. And if we're going to negotiate with Iran dealing with nuclear capabilities, we can't ignore their other terrorist activities as well, as if they're two different issues. They're not. They're developing missile technologies to carry a nuclear weapon. They're continuing to be able to expand their networks to carry out this kind of terrorism. So the push from our resolution was very clear to say these two things have to go together. You can't isolate them. That became a breaking point, quite frankly, for the administration, because when we had so many people at a bipartisan level agree with that simple statement, that changed the course of negotiations. As you mentioned, it wasn't long after that, the Biden administration came out and said, okay, we're setting aside the IRGC. At that point, Iran came back and said, well, we want to create a whole new list of demands in as well. And as recently as just the last few hours, the administration has stepped out again and said, okay, things are getting more difficult in the negotiation rather than less. We all knew this was so. I don't blame the administration for being able to try, but you can't look away from the terrorist activities and what the IRGC is doing and just assume that nuclear ambitions are isolated. They're not isolated. It's all one big package. So it looks more and more likely that this agreement is not going to come together, which again reinforces back to the world again, what's the next step then? How do we actually keep sanctions? How do we deal with the oil, all those things as well? So there'll be a different level. It's not that we just walk away and ignore it. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, but this just reinforces to everyone else in the world that's on a reasonable level for diplomacy that we have to have other means to be able to limit them.
I know. Okay, I know that you have talking about what happens next, assuming the JCPOA is not adopted again. I know you've introduced a piece of legislation called the Iran Sanctions Preservation Act. Could you describe a little bit of what that legislation would do and whether you think it's gaining support in the Senate?
I do think it's gaining support on this, and we're going to continue to be able to work in a bipartisan way. As you mentioned before, dealing with the issue of, quite frankly, Israel and Iran and isolating Iran, these were not partisan issues for a very long time. I'm trying to get back to those being nonpartisan issues, and I think we can, again, do that. So I'm going to continue to be able to work this way. The preserving the sanctions piece just continues to be able to preserve the oil sanctions, the technology sanctions, the financial transaction sanctions on Iran, to be able to say to the rest of the world agrees that Iran is the pariah state here at this point. We've got to be able to put some limitations around them. And Iran's very actively moving to be able to sell their oil in the world market right now. But the greatest gain that we have as a group of nations around the world is to be able to say, we're not going to do trade with them. We're not going to allow their finance to be able to travel across the nation. And they, most importantly, can't have oil sales across the rest of the world. That even if they sneak oil out, which obviously they are right now, they have to sell it at a lower amount to be able to do that as they're sneaking it out. And it has greater cost to be able to get it out. So even that limits the amount of income. Those people just flippantly say, well, it's not doing anything. They're still getting oil out. They're getting less revenue from that oil. And that does help not to be able to get more money into their terrorist organizations.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think that piece of legislation is important and will be even more important, assuming that there's not another JCPOA. You're right. There are some people who argue that the sanctions haven't really mattered because they haven't hurt Iran either domestically or in terms of their oil revenue. Maybe they haven't hurt them absolutely, but they clearly have hurt them, which is part of why they have come back into these negotiations. And I think, assuming a failure of these negotiations in Vienna, they will need to try even harder, almost desperately, to get around the sanctions. So this initiative of yours to preserve the sanctions and extend them, I think is really important. Let me take the conversation in a slightly different direction. I know that a while ago, as part of your general interest in the Middle East, you were part of creating in the Senate a U.S. Senate bipartisan Abraham Accords caucus. I wanted to ask you to talk about that and how that relates to Iran, and particularly to policy ahead, American policy ahead toward the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah, we believe it's incredibly important. And for the four of us that started the Abraham Accords Caucus, that was myself, Jackie Rosen, Joni Ernst, Cory Booker, is now expanded well beyond that. But we've kept equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats on this because now 2 years, it's amazing to think it's been 2 years that we're into the Abraham Accords. we see the multiplication that not only has occurred already, but the potential of what this could be. The Abraham Accords were a very simple principle. It's putting economic ties back together, it's diplomatic ties, it's based on religious freedom, which is a stark statement if anyone's read the simple Abraham Accords document. It begins with a statement about we're honoring religious liberty among our nations. And to say we're going to not only cooperate together, but we're going to work to be able to turn down the volume for anti-Semitism in nations that have taught that in their schools for a long time. It's really a revolutionary document. But right now, there are flights that are happening from Israel to the UAE. There's travel, tourism, conversation about energy, exchange of technology, medical innovations. All those things are occurring right now that weren't occurring 2 years ago. And what we want to see in this, from the group of us that wants to expand the Abraham Accords, is say, okay, we have this group of nations that are in it, these 5 nations that are in it. How can that become 7? How can that become 10? How can that become 15? Because as nations cooperate together economically and as they work together to be able to allow religious liberty in their nations and free speech in their nations, that creates more opportunities for dialogue. It creates more opportunities for families meeting other families and engaging, especially at an economic level. When you begin to cooperate on energy and on economy, you find ways to be able to work other issues out. That provides a pathway to real stability and conversation there. It also provides an opportunity for those nations that all see the Iranian regime as the major destabilizing force in the region to be able to find avenues to be able to cooperate together to say, what are we going to do to not only isolate the Iranian regime, but to be able to say, how does Iran shift to be able to participate economically in these nations in the future? And the way is to get out of their sanctions and to stop all their terrorist activities and to see they really are isolated in the rest of the world. The entire region disagrees with their terrorist activities, and they show that by their engagement economically and their joint defense efforts to be able to protect themselves from Iran's missile technology.
I tell you, that's a wonderful initiative. I want to stress again how much I admire the fact that it is bipartisan. You got 4 leaders, initiators, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, which is the way it ought to be. I also think that the Abraham Accords and your caucus point the way or provide the beginning of an answer to the question many people who support re-entering the JCPOA ask, well, what's your alternative policy? And our alternative policy is this. I want to share 2 stories with you because I was recently in the Middle East with a UANI delegation. The first is highly personal, and the little changes that occur. We were flying, my wife and I, from Saudi Arabia and then to UAE on a Etihad Emirati airline, and lo and behold, when the flight attendant came around, she said to us, Senator and Mrs. Lieberman, we have a special meal for you. We have a kosher meal. And so I said, praise the Lord, really. This is the Abraham Accords right here. The second, I want to ask you to respond to this. You can respond to the kosher meal, but you don't have to. The second is that I was speaking to one of the leaders in one of the Arab countries, and he said to me, we're puzzled by the focus that the Biden administration has again on re-entering the JCPOA. In this light, he said for a long time, U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East had a basic problem, which is that you had 2 groups of friends and they were at odds with each other, the Arab nations and Israel. Now, you've got the Arab nations and Israel collaborating, and for some reason, you seem to be coming in on the side of our common enemy, which is Iran. And I tell you, I hadn't ever heard it said exactly that way, but I thought it was very powerful. And I wanted to ask you to just respond to that and the general idea of what your caucus would like to see us do next to expand the Abraham Accords and hopefully to get, although I'm skeptical, but to get Iran to behave more like a civilized, law-abiding nation.
So it's a long-term project to be able to work towards Iran actually engaging with the rest of the nations. I would be hopeful for that to be by this weekend. I don't think it's going to happen by this weekend.
Right. Understood.
This is going to be years and years and years in the process. But I do think the Iranian people are more open to it than the Iranian regime. And so I pray there is a day when we see a regime that matches the people that are there. The other challenge that we have in dealing with this is national security issues. And as you mentioned before, a group of nations with Israel and with the Arabs in the Middle East, understanding that Iran is the destabilizing force. One of the things we see cooperation on now through the Abraham Accords, one of the things that we're trying to accelerate is missile defense technology. To where multiple nations all understand that the real threat that's coming at them is coming from missiles from Iran. And what can we do together? That's Saudi Arabia, that's UAE, that's Bahrain, that's Israel, all trying to find cooperation and find interoperable systems to be able to defend themselves from an ongoing threat from Iran in the days ahead. So finding ways that nations cooperate together, both economically, for national defense, for energy policy, for water in the region and technology, healthcare, all those are aspects where there's a lot that Israel can share and a lot that other nations can engage on. The more that you actually engage in that dialogue and you find yourself tied together in some of these key things that are really important to the people of that region, the more they understand we can cooperate together on these. We're going to disagree on some areas, but we also can find some areas of agreement as well and work together as individual nations with a common threat.
I think that's very insightful. I will tell you that when the UANI delegation recently visited Saudi Arabia, in addition to the policy conversations, I was just struck by the informal conversations we had with, you might say, the younger generation of Saudis who just want to be citizens of the world. And, they frankly, they want to go to Israel. They want to interact with the Israelis. They want to do business with their generation in Israel. Saudi Arabia has changed a lot internally under the Crown Prince, and I think in a very hopeful way. Senator Jim Lankford, I can't thank you enough for your time. I must say, bottom line, this conversation has been encouraging to me in a way that in an area that's not always encouraging. So thank you for that. We in UANI really appreciate your leadership on these subjects, and just stay the course, and we're always here to help you in any way we can. Thank you very much for joining us today.
You bet. Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for the ongoing work. Thanks for continuing to be able to keep this nonpartisan and to be able to keep it up in the public eye. That will matter to all of us long term. So thanks for staying engaged in issues that really matter.
Hear, hear. Be well. See you soon.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you.
We'll now have a 20-minute break. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. We're gonna cover a topic now that, in my judgment, never gets enough attention in the Iran policy discussion. Since 1979, Iran has exploited the tool of terrorism abroad as a means of their own statecraft. Assassinations, bombings, and regular attacks are features of the Islamic Republic's modus operandi. It began soon after the birth of the Islamic Republic and the Islamic Revolution in 1980, when an American gunman who was hired by the new Islamic regime killed a former Iranian diplomat in Bethesda, Maryland. There have been similar assassinations in Europe, including the late Iranian Prime Minister, Shapur Bakhtiar, who was killed by agents of the Islamic Republic in France in 1991. And of course, we all know the story. In 2011, U.S. authorities, including disrupted an attempt by the IRGC to bomb a Georgetown restaurant in an attempt to murder Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States. And of course, if that bombing had been successful, it would have killed dozens, if not hundreds, of Americans. In just the last few years alone, the U.S. Department of Justice has indicted an Iranian intelligence network for attempted kidnapping of an Iranian-American journalist and human rights activist, Masih al-Najad, from her home in Brooklyn, New York. Masih will be with us later today. It has also indicted IRGC agents for murder-for-hire scheme, which targeted former U.S. National Security Advisor John Bolton, who was a UANI advisory board member, and multiple cabinet secretaries are reportedly under threat as well as UANI leadership and other think tanks. The U.S. intelligence community has consistently warned in regular worldwide threat assessments that Iran has been trying to develop networks inside the United States for terror operations. This threat is terribly real. Here with us today, we have the honor of hosting my friend, Lisa Monaco, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. Lisa is on the front lines of the U.S. government's response to these threats. She is a former federal prosecutor, served as the Chief of Staff to the FBI Director, and was Assistant Attorney General of the National Security Division when Washington thwarted the 2011 plot to kill the Saudi ambassador. She later served as the Homeland Security Advisor to President Barack Obama, a position I held under President George W. Bush. Lisa, we're honored to have you join us today, as it is rare for someone in your position to speak publicly on this topic. And I think the more we speak about it, the more helpful it is. Welcome.
Thanks so much, Fran. It is great to see you. I wish I were sitting there with you, but thank you so much for having me. I also want to thank my friend, Senator Joe Lieberman, for the invite. He obviously, and for his incredible life of service. I was privileged to work with him on the Bipartisan Commission on Biodefense when I was out of government. So for many, many reasons, I'm pleased to be with you. And I couldn't agree with your lead-in, Fran, more. It's incredibly important to talk about the challenges we face and the threat we face. So I'm really pleased to be with you.
Thanks, Lisa. Let's get right into it. You know, you've been looking at this threat throughout your entire career in federal government. Talk to us about how you see the current threat. It feels like to those of us on the outside that it's increasing, but tell us what you see.
So I think you hit the nail on the head in kind of your tee-up, Fran. I would say a few things. One, just kind of stepping back from an overall perspective. I think I would term it as increasingly sophisticated and multi-dimensional. I think we'll get into the cyber piece of this. It's not something you hit on in the lead-up to, but I think that's yet another example of the increasing and multi-dimensional threat. I also think it's increasingly brazen. You mentioned the 2011 plot when I was the Assistant Attorney General for National Security that we disrupted. I think you can draw a line from there to where we are today, and we'll talk about that. And the most concerning, from my perspective, from both my present seat and our former seat, as you alluded to, as Homeland Security Advisor, is the threat posed to the homeland and this seeking to develop and use networks and proxies. Obviously, we know Iran has done that for many, many years abroad, but seeing that develop and manifest here, as we have in a number of cases that we've brought this year, is most concerning. As you kind of alluded to, the intelligence community, the DNI, has been very, very explicit that Iran will continue to threaten U.S. interests, their overall goal being, of course, to erode U.S. influence and for the government of Iran and its proxies to project power in the region. But we know, and we have seen, that Iran will seek to continue to seek to threaten U.S. persons and interests directly and via their proxies. From an evolutionary perspective, I definitely think this is a threat that has evolved and has increased. let's take the 2011 Arbab CR case as kind of a somewhat of a starting point, although, of course, as you noted in your opening, it predates that. But I saw that this was a case where we charged and disrupted a plot, including by Mansour Ababsiar and Ghulam Shukuri, to assassinate the Saudi ambassador, Adel al-Jubeir. It was directed by the government of Iran and elements of the IRGC. And I think it represented a crossing of a line of sorts, a willingness to deploy assets here, to act against our partner, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to act on U.S. soil, and to do so without any regard to a potential mass casualty event, as you noted, this bombing, the plan to bomb a restaurant in Georgetown. So it was incredibly brazen. And I think our disruption of that plot was also an example of the FBI, the Department of Justice, working with our intelligence and law enforcement partners here and abroad to say, yes, we are going to disrupt, but we also are going to call this out. And I sat in meetings, both here in the department and in the Situation Room, to say, we are going to explicitly call this crossing of a line out. We are going to be very clear about it, and we are going to detail it. And the other thing is, Fran, we didn't treat this as a solely law enforcement issue. Arbab CR was captured here. He was detained and interrogated for multiple days from an intelligence perspective, even before he entered a courtroom, precisely because we saw it as an ongoing active threat. And we sought first and foremost to disrupt that threat and to gain as much intelligence as possible. And it was quite fruitful. Ultimately, of course, he pled guilty and serving a 25-year sentence. That line, then draw that forward, and we can talk about the cyber elements of the threat Iran poses, including by its proxies. But then, of course, this year alone, the disruption of 2 plots against Americans on U.S. soil, again, seeking to deploy assets here. One, a horrible plot to first lure and then to kidnap Ms. Ahmadinejad, as you noted, solely because she is a outspoken activist and author and journalist and human rights proponent who should, of course, have the right, as we all should, to speak freely and speak our minds. And she challenges the regime and now has faced myriad threats because of it. And then, of course, the really brazen plot against Ambassador Bolton, a murder for hire scheme that, if it weren't so appalling, you would think it was ripped from the headlines of some made-for-TV movie. There's a murder for hire plot where, again, elements of Iran trying to pay proxies to go after, and in the words of the defendant, eliminate the target.
Lisa, not to undermine the importance of the other cases, but I think it really crosses a whole new line when a foreign actor is going to deploy assets in the U.S. to target and kill any American, much less a former senior official. And as we know, John Bolton is not the only person, Ambassador Bolton wasn't the only person that was subject to this threat. Ambassador Brian Hook, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. It's really outrageous. I can't think of another state that we've seen have such a broad-based program of targeting Americans inside the United States. Has the administration considered indicting the Supreme Leader and other members of the IRGC? I mean, I know you've moved forward in the case against Ambassador Bolton.
Sure. Well, look, you're quite right. We've moved forward on the case against Ambassador Bolton, and there, of course, indicted an individual named Persafi, clearly a operative of the government of Iran. And look, I think you're quite right that it represents a sea change, right? Brazenly going after externally directed plot against a former national security advisor. I think what I would say is we have been exceptionally clear from the administration's perspective that a plot against or a threat to Americans, full stop, is unacceptable. Certainly with respect to the plot against Ambassador Bolton, brought swift action and swift rebuke, and is not, won't be tolerated in any effort to go after Americans, let alone, as you said, current or former officials. The Iranians will face very stiff consequences.
So you mentioned the cyber attacks. Last week, you all indicted 3 Iranian nationals for cyber attacks against U.S. entities and individuals, including a domestic violence shelter in Pennsylvania. UANI itself has been the target of Iranian hackers. With the news that Albania severed relations with Iran over a cyber attack on its own critical infrastructure, can you describe how the U.S. is working to deter Iranian threat actors from targeting critical infrastructure?
Sure. Look, I think here again, this is an evolution and an increasingly concerning threat from Iran on the cyber front. I'd say a few things on this. One, we always have talked about Iran as one of the kind of big 4 when it comes to the cyber threat: Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. Anybody you talk to in this space will rattle off those 4 as being the most concerning. But they also will be equally honest with you that Iran has never been the most capable player in that constellation. However, one of the things I think that is particularly concerning about their work in activity in the cyber realm has been their increasing willingness to, frankly, seek to punch above their weight. And that's a real problem, right? Going after critical infrastructure here in Israel, as we've seen in the attacks on the water sector, going after critical infrastructure housed by states that are more capable cyber actors than them, I think is a willingness to take a level of risk that we all should be concerned about. From a cyber perspective also, we have seen the evolution, I think, is quite interesting. Many, I know, Fran, will remember, and many in your audience will remember, the days of 2012 and 2013, the DDoS attacks on our financial sector. I think realistically, we could characterize those as ultimately a nuisance level of attack, although at the time, I know the financial services executives that I spoke to didn't quite feel that way, but realistically, it was really a nuisance level attack. Track that forward, 2013, the attack against the Bowman Dam, critical infrastructure here. 2014, and I think this gets lost, Frank, a lot of people think about the first destructive cyber attack that was in their consciousness as being the attack on Sony Pictures in 2014, in the sense of a cyber attack there from North Korea having destructive effect on a U.S. entity in the form of literally turning the business computers into bricks, right, being completely useless. The reality of this is, though, the first such destructive cyber attack on U.S. soil, as you know, was done against the Sands Casino in Las Vegas, and it was done by Iran in response to comments made by the head of the Sands Casino. So, that destructive cyber attack, now carry it forward to these critical infrastructure attacks that we've seen, is, I think, again, an evolution of Iran's willingness to use cyber as a means of what I call geopolitical one-upsmanship, and trying to be in the game along with these other significant powers.
Let me ask you, one of our concerns has always been Iran's acting through their proxies, whether it's the Houthis in Yemen or Hezbollah. The Justice Department has prosecuted Hezbollah cases here in the United States. Can you talk to us about the threat of Iran's Hezbollah proxies here in the U.S.?
So look, I think we have to be quite clear-eyed about Iran's use of proxies to include Hezbollah. As you noted, the use of proxies, most concerningly thus far, we have seen by Iran against U.S. interests abroad. Of here, of course, we all have very front of mind attacks on U.S. service members and our partners and allies overseas in Iraq through the use of Shia militias and the like. But I do think we've got to be quite clear-eyed that Hezbollah, as being one of the main proxies for the government of Iran, is something. It is a tool in their arsenal that we have to be very clear-eyed about.
But is the threat from Hezbollah here in the United States, do you view that as something that's increasing or more sophisticated? Is it a steady state? How would you describe it?
You know, this is something where I think, and obviously I'm going to rely on the intel community assessment here at this stage, and I've not seen them call that, kind of separate that out at this stage.
So I can't think of other examples, frankly, but perhaps you can, of a foreign power acting here inside the United States to target U.S. citizens. Have there been other instances of countries other than Iran doing this?
So not at the level of the brazenness of the Ahmadinejad, the Ababsiyar plot against Adel al-Jaber, and of course the Bolton plot. I would call out here, though, Fran, we have seen the PRC engage in a steady level, and we have indicted a number of cases and disrupted a number of these plots of efforts to intimidate, harass dissidents here in the United States. I worry about how some of those actors could escalate their efforts, because we have seen them be quite aggressive. And literally, I can think of literally half a dozen cases just in this year alone that we have disrupted and charged of PRC elements here in the United States seeking to intimidate, harass dissidents here.
And before I let you go, let me ask you one question. The United States has put in a very aggressive sanctions regime against Iran, but of course, it's like you build a wall and they build a higher fence, right? And so there's always sanctions evasion. How can the United States more effectively go after the sanctions evasion, particularly ship-to-ship transfers, spoofing, and other tactics that they're using to get around them?
So I think three things we can be doing, Fran. One, we have, I'm proud to say, the division I used to have the privilege of leading, the National Security Division, has now adopted a voluntary self-disclosure program, kind of taking a page from our colleagues in the criminal division and the fraud section there, you know, asking companies to come forward where they see this and self-disclose. So that is one avenue where we're really trying to highlight our concern and interest in disclosing and exposing this activity. The other is working with our partners across the spectrum. And here, very pointedly, I include non-governmental agencies and organizations like UANI, like others in this space, who can help share information that we can then include and pair up with information that only the government and our partners and allies would have access to, and create the picture that allows us to go after this illicit behavior. And then the third thing I would say, Fran, is we are, and you're seeing us do this in the space that we are very aggressively occupying in going after Russian sanctions evasion in response to the unprovoked and unjust aggression by Russia in Ukraine. We have set up something we call Task Force Klepto Capture. And if folks want to help come up with different and better names for these task forces, I'm all ears. But that is most decidedly a cross-government effort where we are really increasing the intel sharing with that task force to go and identify the shell companies, expose the money laundering that fuels this type of sanctions evasion, whether it's Russia, whether it's Iran.
Lisa, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for your ongoing service and being such a good partner with UANI. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me.
And And please turn your attention back to the screen for a special message for UANI.
U.S. Senator Joni Ernst, the junior senator from the great state of Iowa. Thank you so much to the folks at UANI for inviting me to give brief remarks on the risks Iran poses on American peace and prosperity. From the outset, I'll make my position clear. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism must not become a nuclear power, and the United States must return to a maximum pressure campaign to oppose Iran's theocratic dictatorship in Iran. The Biden administration's doctrine of appeasement regarding Iran and a host of other adversaries has emboldened rather than deterred capability development. 2 months ago, I was sanctioned by Iran for my support of those opposing the regime and my persistent efforts to defeat and deter Iran's reign of terror across the world. Under the Biden administration, we have seen the Iranian regime grow bolder than ever before across the Middle East. In Yemen, thanks to Biden's lifting of sanctions on the Houthis, an Iranian terror proxy, the country's stability has devolved into a nearly failed state. Yemen is on the precipice of starvation, and our partners and allies in the region are under constant threat of missile and drone attacks. In Iraq, we are seeing Iran-backed groups continue to engage in violent attacks against U.S. forces and diplomats in Iraq and Syria in their quest to make Iraq subservient to Iran's interests. In Lebanon, Hezbollah, Iran's proxy, continues to fuel crisis after crisis, actions which have brought the state to its knees and its people into absolute poverty. Hezbollah, with Iran's direct support, aims tens of thousands of rockets at Israel, threatening millions of lives. In Latin America, we see Iran continue to expand its footprint through the leftist dictatorship in Venezuela, continuing the regime's bloody legacy marked by the 1994 AMIA bombing in Buenos Aires. Here at home, Iran has been increasingly active as well. Iran's Quds forces have been persistently trying to assassinate former and current officials within our government, as well as dissidents which speak the truth on Iran's terrible human rights record. We cannot be complacent as Iran continues to sponsor acts of terrorism and undermine the security of our allies. I have led on multiple efforts to counter Iran's presence globally. I'm leading the Deterring Enemy Forces and Enabling National Defenses Act, or the Defend Act, which would direct the Secretary of Defense to seek to cooperate with allies and partners to identify an architecture and acquisition approach to an integrated air and missile defense system. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation would bring together America's allies and partners to build a strengthened defense architecture to counter Iran's increasingly complex drone and rocket technology, and would seek to work with Israel, our Gulf partners, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, and others. I am pleased to say that the Senate National Defense Authorization Act, Congress's annual defense bill, includes the Defend Act, and that the House-passed NDAA included a version of the Defend Act. I'm confident that there is a clear path forward for the Defend Act into law. The fight against the murderous regime in Iran is far from over. I will continue to work to counter Iran's terror activities around the globe and work to support those who shine a light on the horrible abuses and corruption of the Ayatollah's reign. Iran, the successor of the ancient Persian Empire, was once a beacon of knowledge and civilization in the world. I will continue to work to assist those who wish to throw off the yoke of their Islamist oppressors and work for the future of a free Iran. Thank you, and God bless.
And now, a panel discussion on countering Iran's human rights abuses and targeting of Americans.
Thank you all again. We've already obviously had quite a program, and I think, I was very excited about this panel, not just because of the people in the panel, but sometimes when, sadly, you put on an event and you're talking about things, current events sometimes match up. And we're seeing an extraordinary events unfold in Iran, where women are pouring into the streets to protest the abuse and oppression that they've experienced at the hands of the Iranian religious police. Thankfully, we have a panel that I think can speak directly to a lot of this, as well as the counterpart to that. And we just heard our friend Lisa Monaco talk about targeting American citizens in an unprecedented manner. It really is extraordinary. You just witnessed the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, really Merrick Garland, who's an incredible Attorney General, but also Lisa Monaco, talking about protecting us. Lisa Monaco does spend her morning, noon, and night trying to protect us, and I know that the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Justice Department are doing their best to protect us. We have some real debates, though, about the policy associated with that. I personally am troubled by the way this has played out. In one instance, we have security services such as the FBI and the likes of Lisa Monaco, who's truly a fine person, Lisa I've known for a long time, doing their best to protect us. In the second instance, we haven't talked about it. This is an informed audience, both online and in person. When was the last time we had a discussion that you saw, a rigorous discussion in the press, about a hostile foreign country operating extensively in the United States to kill Americans? There's been absolute silence. And I know our friends in the security services have been intent upon, because it's their way, and they do a great job, the Bureau has done an incredible job, to keep things confidential. But let me ask, and I'll throw it out to a broader discussion, and hopefully we'll have this discussion with our incredible panel. What if we had talked about it more? I know I wanted to talk about it since the late summer, fall of last year, when I was aware of some threats to colleagues. And I asked myself nearly every night, if we had talked about those threats and those threats were better publicized, would there have been better security in Chautauqua, New York, where Salman Rushdie was stabbed? Would there have been a better security? And I think it's a legitimate policy discussion, and in no offense, in no way, a challenge to our security services, which I'm not going to buy into all the partisan crap that we put up with in the United States. There are good people in government and sometimes people that are wrong. And our security services have done an extraordinary job of keeping us safe. But the debate is, how can we prevent these attacks from happening, and what are the consequences to Iran for these attacks? Now, I think that the consequences shouldn't be if they were successful in killing me. I think the consequences should be, what are the consequences for trying to kill me? It would be better that I didn't die or others didn't die. Generally speaking, I think that would be a better rationale. But we are so consumed, and the press is so consumed with our own political fights and covering one story at a time, but they couldn't focus on what's happening in the United States. CBS News covered and interviewed Raisi the other day. I have no quarrel with CBS News, fine people. Same interview that was Ahmadinejad. But I wish that CBS News and some of the other outlets had covered the threats to Americans. You have distinguished former public servants here. None of them have seen, I'm about to answer the questions I'm posing to you, so forgive me, guys, have seen the persistent, systematic targeting of American citizens the way we're seeing out of Iran now. It's always been there before, but this is unprecedented. So we really have a two-part discussion. The regime targeting its own people and now targeting Americans. And with me today, I want to make sure I get bios right, is Dr. Hiva Faizi. Hiva was born in Tehran, and she's the CEO of the Pekin Art Car. She used to work at CENTCOM and has a doctorate in Iranian soft power. In many ways, she and Masih, who are close, Masih Alinejad, who you'll hear from later on, grew up with this. So they can speak in uncertain terms. I'm going to force her out of her comfort zone a little bit in talking about her own personal experiences in Iran. Nathan Sales was an Undersecretary of State during President Obama and is a distinguished diplomat in these areas. He can talk about the ideology and, I think, the disconnect. Sometimes we have disconnects between our policy of what we do and what makes sense and what the people, I think, really want. Mitch Silber at the end is, there's nobody more experienced in New York about keeping us safe, and his career in intelligence here in New York City, which has been the epicenter, by and large, not completely, but of foreign mischief and foreign targeting in the United States. So it's a really distinguished panel, and I'm really delighted to get into it. The first thing we're going to start with, though, I think we have to start what's happened to Mahsa Amini. And I was talking, we do these pre-discussions where we talk about it. Sometimes the pre-discussions get so exciting, and I want to convey that, get that into the audience. Hiva, Dr. Faizi, grew up in Tehran until she was 15. The hair that you see right there was never made public until she was 15 years old when she moved here to the United States. Hiva, I don't think, we throw around terms like bad hijab like they're going out of style, because you know what that means, Iranians know what that means, but I think that is a foreign concept to Americans and Westerners. Can you do me the favor? Tell them, explain to them what your mother used to say to you and your sisters, and what is bad hijab, and what are the consequences, and how has that played out with Mahsa Amini?
Thank you, Ambassador Wallace, for giving me this platform to speak about this very important issue that you all have heard about Mahsa. But let me first start with, since the establishment of the Iranian regime in 1979, one of the first things they did was that they stripped women of every single right they had fought for up to then. Women are treated as a second-class citizen, and the Islamic regime, in order to enforce their ideology, also enforced a strict dress code for women, for which Iranian women went to street March of 1979 in large numbers to protest against the mandatory hijab. And to what you said, for me to demonstrate, and what it means, a bad hijab, for what Mahsa suffered, and she died within just hours of being in the hands of the regime, is basically wearing this scarf for, this is what they want you to do. But just for one strand of your hair showing, one simple strand or a little bit showing from the back, the morality police has the authority to beat you, harass you, force you, push you, pull you by your head into a van, take you. Your family will not know where you are, will not be able to communicate with you. They'll take you, and if you resist, you'll just continue to get beaten. And they sit you in a class to teach you what the proper hijab is. So literally for a strand, and as they wish, whether it is this much or this, if they feel that that day the Islamic regime is threatened, and which actually Raisi signed an order on August 15 to increase the enforcement of the Islamic dress code. And they can just take you in and sit you through the class. And if you in any way resist, you're beaten. Mahsa fell into, from the head injury she suffered, which the CT scans have been released to show that it was a head injury. She did not have any preconditions to any sort of illness. Within few hours, she fell into coma and was taken and died within a day. Her mother did not know where she is till the death. I cannot get this video of her mom screaming, "I want my daughter back, I want my daughter." And yes, when I was growing up in Iran, every time we would go out, I have two sisters, so imagine the fear that my parents had was that, where are you going? What are you doing? The fear of whether they come back. Are they going to be arrested or not? And this is something that Iranian women face every day. After Mahsa's death, what they did, as they always do, they tried to cover it up. Say that she had existing condition, and then they forced and threatened Mahsa's family to bury the body that night when they released, because they didn't want Mahsa to become an icon for Iranians women and for them to come out on the street. And ironically, that's against the Sharia law. You cannot bury the body after sunset. But they were forcing and threatening the family to bury the body. But as brave as Iranian women and Iranian people are, they poured out onto the streets from small cities, from Kurdistan to big cities, to Rash, north, south of Iran. Everybody came out in protest. And what was different this time, what was different is that the movement that is being led by women is being backed up by men. The men are behind a woman right now out on the street. The Iranian young men, the fathers, because they know that it could be their sister, it could be their mother, it could be their daughter, it could be their cousin. It could be anybody. A friend of mine sitting here, he sent me a message 2 days ago of his cousin being beaten by a neighbor, by a religious neighbor, just because she's a single woman living by herself, and they feel the religious people feel that they can enforce such a thing on people. And to testament to why this movement is different, in 1979 in March, when Iranian poured out on the street, Iranian women, the slogan was, I wrote down, میکشم آنکه برادرم را کش. I will kill those who are killing my brother. This, just a few days ago, this slogan has changed to I will kill those who are killing my sister. So it shows the movement has gained a new life, and the women are leading that. And the Iranian regime knows this. Why do they threaten the women so much? Why do they take the rights away? Because the movement in Iran threatens the patriarchal and the Shia religious theocracy nature, which is at the core of this regime. It threatens these two big elements that this regime is based on, and the Islamic regime understands that and fears that, and Iranian women are out there. As we're sitting here, as Raisi is allowed into our country here, a country where I came to be able to be myself, he is coming here, and Iranian women, under his order, are being beaten, harassed, and men now, because they're all out on the street.
Thank you, Hiba. It's incredibly personal to you, and I know to Masi, and we'll be hearing from Masi later on. Nathan, we talked about this earlier on, about sometimes there's a disconnect between people and their leaders in democracy or in any country. We have that in the United States. And I think that our leadership doesn't sometimes understand that Iran's religious theocracy is based upon the preservation of its enemies and the imposition of this religious law. The moment these elements are taken away, it calls into question the viability of that regime. They will die before they change these ways. Somebody said to me the other day, it will take the women protesting in the streets over their hijabs to topple the mullahs. But what we see, Nathan, is we project this Western notion onto what we think we can accomplish with Iranians in Vienna. We compartmentalize. It's as if, Nathan, you and I were talking about buying a house. I'm going to buy your house in some sort of negotiation. And in the other room, your family was plotting to kill my family, and we were just sort of negotiating on buying this house. And at the same time, you were killing your neighbors. And I said, it's okay, I want to buy his house. Right, yeah, you know. Well, sorry, I had a choice. Mitch is going to talk about bad guys in a minute, but it's so awful, the disconnect that we have. And look, this might bother some people. The people in the administration that have been pro-JCPOA in support of the VN, even if I disagree with them, I think are patriots. Maybe you don't agree with that. Some of them are real patriots. They believe it. I think they're wrong. Can you explain that disconnect, the compartmentalization, got to get that out right, between the way we think we can interact and what is existential to this regime? Nobody knows it better than you, Nathan.
Yeah, it's a great question, Mark, and thanks for convening this panel. You know, you can break that down, I think, into two separate questions. Why is Iran doing what it is doing, both at home and abroad? And what should the policy response be to that pattern of threatening behaviors? I think Iran is doing this for basically two reasons. It is a revolutionary regime that uses violence to accomplish its strategic objectives. At home, it wishes to consolidate and preserve and institutionalize the revolution. Women in particular, but any other dissidents at home that threaten the theocracy are destabilizing and must be dealt with accordingly. And the way they are dealt with under this revolutionary Shia regime is through violence, including up to the point of death. Why is Iran using violence globally? Why is Iran the world's worst state sponsor of terrorism? Because the use of violence abroad is a way of spreading the revolution and destabilizing the enemies of the revolution, whether that enemy is the United States or Israel or the Sunni Gulf monarchies. So I want to suggest that it's a mistake to think of the Iranian nuclear program or the ballistic missile program or the human rights violations or whatever other on the long list of malign behaviors from Tehran. It's a mistake, I want to suggest, to think of those as separate and distinct from one another, as though we were able to address one and solve that, and then leave the others for another day, and moving on to address them in due time. The regime doesn't see it that way. The regime doesn't see the terrorism as separate from the human rights abuses at home. They are all integrated parts of a comprehensive strategy for consolidating, preserving, and advancing the revolution. Why do they do it? Because they can get away with it, or at least, to be more precise, they think they can get away with it. What has been the international community's response to years, indeed decades, of domestic violence perpetrated by the regime against its own citizens? A succession of Western companies that want to sign up and do business and enrich the IRGC in the process to the tune of billions of dollars. How do you think that money is going to be spent? It's not going to be spent building parks and hospitals. Look at what Iran's proxies do with massive amounts of cash, the windfalls they receive. Look at what Hezbollah does with money. Look at what Hamas does with money. Millions and millions and millions of dollars spent on concrete to pay for not schools, not hospitals, but tunnels that could be used to send fighters from Gaza into Israel to kill innocent civilians. That's not an aberration. That is the way the Iranian regime
That was the regime.
That was prophetic.
Mitch, you're supposed to be warning us of this kind of stuff. That's it.
I thought the Iran word was going to
We should check and see if Raisi's behind there. Anyway,
I want to point out it's
spicing things up.
It's the N that fell, which doesn't stand for Nathan, it stands for nuclear, right? So that
the M on Summit can be for Mitch.
I was riffing on something. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So the bottom line is that any kind of sanctions relief offered to Iran is simply going to reinforce the regime's perception, which has been honed and cultivated over many years, that they will not have to pay a price for their behavior. They will not have to pay a price for trying to kill the former U.S. National Security Advisor. They will not have to pay a price for trying to kidnap American dissidents and then a year later returning to try and finish the job with an AK-47. What's the response? Make them pay a price. Make them pay a diplomatic price. Make them pay an economic price. I'm still riffing. I'm still riffing, Mark.
Is it the planning or the implementation? What is it? Why aren't we making pay a price for the planning?
Right, for the planning. A plot to kill an American is worthy of punishment. We don't wait until they're successful. We don't punish them if they're good at it and let them get away with it if they're bad at it, or if they're foiled by American intelligence or law enforcement services. And we may have to make them pay a price militarily. I'm tired of seeing rockets launched at American soldiers in Syria and American soldiers in Iraq who were there to fight ISIS. They're not targets. They're there to preserve our gains in the fight against ISIS. And the administration, in my view, owes them a duty of care to put their lives if their lives are being put at risk, to respond appropriately and ensure that no American comes home in a flag-draped coffin. Thank you.
Nathan, I apologize, but it really is such a disconnect to me that, and I don't think the statements were intentionally, but if you look at the statements out of the administration, it's like, if Iran is successful in harming any American, there will be consequences. I would like it to be a little bit different message. If they continue to plot against Americans, there will be consequences. Mitch, I'm putting you on the spot. Should we be talking about this more? I would love, by a show of hands in this audience, how many of you knew about these ongoing threats to Iran a year ago? A year ago. Nobody. This is an educated audience. These threats were out there a year ago. And if we had been talking about them and the press had been covering them, would Salman Rushdie be in the hospital or under care today? And I think that the question for you, Mitch, because you're so experienced in this intel world, is first, two parts. Have we ever seen anything like this from a hostile foreign government plotting the systematic killing and kidnapping and torture of Americans on a large-scale basis in the first instance? And then second, should we talk about this more? Because if we did, maybe we would have prevented Salman Rushdie from losing his eye.
Great. Mark, thanks so much for having me here today. You know, I think it's a difficult balance that law enforcement and government have to face when they're dealing with a threat, some type of terrorist intelligence threat. You know, oftentimes as the plot is developing, if you're tracking it, you want to keep, you know, those who know about it to a small circle. And ultimately, you know, when you disrupt the plot, you want to make sure you can follow all the strands of it. Try and understand who was behind it, who financed it, who provided the logistics. Are there any loose ends out there that you may not have scooped up? Because the last thing you want to do is only partially disrupt the plot that can then, you know, ultimately blow up in your face, literally. But there is a point where arrests are made, where criminal complaints are filed, where people are arraigned. And when you get to that point, it very much is the moment where that should be brought out into the public domain. We heard a little bit earlier from Lisa Monaco, you know, about the 2011 plot against a Saudi ambassador in a Washington, D.C. restaurant. And, you know, Lisa made the point that, you know, that was unacceptable. Well, you know, was it? You know, sure, there was an arrest made, but, you know, what was the price that Iran paid for that plot being connected back to Iran itself? And the administration at the time was clear in making that public, which in other cases necessarily hadn't been the case. So credit for making it public, credit for pointing to position and saying, hey, the return address is Tehran. But again, what was the consequence? And again, from the previous discussion, you can draw a straight line from 2011 in Washington in the restaurant plot to, you know, where we are today and the abduction and assassination plots. Of course, you can draw the straight line. The straight line is why would Iran possibly be deterred from trying to attempt additional assassination attempts, additional abduction attempts? And that's really what we're talking about. In the 40 years plus that Iran, this regime has been in place, whether it's Western Europe, Latin America, you know, we've seen 3 or 4 different types of plots. There's assassinations, there are abductions, and there are bombings. And who are the targets? Generally, the targets, number one, it's dissidents, Iranian dissidents. We saw that here in New York and Brooklyn. Number two, Jews and Israelis, and the regime doesn't make a distinction between the two. And number three, diplomats. And, you know, you can see all of those different types of groups of individuals in the last couple of years of plotting, you know, fit the bill. Mike Pompeo, John Bolton, so on and so forth. So yeah, I do think, Mark, that these things should be made public and they should get more attention. There is a point at which you have to wait until you can do that and, you know, put people on alert that, yeah, there is this threat inside the United States that we never saw with the Soviet Union, we never saw with any other adversary that the United States has faced. And this is new. And I think people are having a hard time imagining that countries can be this brazen and there hasn't been some type of counteraction to it. Because what has been the counteraction to these threats in the last couple of years? Not much.
Nathan, I want to come back to you and then get to Hiva, because Hiva has some personal experiences with this. But Nathan, when you, in your role of counterterrorism in the State Department, last time I checked, we had terrorist groups, terrorists themselves, and state sponsors of terrorism. That's not what we have here. We have a state terrorist actor. And we had, we were in the waiting room, and I haven't seen it, but apparently Raisi held up a picture of Qasem Soleimani at the UN to say that the United States killed him, and that effectively the implication has to have been that they are seeking revenge for that. This is a new beast that we're dealing with here. This is a state terror actor directed by the Ayatollah, and with Raisi justifying those actions. And we just granted him a visa. He just spoke at the UN, and he's staying at a hotel in New York while he's plotting to kill Americans, and he's brutalizing women in the streets of Tehran. Can you speak to the uncharted waters that we're in here and how we should deal with that? Because this was Nathan's role at the State Department, and I am pretty confident he'll tell you that we never had anything precisely like that in the old days.
I think that's right, Mark. Iran really is sui generis when it comes to terrorism. It doesn't just support terrorism, it undertakes terrorism as a basic tool of statecraft. Whether it's MOIS operatives plotting assassinations in Europe, or IRGC operatives plotting to kill American soldiers through proxies in Syria or Iraq, or whether it's Hezbollah or various other proxies killing hundreds of Jews in Buenos Aires at a bombing of the AMIA Cultural Center. This is integral to what the Iranian regime is, and it has been from the very beginning. Iran's revolutionary regime burst onto the international scene in 1979 by what? By holding American diplomats hostage for 400 plus days. This goes back to the very, very roots of the regime. So what should the policy response be? It's not simply enough to issue strongly worded statements threatening some kind of unspecified American response in the event that Iran is actually successful at carrying out a terrorist operation. The costs need to be imposed now. And at a minimum, we need to do no harm. What that means is the sanctions framework that is in place to address Iran-backed terrorism and Iran-initiated terrorism needs to remain in place. The purpose of terrorism sanctions, or indeed any sanctions, whether it's human rights sanctions or other sanctions frameworks, the purpose of these frameworks is to change behavior. Iran's behavior is not changing, except insofar as it is getting worse and more brazen, more willing to assume risks of operating in presumably difficult environments, such as the United States. One of the proudest days of my time at the State Department was the day that we put the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps on the list of foreign terrorist organizations. It was the first time, I'll accept your applause on behalf of a lot of people who worked on that. It was the first time the United States had ever designated a state actor for engaging in terrorism. And I think for Iran, it was an honor that was richly deserved. The Biden administration, to its credit, has made the right signals about keeping the FTO designation in place, but I think that's not enough. It's not just enough to leave the sanctions on the books. They have to be vigorously enforced. And what that means is we have to continue to enforce prohibitions on IRGC members or supporters entering the United States. I was horrified to see that at least one, and probably more, of Raisi's delegation here in New York right now are IRGC members. It is illegal for them to enter the United States. If they enter the United States, it is only because the administration decided to issue a waiver upon a finding that their presence in the United States would serve the national security or foreign policy interests of the United States. The head spins. Keep those sanctions in place and enforce them vigorously, and hold businesses' feet to the fire. Any legitimate international business that wants to transact with the IRGC is exposing itself to significant sanctions risk. That risk is the point of the FTO sanction. Make the IRGC radioactive, make it more difficult for legitimate businesses to enrich them. So keep the sanctions on the books, great. Now enforce them.
Bravo. Well said. Eva, I want to turn to you because it was in an earlier discussion we talked about the threats to the diaspora, Americans. The diaspora that's in the United States, you're an American. Other people with names like Masih al-Nejad, because they may not sound American to the American press, they're Americans. So I don't really distinguish, but the Iranian threat has been particularly vigorous on diaspora members because the Iranian diaspora is rich, diverse, active, brilliant, smart, affluent, successful. But they've been infiltrated, and the fissures within that diaspora have been exploited. You yourself, and I'm going to violate the appropriate admonitions that Mitch gave. You yourself were targeted in a cyber manner by some of the Iranian hacking community and social media folks that would constantly tag you and ask if you felt responsible for
killing of Qasem Soleimani.
Right.
Many activists on social media platform are being specifically very targeted, being sent private messages from across different platforms. You can see that Iran invests highly in this sort of threat and intimidation tactic of any voice of dissent. And if I can speak on behalf of Iranian people, there is no change of behavior anymore. There is change of regime for Iran. There is no behavior change after 42 years. And the reason that we see this threat have increased and they have gone beyond the abuse and the harassment has gone beyond the Iranian people to outside, to people in the United States, to Americans and to dissidents and American diplomats, is because the Iranian regime is hanging by a thread. And it knows that. And there is a huge generation gap between the regime and the population inside Iran. The population inside Iran is the millennials and the Generation Z, who has no connection with the Islamic ideology that the regime tries to enforce inside. And obviously, we all know that it has aspiration of extending that to outside of its region. And there is no longer that, there's no resonance with their messaging inside of Iran. So they're desperate, and they have taken up and increased their intimidation tactics against the Iranians.
Well, the disconnect, the people that are pouring into the streets can no longer really be the children of the revolution.
No,
the children of the revolution have aged out, and now they're truly chafing at that. But that takes me to where I wanted to go with you, Mitch. We saw in the Rushdie attack something terrible, but also interesting. I don't want to say his name because I don't want to give him credit, but the bad man, the horrible man that did what he did was, I believe, 24 years old. He certainly wasn't around during the time of the Satanic Verses publication, and how many years ago now? 25 years ago, something like 30 years ago. He certainly wasn't around, and he had a social media account where he was an acolyte of the Ayatollah, and he had a fake driver's license, and I think, I might be getting this wrong, but it was Munir Nasrallah or something, reflecting Hassan Nasrallah and Imad Munir Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, Munir, a very formerly bad Hamas actor. Is this a lone wolf inspired by Iran, or is this Iran? But more importantly, I haven't heard a sentence officially from the administration putting Iran and that 24-year-old man in the same sentence, because he was either a lone wolf inspired by Iran or directed by Iran, but Iran. Can you speak to that? Because I think this is a new animal. Again, this isn't Al-Qaeda, a terrorist group inspiring a lone wolf. This is a state actor.
Yeah, I mean, it is, so far it seems like a new phenomena. I mean, as you alluded to with Al-Qaeda and ISIS, we got to a situation where there were individuals, who weren't directly connected to those organizations, who weren't acting in a command and control capability where someone commanded them and gave them an order to carry out an attack, but rather they were inspired by the ideology. It's almost like the Nike slogan, just do it. And, Al-Qaeda and ISIS would crowdsource, if you will, the terrorism. They would tell you who the targets are. They would give you the ideological backing why you should do it and suggestions as to the ways that you might go do it, but there was no actually operational control. That's what this looks a little bit like. There's some suspicious travel for this individual to Lebanon, and I think that could be an important piece of the puzzle where maybe he connected with Hezbollah-associated people, Iranian-associated people, maybe gave him a nudge, a push, and came back and mobilized to action. So I think it's something that needs to be further dug into, but it is potentially a new type of Iranian-inspired terrorism that we haven't seen before. And frankly, it's a lot more difficult for law enforcement and intelligence agencies because you don't have that connectivity back to Tehran, back to Beirut per se, to Hezbollah. If you've got someone who's just inspired to act and is not getting command and control, is not communicating back and forth, because we've seen that. Here in New York over the last 5 years, there have been 3 individuals arrested who were members of Unit 910. This is Hezbollah's external operations unit. We knew they traveled to Lebanon. They got specific training. They came back to Lebanon with thumb drives full of data, reconnaissance. This wasn't that. This seems to be a different, less connected phenomena, and potentially one that's more alarming.
I find it shocking because I haven't heard the administration. Look, there are only 2 options. It was either director or he was some sort of inspired actor. But when you look at the reaction to the Rushdie attack, because Rushdie he was an incredible writer, free speech advocate, a truly remarkable fellow, I was surprised at the lack of attention that horrible attack received. And I find it truly hard to believe that a 24-year-old son of immigrants to the United States would hold a grudge on the satanic verses and do that on his own volition. So it's very puzzling to me. Hugo, let me bring it back to you. You run the Pagan Art Car, which has been an incredible success about creating a unifying voice in the diaspora. One of the challenges in the diaspora is that the Iranian diaspora is both fractured because it's so diverse. A variety of minority groups, a variety of approaches, and sometimes they don't always get along. And the regime has been able to exploit the fissures of differences between those groups. In the Pagan Art Car, where you took a historic Pagan automobile and had a LGBTQ Iranian artist paint this car with homoerotic images of the Shahnameh, it became an international phenomenon. But what it did, and we all enjoy this, but what it did was unify people around an issue. Can you talk about how it unified the LGBTQ community and some of the comments that you heard about how it unified that, and how maybe it's issues like bad hijab that will unify opposition rather than the diverse Iranian opposition?
Many of you might not know this, that same-sex relation in Iran is punishable by death under the Islamic Penal Code. And Iranian regime is one of the only countries that still enforces this death punishment. You heard the name Navid Afkari and so many others in Iran. And unfortunately, due to lack of information, lack of education, there is a sense of queer phobia inside the Iranian society as well. So the LGBT community is one of the most oppressed groups, minority groups inside of Iran, and faces from both society threats and also the regime, which has led to honor killing from the families, beheading Ali Reza Monfared, which was another queer individual inside Iran that the car also depicts his story on there as well. Iranian regime now has used this narrative of LGBT in order to tap in this queer phobia inside the society in order to gain support for its killing of the individual. The LGBT issue is not talked about inside of Iran. That is why we decided to support this cause and choose that as one of the first causes to speak about. And I was absolutely surprised by how much this was in need for the LGBT inside Iran and outside of Iran. It was truly a unifying factor. We have been contacted from inside, and we have been contacted from individuals outside of Iran to sort of come and surround this cause and help us. And one of the things we realized is that how much overlap there is between the LGBT issue and women's rights issue, and how these two groups, and one of the things we're doing at PACON ARCOR is that it's time maybe we don't, in the diaspora, focus so much on the what political background or political agenda they might have, the different diaspora group. That hasn't worked for 40-some years. We're still here talking about the Iranian regime. The diaspora hasn't been able to sort of gather because of the culture and the historical backgrounds and the sort of different way of thinking. But it seems that the issue of women's rights and LGBT rights, the strong overlap between the two, because they're both fighting for gender equality inside of Iran, can be a very unifying factor in the diaspora. And that is one of the things we are trying to achieve with PACON ARCOR, is that the next card, which is very dear to my heart as well, is that it's going to focus on women's rights and the issue of hijab, because the issue of hijab, it is so much more than cover. It threatens this regime and the core, at its core. And we will have a woman artist painting this card with, which I won't explain the rest of it. Yeah, yes, so that it's time that maybe even for U.S. policymakers to support the Iranian diaspora for this cause, rather than supporting any particular group. As you said, Nathan, condemning is no longer enough, and you cannot separate the issue of human rights with the issue of nuclear issue. We cannot give our condemnation just by words. And then, President Macron was just photographed shaking the hands of Raisi, but at the same time, condemning the action of what happened to Mahsa. And needless to say that just a month ago, a French citizen was taken and detained inside of Iran, obviously for the factor of using him as a tool for hostage exchange. And so while the French president comes and shakes the hands of a murderer, we are normalizing this behavior of the Iranian regime. We're emboldening them to continue. And I believe that if we can come together over the cause of human rights, the Iranian diaspora at the very least, it would have a much more stronger voice. And that's what we try to do at PACON ARCOR.
We have enormous respect for President Macron, but that was a
Absolutely,
mistake.
yes.
I don't understand how he could be smiling and shaking hands. Regrettably, images are everything. Nathan, I'm going to nominate you and confirm you in one sentence. In your old job, you're going to run public diplomacy, and you're in charge of the American response to the uprisings in Iran. How do we not screw it up like we did in 2009? What do we do?
We support the Iranian people, full stop.
How do we do it? Tell me what your ideas are.
Yeah, so information is key, and the regime gets this, which is why they're trying to cut off access to the internet. The Western private sector has innovated in ways that make it much, much more difficult for authoritarians, whether you're talking about China or Russia, or in this case in Iran, to cordon off their people from the free flow of information. So the United States should be doing everything in our power to encourage people like Elon Musk with Starlink to beam internet connectivity into Iran, if we need to issue licenses from the Treasury Department to allow this to happen, notwithstanding sanctions on the Iranian regime, make it happen tomorrow. But ultimately, there's no substitute for a clear moral vision from the president, from the Secretary of State, and from Western leaders that need to be speaking in front of the cameras now, saying the names of the women who are being brutalized as we speak, saying the names of the protesters who have the right to be heard, calling on the regime to respect the rights of the Iranian people. Because the United States, I used to say this all the time when I was government, and it mattered then, but it also matters when private citizens like us say it. We are friends with the Iranian people. The first victims of this regime are the Iranian people themselves. And the United States, through policy, through business, through people-to-people contacts, we need to do everything we can to support them. We need to take their side, not the regime's side.
I want to add something to that, is that, Iranian people understand that the United States is their friends. The lack of information allows the narrative, understanding the narrative the Iranian regime is using, understanding that they are, right now, even with the issue of LGBT, they're saying that homosexuality is the corruption of the West. Khamenei was just saying that it's a sign of West moral deprivation. But if there is no communication, there is no information being sent out, and we don't speak up about that we are supporting, we just allow the Iranian regime to continue with this narrative of demonizing the West. And we just basically confirm that. If we don't support what the Iranian people are standing for, we just allow the Iranian regime to continue with narrative, and that's very important.
Mitch, I want to come to you with a question, so I got to get the last question to you too.
I was just going to say that, in the same way that the Iranians don't view the brazenness of their attacks against United States citizens interfering with the JCPOA negotiations, the United States in this case shouldn't let the JCPOA negotiations interfere with our effort to support the Iranian people. And I could see that being the counter argument. Oh, well, we don't want to disrupt these sensitive negotiations by helping the Iranian people. But that's exactly the wrong play. We need to increase the pressure. We need to squeeze harder. And now's the moment to lean in and help the Iranian people, as those negotiations go on, whatever their result may be.
I agree. Last question, Mitch, and we could have this panel. You can see I could talk to my friends here all day, and that's selfish of me. But Mitch, if Al-Qaeda were planning an attack to kidnap or kill Americans, and the attack was a mass casualty attack, like blowing up a restaurant in Washington, or somebody with an AK-47 in dense Brooklyn spraying somebody with an AK, or doing other acts to kill a mass casualty, we would have had the war on terror. We would have had code reds and yellows, and we would have had all these things, and you were at the center of all this. What's the disconnect? Tell me why we don't have that sense as a country, as a people, as a body politic, as a polity, as a press, of what these attacks, these threatened attacks are in the United States. How do we show that they're the same thing, if not worse, because they're sponsored not by a terror group, but by a state terrorist actor?
Sure. And Mark, it alludes to something you said earlier. We shouldn't have to wait until the attack is successful. But unfortunately, and sometimes it takes blood on the street for Americans, for policymakers to react. And until that threshold is crossed, it's just a theoretical threat. So I think that's number one. And then I think number two, the return address is complex. When we're fighting Al-Qaeda, when we're fighting ISIS, we sort of knew, where the return address was when a plot launched, projected from Raqqa, projected from, somewhere in Afghanistan. Here, the return address is an inconvenient fact that it's Tehran. So, I think at some level, policymakers fear that there's a limit to how they can respond to it, using some of the different tools that the U.S. might have used, more connected tools in the war on terror.
We would have never been prevented from talking about that with Al-Qaeda. And, we would have never had the case, but somehow we treat Iran differently because the apologists that want to compartmentalize, Nathan, that we can somehow do a deal with them in Vienna. It's okay. We need to tamp this down a bit to do that. Nathan, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, really small point. Mark, it's a great question, and it's not a hypothetical question. We actually faced exactly this scenario in the early 1990s, and there's a playbook for how you respond. In the early 1990s, Saddam Hussein's intelligence services in Iraq attempted to assassinate former President George H.W. Bush. What did President Clinton do? He didn't issue a statement. He sent cruise missiles into Baghdad. How many more times do you think Saddam Hussein tried to assassinate George H.W. Bush? He got the message. Deterrence was established. That is the playbook we need to be following here. I'm not necessarily saying the United States needs to launch cruise missiles into Tehran, but what we do need to do is use all instruments of national power, diplomatic, economic, etc., to establish deterrence. Press releases are not going to do it.
Bravo.
And to your point, Mark, that was an unsuccessful attack that triggered that American response.
Unsuccessful attack. And
Yeah.
look, I've never in my 20 years of being involved in stuff like this, never advocated for a military response because we want to be judicious. But we need more cruise missiles and less statements to prevent this kind of behavior. And don't make that statement lightly. I make that statement seriously. I want to thank this group, but I want to give you an assignment. You all, anybody that's listening to this, do me please a favor. I don't want another Salman Rushdie. I feel in part that we didn't do a good enough job collectively. All of the activists, the people that are interested in this, you need to do everything you can to vocalize what's happening on American soil by Iranians that are seeking to attack us. You need to do everything you can, social media-wise and otherwise, to support what's happening in the Iranian streets. This is a call to action to all of you, which I would not normally do, but I beg you, I implore you, no more Salman Rushdies, and let's stand with the women of Tehran. Thank you very much. Thank you all. We could talk for hours, right? It's like, it's a great group. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, wait, where is that? Wait.
Larger and larger parts of the economy are now controlled by Iran's illusionary.
At United Against Nuclear Iran, we design programs to ensure Iran's economic and diplomatic isolation until it abandons its pursuit of nuclear weapons, support for terrorism, regional destabilization, and human rights violations. Our advocacy efforts have had clear results, depriving revenue to the Iranian regime and influencing policy. One of our key focus areas is our work to disrupt Iran's attempts to generate profits from oil sales through its shipping industry and impede the regime's efforts to circumvent oil and gas sanctions. The results? UANI has successfully stifled Iran's efforts to illicitly deliver oil and gas products, effectively serving as the unofficial watchdog of U.S. sanctions. For instance, following UANI's intervention, 21 oil tankers that were used to transport Iranian oil were decommissioned after losing classification, insurance, or having a flag change. This deprived the Iranian regime of more than $1 billion in oil revenues. UANI also deters companies from doing business with the Iranian regime. We systematically counsel, caution, and compel existing and would-be commercial partners, highlighting the myriad legal, financial, and reputational risks of doing business with Iran. For example, UANI infiltrated the 2022 Iranian oil show in Tehran, uncovering the participation of international companies in the heavily sanctioned Iranian oil and gas sector, some of which manufacture equipment and materials used for military as well as civilian purposes. These companies are at risk of violating not only U.S. secondary sanctions against foreign business entities doing business with Iran, but are also recklessly endangering their reputation, their commercial viability, and their employees' livelihoods. UANI also advocates for human rights, holding the Iranian regime responsible for violations and raising awareness of abuses such as the taking of hostages. In January 2022, UANI senior advisor Barry Rosen, a survivor of the 1979 through 81 Iran hostage crisis, traveled to Vienna, where the Iran nuclear negotiations were taking place, and initiated a hunger strike, calling for the release of dual nationals and foreign citizens jailed in the Islamic Republic. After meeting with government delegations, including Austria, France, Germany, and the European Union, as well as multiple meetings with the U.S. government, Rosen ended his hunger strike on January 23rd after U.S. Special Envoy for Iran, Robert Malley, stated that the U.S. is unlikely to strike an agreement with Iran without the release of U.S. hostages. To educate the public on Iranian policy and politics, UANI engages in research, including public opinion polling, and publishes online resources and reports. Many of our members are thought leaders, sharing their in-depth knowledge and analysis with media from around the world. Our sincere hope is that one day Iran will abandon its nuclear ambitions, stop its support for terrorism, and respect the human rights of its citizens. Until then, UANI will continue to lead the fight to isolate the Iranian regime, both diplomatically and financially. With your support, UANI can continue our efforts to educate, advocate, and hold Iran accountable for its nuclear ambitions and brutality against its neighbors and citizens.
And ladies and gentlemen, now for a conversation on Iran.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I think I was on this morning, as some of you may remember, but I've been watching behind, and I think the program has really been high quality, very diverse, and just informative. So I'm very proud of the team at UANI that put it all together, and grateful for all the people who came. And now we have really a great American leader, Nikki Haley, former member of the House, former governor of South Carolina, and then ambassador to the United Nations. So please join me in welcoming Nikki Haley.
Thank you so much.
So it says a lot about her that I said, I'm curious, do you want me to address you as governor or ambassador? She said, just Nikki. Those are just...
Those were moments in time. It's just Nikki.
Yeah, I like it. So, of course, I said to her, call me Senator. No, I didn't say that. I said, call me Joe. That's my name. Anyway, Ambassador Haley really, throughout her life, no matter what the position she had, but particularly in the UN, has taken a very strong position on Iran. I must say also, it's relevant but not directly on topic. She's just been a passionate and effective supporter of the U.S.-Israel relationship and the security of the State of Israel, and I thank her for that as well. So let's start with a really general question, since this is United Against Nuclear Iran. Why have you focused on Iran? What draws you there?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank UANI and Ambassador Wallace and the team for really doing work that I think matters. And, it takes everything I have not to walk into the doors of the United Nations and just rattle that cage. I mean, it is just unthinkable, some of the things that we're watching happen. But if you look at Iran, I mean, it's pretty simple.
It's the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. That should tell you everything you need to know. The idea that, we're watching this administration fall all over themselves to get back into the Iran deal, the idea that the Europeans want to go and entertain this again, we need to be reminded of what this regime is and who they are. Look at the strikes that they've done on military bases trying to get U.S. soldiers. Look at the idea that they have spread terrorism around the world. Look at the idea that they say death to America, death to Israel every day. That's a regime that isn't looking to get into a deal. Look at the protests happening on the streets of Iran right now. That's not a legitimate regime that needs to be entertained. That's a regime that needs to be dealt with and held accountable for everything that they continue to do. They've never kept a promise. They've never kept a promise. They're not going to keep it now.
Well, I could not agree with you more. And I think, I found, Nikki, that when I started to get involved actively in foreign policy in the U.S. Senate, that a lot that I learned from my life, but also from politics in the state of Connecticut, really related. And what you just said reminded me of that, because there were certain people in Connecticut politics who I would be reluctant to work with because they had a reputation for not keeping their word. And the Iranians are just habitual, almost intentional, almost theologically justified liars. And how you can think you can make an agreement with them puzzles me.
Well, and think about what they say. Raisi gave the speech today, and he said the only reason that we build up, working on this nuclear program is, we do that in the name of peace. In the name of peace. They think if they say it that we'll believe it. The important thing is we need to make sure we don't believe it. We need to understand that that is part of what they do. I mean, keep in mind, they claim that they're great on human rights. Really?
Yeah.
I mean, they just killed a 22-year-old girl because she wasn't wearing her headdress the right way.
Right.
We need to see them for the thugs that they are.
Amen. Thank you. So, maybe it's a softball, as we used to say, but I wanted to ask you, give me your reaction to what you just talked about, Raisi at the United Nations.
First, I could go on and on about this. I have been red listed with the FBI as much as many people who served in the last administration. We've gotten the knock on the door, saying that, look, there's threats out against you. But let's take it a step further. This is a regime that has struck military bases trying to kill U.S. soldiers. But this is also a regime that did assassination attempts on Americans here in our country. Why did President Biden, why did the administration approve a visa for him to go give a world speech in New York City? It's unthinkable that we would have given him that visa.
So you probably dealt with this, but one of the conventional responses to that is, well, the United Nations happens to be here. The U.S. can't deny visas to national leaders coming into the country. What's your reaction to that?
I am all for America being a good host. I'm not all for America being a stupid host. There is not another country that would allow assassination attempts on their soil and still allow those leaders to come through. I mean, look at what happened in the United Nations with the Security Council a few years ago when Russia tried to poison, those in the UK. I mean, all the sanctions came down. Everybody got upset. Why should we be the ones that's so nice that we're like, yes, he tried to kill some Americans. Yes, he's got some red listed, but let's be nice hosts and give them the ability to give a speech. No, you have to change it when it gets to that. Look at what he did to Salman Rushdie. I mean, do we really want to wait until someone is killed before we say, oh, yes, maybe that's not a good idea that we do that?
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree with you more. There is some precedent here, too, that at one point, might have been under President Reagan, Yasser Arafat was denied. Now, of course, he wasn't the head of state, but he was denied a visa to come into the UN because the PLO had clearly at that point been involved in some kind of terrorist attack that had killed Americans. And that is comparable. And of course, I was busy here, so I didn't see the speech, but he used it as a platform for deceit. I mean, the outrage in our country to hold up a picture of Soleimani, who was responsible for killing really hundreds of Americans, particularly in Iraq during the war when they were training. Soleimani was in charge of the program, training Iraqi Shias to go back and blow up Americans, and sadly, they did on many occasions. So I couldn't agree with you more on that. So give me your, I can guess, but maybe it just makes me feel good to hear it. Tell me how you're feeling about the negotiations in Vienna for another Iran nuclear deal, or going back into the so-called JCPOA of 2015.
Well, I think it warrants knowing kind of the history. You know, if you look at when the Obama administration, I think they were well-intentioned, that they wanted to try and figure out what to do with Iran. The problem is, all they were doing was kicking the can down the road. They were just trying to stall Iran. They weren't trying to stop Iran. So there's a difference there. So when they were trying to stall Iran, that didn't work. And so when we came in and President Trump was looking at the deal, because Obama didn't do it through Congress, Congress passed a bill that said every 90 days, a president would have to look at the deal and say, is it in our best national security interest to stay in that deal? I asked President Trump at the time, because we were wondering whether to stay in the deal or not. I said, will you let me go to the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna, let me ask them the questions about the deal, and let me come back and make the case for why you should get out of the deal. And I said, you know, and if it looks like it's on the up and up, I'll tell you that too. So he let me go to Vienna. I went to Vienna and I asked the IAEA, I said, we know a lot of the research is happening in the universities. How often do you inspect the universities? They said, we don't inspect the universities. I said, okay, well, we know the production is happening in military installations. So how often are you inspecting the military installations? They said, we're not allowed to check any military installations. So I said, okay, what is it exactly that you inspect? They said, if we get a tip that there's some activity, then we give them 90 days, and then we go and we inspect. Now, you know they can clear out a warehouse in 90 days with no problem. That's when I came back and I told President Trump, I said, we have to get out of the Iran deal. They were already violating multiple UN resolutions. So we got out of the Iran deal. The key now to understand is we should not even be entertaining getting into an Iran deal if Israel and the Arab countries aren't at the table. It's their neighborhood.
Ew.
It's their neighborhood.
Right. So, I mean, good for you. There is such an unfairness and frankly, a foolishness or a mistake, let me put it that way, of American foreign policy, that the people most affected by Iran are the ones we seem to have consulted least. We're at the table in Vienna with our European allies, but also with Russia and China, who are not our friends, don't wish us well, and yet the Arabs and the Israelis are kept out. I just was part of a UANI delegation that visited Saudi Arabia, and one of the Saudi leaders, it's a little bit like what we're all thinking, but I thought he put it very well. He said, for a long time, the U.S. had a real dilemma in its foreign policy toward the Middle East, because you had two groups of friends who were enemies with each other, namely the Arab world and Israel. Mm-hmm. But now you have big parts of the Arab world and Israel collaborating with each other, in some ways because of our shared fear and concern about Iran, and you, U.S., seem to be coming in on the side of Iran and not talking to us about what's going on
And
there.
none of them understand why we're doing this. None of them understand why we're trying so hard to get back into the deal. You know, Saudi Arabia deals with the Houthis all the time in Yemen, and they know that Iran's fueling them. They know that Iran's fueling Hezbollah in Lebanon. They know that Iran's fueling, Hamas in Gaza. Why are we turning a blind eye to what's happening? And the Arab countries know that Iran can't be trusted.
Right.
So if they're telling us not to do it, if Israel, who deals with that threat every day, is telling us not to do it, why is the U.S. trying so hard to get into a deal when Iran won't keep their promises? It really is something that's naive and it's dangerous.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, to me, there's no rational answer for it. I mean, people give answers about why the Biden administration is so committed to trying to get back into the JCPOA. And part of it is that it's sort of a holdover from the Obama administration, in which the agreement was seen to be a really major accomplishment. But it didn't work. And the Iranians, as you found out, weren't keeping their word, weren't allowing the inspections. Incidentally, the role that you played is really a historic accomplishment in helping to bring back a report to President Trump that encouraged him to withdraw from the agreement.
Well, and I think look at now what Iran's demands are to get back into the deal.
Go ahead.
So now they're basically saying, we'll get back in the deal on two conditions. One, if you promise that no matter who's president, you stay in the deal, America never gets out of the deal. And two, you drop the investigations that the IAEA are doing where they found that they were guilty for violating it. I mean, that tells us so much.
True.
And so we need to start really looking at the fact that they really don't want a deal. They want the plane loads of money so that they can go on and continue their terrorist activity. So we have to start looking at them in a much different way than we've looked at them before. This is not a situation of, okay, maybe they'll be good this time. This is a situation that they want to be paid off. So are you going to agree to pay them off?
Right.
Or, when they're going to continue to hide their plans? Or are you going to be smart and say, we're not going to put up with it anymore?
So that's it. Hopefully we'll be smart. If we pay them off again, they'll do exactly what they did last time, which is not to use the billions of dollars they received to meet the needs of their people, but to first put money into their own pockets, because they're a very corrupt regime in Tehran, but then to support terrorism and aggression throughout the Middle East, and to invest money in developing their own missile program and nuclear weapons, which, of course, threaten all of our allies in the Middle East and us as well. The people who disagree with what you and I are saying now about these negotiations say, there's only two choices here with Iran. It's either to negotiate with them or to have a war. So you want to have a war? So that's why we negotiate. How do you respond to that?
That's a false premise. That's what they say when they're being lazy. The real answer is that we have to go and nip it in the bud. And the way you do that is all the money going to Iran is not going to feed their people. It's going to feed their nuclear program. It's going to do bad terrorist activity. So you sanction them, you isolate them, and you do it in such a way that the people of Iran win by getting rid of the regime, but also the fact that the regime can't do any of the bad things they want to do. This is about money at the end of the day. They want money. It would be foolish of us to give it. And then for them to say, or there will be war, right now all you got to do is look, they're supplying drones to Russia to go and do, bad things to Ukraine. They have one intention, and that is to, continue to beat the West, defeat all the good democracies out there, and continue to try and get their ideology out there. We need to be smart. We can't be intimidated.
So, here. I give you a hypothetical. if you could have some time with President Biden or Secretary Blinken to give them counsel on how you think they should treat Iran, what our policy should be toward Iran, what would you say to them?
I would say that you're here at the United Nations this week. What I think you should do is get into a room with the Arab countries, get into the room with Israel, and say, okay, let's come together. What do we need to do to hold Iran accountable? Because the Arab countries and Israel can tell them everything they need to know. Instead of Biden and the Europeans leading the charge, let Iran's neighbors lead the charge on what needs to happen. Once they start to do that, not only will they get good policies and good actions in place, but the accountability will come from Iran's neighbors. We won't have to police it, they'll police it. And that's when we'll get progress.
So, here. For a lot of years that I was in the Senate working on this, on the Iran file, so to speak, the work on it was totally bipartisan. And that was great. That was the way it should be. Unfortunately, the JCPOA of 2015 was a break point, and it had been building, but it became extremely partisan on an issue that really shouldn't be. You could have, this reminds me of the great quote of the Republican senator of the Foreign Relations Committee after the war, Vandenberg of Michigan, who worked very closely with President Truman on the post-war foreign policy. Incidentally, I read this in history. I was not there then. I just want to make that clear. But he famously said, partisanship and politics should end at the nation's shore. And then he went on to say, although most people don't quote this, that of course there would be differences of opinion on foreign policy, but they should never be partisan. Because that would hurt our allies and encourage our enemies. And I think, unfortunately, that's what's happened in the years after the JCPOA of 2015 as part of a general partisanship in our country, our politics. So here's my question. I see some little glimmerings of hope. You're a foreign policy leader in the Republican Party. And you've worked across party lines. Do you see hope that we can get back to a bipartisan foreign policy on Iran in the years ahead?
We have to. We have to. This is worth putting in the time and effort to remember that the number one issue is not about whether a Republican or a Democrat says something. It's about what are we doing to keep Americans safe? What are we doing to keep Americans from being taken hostage? What are we doing from having Americans being assassinated on U.S. soil? What are we doing to make sure that we are reducing the amount of terrorism? That is not partisan. It should not be partisan. The problem is you've got a few people whose egos are all built into this Iran deal. And what we need them to do is step away from it and say, what's in the best interest of the country? What's in the best interest of our allies? It doesn't matter. We know that you tried to negotiate the deal. We appreciate that you tried to negotiate the deal. But real leadership is when a deal doesn't work, having the courage to say it didn't work and take a different path. So I think that right now you have a lot of Democrats who really do see the dangers of getting back into the Iran deal. You've got a lot of Republicans who see the dangers of getting into the Iran deal. But if the administration would admit that this is dangerous, everybody would go along with it. And so I think that's why it's so important when we count on the Biden administration to step up. But, you know, when I was looking at the speech today, I saw John Kerry out there, and, you know, this was his baby. Yeah. And I think that, you know, I appreciate that, but him sitting on the National Security Council actually hurts us because I think he just wants to see this continue. And someone has to have the courage to say it didn't work.
It didn't work, yeah. And our allies, again, as you've said, in the Middle East, Arab and Israeli, know that it didn't work. So I know you know that after the 2015 agreement that Congress, in some ways, I guess to maybe almost for those who didn't vote, who didn't vote against the deal, almost an act of penitence. I may be thinking in these terms because we're approaching the high holidays when we repent for all our transgressions. But they passed something called INARA, which is a law that requires the president to bring any agreement, a new agreement with Iran, to Congress. Ultimately, ultimately it looks to me like the House might reject an agreement because they've had a good bipartisan group there against it. A lot of Democrats, more than I would have guessed, fortunately. Senate maybe too, but it would take enough Democrats to get to the 60 votes, and then the president can veto it, which I presume he will, a resolution of rejection. Pretty hard to imagine they could get 2/3, but at least it would, in our opinion at UANI, educate people to how much disagreement there is about it. So I guess my question is, if the worst happens and there is an agreement with Iran, and it's a bad one, do you think it'll survive?
I mean, I hope not. I hope that this doesn't have to go back to what we saw in the Obama administration, where Congress is trying to, find ways to go around it to see if we can do that. If it does survive, it'll die in 2024. Because, and that's what Iran knows is going to happen. They know when the next president comes in that they're not going to stay in the deal, and that's why Iran's trying to get the flood of cash now, knowing that it's going to end, but that's really what they're trying to do. And so we need to see that for what it is. And I think, also just reminding everyone at what Iran continues to do and say. All you had to do was watch his speech today to know that that's an issue. All you got to do is talk to hostages' families to know. All you have to do is see the assassination. There's so many things that it makes you wonder, why would you want to do a deal? And, oh, by the way, the U.S. isn't allowed in the room to negotiate the deal, so our key negotiator of all countries is Russia. Yeah. So we're allowing on one enemy to negotiate with another enemy for us. Yeah. It's lunacy.
It's lunacy, I agree. It's Orwellian. It's hard to imagine. It almost seems like fiction, and it's so contrary to the interests of our country. I appreciate what you said about 2024, because I have assumed, I'm not going to ask you, because this is not a political setting, whether you're going to be running for president in 2024. I'm going to ask a more general question. I assume that just about every Republican candidate for president in 2024 will come out, if there is a new agreement, come out for withdrawing from that agreement if elected president.
I think if Biden ends up signing this Iran deal, if there's anything I know, the next president will rip that deal up on her very first day.
Okay. Well, that actually gives us some comfort in a way. It won't be long lasting. And if that happens, if that happens in the campaign, that the Republican candidates take that position, it may encourage some courageous Democrat to take the same position against the agreement. It's less likely to happen.
And all seriousness aside, it's that flood of cash we can't have going. I mean, that's the dangerous part. It's not a piece of paper. It's the amount of cash that would flow into Iran that would put so many people in so many countries in danger.
Yeah, I agree, and we're not speculating. We're not being paranoid or just full of anxieties, because that's exactly what the Iranian government did with the billions they got from the first agreement. And we're getting close to the end of the time. It's a big question, but answer it as you want. As we look at the challenges to the U.S. in a very unstable time in the world, Russia and China are obviously, in different ways, major challengers. So how do you relate their challenges to what Iran represents as a threat to us?
Well, we need to look at what's happening, because Russia and China are coming together. They have named each other as ultimate partners, which you know that when a dictator says that, you need to believe them. But they have made Iran their junior partner. So
Now you have to look at not just Iran as being this bad actor over here, but Iran actually being tied to Russia and China, and that their number one goal is not liking each other, but is trying to destroy the West.
Right.
And, you know, if there's anything we've learned is when a dictator says they're going to do something, we need to believe them. Putin said he was going to take Ukraine, he did it. China said they were going to take Hong Kong, they did it. Putin said Poland and the Baltics will be next, we need to believe them. China says Taiwan is next, that's going to happen. Iran's going to be in the mix of all of that.
Correct.
And that's one more reason that we have to make sure that if this is what their agenda is, we need to isolate them in a way and get not just us, but our allies very strong to be prepared for whatever is coming next.
Amen. Well said. Go ahead. Thanks. I would applaud if I didn't have a microphone in my hand. So just take a moment. First off, let me say we're at UANI, we're really honored that you joined our advisory board. You really add a lot to us. We're grateful for that, really. So take a moment to tell the folks what else you're doing since you left the UN.
Well, you know, I started an organization called Stand for America, and the goal was how do we get people to care? You know, so we put out emails every day that talk about domestic policy, foreign policy, and just remind people what's working and what's not working. And so we've done that. I'm obviously focused on a lot of races going into November, not because of the R and the D, but because of the policy. It's always been policy at the end of the day. We've got to look at where foreign policy is. We've got to look at what inflation's doing. We've got to look at what's happening with education. We've got to look at crime and the border. I mean, Iran knows the easiest way for terrorists to come in is through the southern border. So, you know, this is a time where we're really focused on trying to get normal people elected. And so, you know, we'll do that through November. But we'll always be, I will always speak up on policy. I will always speak up on whatever keeps America strong. We have to. You know, the United Nations is having their high-level week. This isn't about 1 week a year. This is about really where we go in the world and how we're strong and safe and can continue to prosper in a good way. And right now it's troubling, but it doesn't have to stay that way.
Amen. Look, your voice is really important, and of course, behind the voice is a heart and a head that are right. So it's great to have you here. You're young. You got a lot of years ahead of you, and if things go well for you, it'll be good for America. So I wish you the best.
Thank you. And again, I want to thank UANI, and any chance I get to have a conversation with Senator Lieberman, I always jump because you are such a voice that matters in so many ways, and you've done it in a way that's so respectful, and we're very, very grateful to you. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Be well. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Well, I have the, as they used to say in Congress, the high honor and great personal pleasure to go from what I thought was a wonderful conversation with the previous American ambassador to the United Nations to having the honor of introducing the current Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Gilad Erdan. I'm going to be brief because really we all want to hear him. I've gotten to know Ambassador Erdan. I knew him a little bit before he came here, and I've gotten to know him a lot since he's been here. I think he's really a great representative for Israel, a great ally of the United States, and a great advocate for a new and better Middle East. He was a member of the Knesset from 2003 to 2020. To me, he looks quite young. I would guess 2003 was shortly after his bar mitzvah that he was elected to the Knesset, but maybe he's a little older. He's held a series of ministerial roles before becoming ambassador to the UN, including as Israel's Minister of Environmental Protection, Minister of Communications, Minister of Interior, Minister of Public Security, and Minister of Strategic Affairs and Public Diplomacy. I think at some time, and I'm not here for political reasons or to endorse anybody, these seem like credentials that would really prepare him to be, shall I say, diplomatically, a national leader within Israel with all that background. A lot of you have been here today, so you haven't followed what's happened at the United Nations, but when Raisi of Iran got up to speak, unfortunately, our representative stayed in the chamber. I think the UK's did. Ambassador Erdan stood and walked out, but he had in his hand, which he, and maybe he'll talk about this, a framed picture which he sort of pushed forward almost into the face, not actually, but toward the face of Raisi. And it was a picture of his grandmothers, who were both survivors of Auschwitz during the war. So this is a strong leader for now, and I hope for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really proud to introduce to you Ambassador Gilad Erdan.
Thank you, Senator Lieberman, for this warm introduction. He said everything. I'm left without a speech. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a serious matter. Just this morning, Iran's president, Ibrahim Raisi, the butcher of Tehran, spoke in the United Nations General Assembly to a room full of diplomats and dignitaries. Raisi, a man that murders and oppressed his own citizens, the president of the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, a man who publicly denies the Holocaust, one who continues to advance his country's military nuclear program while threatening Israel with annihilation. This was the man given the podium on the global stage. This is yet another moral stain on this already morally corrupt institution. Thank you. While the UN fails to understand the damage done to its legitimacy by hosting a terrorist, the citizens of New York and Iran know better. Protesters are lining the streets demanding that the one responsible for the murder of so many thousands not be given a platform to spread his poison. This is why your presence here today, but more importantly, your action couldn't be more crucial. If the only international body dedicated to preventing a dark future hosts those committed to bringing it, then it is up to us, all of us, to take action. Don't leave it to the UN. Don't leave it to the UN. So, first I would like to thank UANI and my dear friend Senator Lieberman and Senator Wallace for making this important summit a reality. And thank you for all of the hard work that this organization does in order to ensure that a rogue state, a fanatic regime of global terror sponsors does not get its hands on nuclear weapons. This is a sacred task, and it gives me hope and inspiration to see your dedication to such a critical topic. So thank you all for being here today. Ambassador Haley, she's not here with us, but I would like to thank her. I would like to deeply, deeply thank her from the bottom of my heart for being the best friend that the state of Israel could ask for. Ambassador Haley never hesitated to stand up for the truth, and I couldn't be more grateful. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Friends, a nuclear Iran harms the region and the world, but for Israel, it poses an existential threat. Even Rafsanjani, Iran's most moderate leader, used to refer to Israel as a one-bomb state. Nevertheless, the international community remains adamant to revive a fundamentally flawed deal that doesn't solve even the one thing that it was meant to solve, preventing a nuclear Iran. The deal, as you all know, includes sunset clauses, which mean that after a certain number of years, the deal's restrictions expire. Back in 2015, when the deal was originally signed, it was clear to all that the restrictions would expire by around 2030, allowing Iran to become a nuclear threshold state. Yet the hope was that by then, Iran would change its ways, would become maybe more moderate and accepting. The past years have shown just how wrong they were. Iran has not become more moderate. It has become more extreme. And the radical forces are only getting stronger. What we have on the table today is not a new and improved deal. It's not longer and stronger as we were promised. It is the same fundamentally flawed deal. But at this point, the sand in the hourglass has almost disappeared. Today, these restrictions will expire within 2 to 7 years, and Iran will become a nuclear power in the blink of an eye. All this deal does is kick the can down the road, and it truly is a very, very short road. In fact, by 2025, the snapback mechanism may be the only tool that we have today to reimpose crippling sanctions on Iran disappears. Due to today's very polarized Security Council in the UN, renewing sanctions on Iran without the snapback mechanism in a post-snapback era wouldn't be hard. It would be impossible. I cannot stress this enough. Reviving the Iran deal would be a disaster for Israel, a disaster for the region, and a disaster for the whole world. Not only does the Iran deal fail to prevent the future threat of a nuclear Iran, it also fails to address the current threats that Iran poses. Namely, Iran's malign activities, and as you know, its ballistic missile program. Signing this deal will open the floodgates for an immediate influx of $100 billion to the Ayatollahs. This money won't go to providing the people of Isfahan with water. It won't improve daily life for Iranians. We all know where it will go.
to the same address that the dividends from sanctions relief went in 2015, to terror proxies in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen, and in Iraq. This isn't speculation. This is fact. But Iran doesn't only pose a threat to the region. The Iranian threat is not just a Middle Eastern threat. It's a global threat. Iran's terror footprint can be found on nearly every continent. Look at the recent cyber attacks carried out against Albania's security services and infrastructure. How about the extensive Iranian terror networks across Europe and South America? This is the regime that also attempted to murder Americans, including the former national security advisor here on American soil. But that's not all. As we speak, Iran is building and testing intercontinental ballistic missiles. I don't know. As I remember, Iran and Israel are on the same continent. So these missiles are built to travel up to 9,000 miles. These missiles are not being built to threaten Israel. They are being built to threaten you, here in America, everywhere. The Ayatollahs will stop at nothing to export their radical Shiite hegemony across the world. Friends, I didn't come here to only speak about doom, gloom, and imminent threats. I came here to also talk about the way forward. I came here to talk about the only way to prevent a nuclear Iran. The way forward is not a fundamentally flawed deal that will tie the hands of the international community. The way forward is to implement a formula comprised of, number one, diplomatic isolation, number two, crippling sanctions, and number three, a credible military threat. This is why Israel is calling on the deal signatories to trigger the snapback mechanism, which would reimpose all the international, not only the American, the international crippling sanctions. But friends, with a ruthless regime like Iran, sanctions are not enough, and you know it. This is a cruel regime that beats women to death for not wearing headscarves and then murders the protesters who come out to voice their anger against such brutality. This is a regime that would prefer to continue with their grave human rights violations and let their citizens suffer rather than give up their distorted and dangerous vision of exporting their Shiite revolution. And you don't need to take it from me. President Raisi said it himself. As we heard just this morning on the podium of the General Assembly, the Iranian president boldly stated that Iran has built relationships with other countries, some of America's greatest adversaries, and together they have neutralized the effect of sanctions. Listen to Raisi. Sanctions alone won't work. This is why the last element of the formula, a credible military threat, is so crucial. As President Roosevelt used to say, speak softly, but carry a big stick. The world has spoken softly with Iran for far too long. The time has come for the big stick. The Ayatollahs must be forced to choose between their dangerous nuclear program and their survival as a regime. Yet up until now, the international community has not been playing hardball. On the contrary, every time a red line has been drawn in the sand, the Iranians boldly cross it, and then it is moved. The international community continues to negotiate, while Iran continues galloping towards nuclear weapons. So before I conclude, I want to make one last thing, very, very clear. Si vis pacem parabellum. He who wants peace will prepare for war. Israel, dear friends, will not stand idly by as our safety and future is jeopardized. Israel will not be bound by any international deal that endangers our existence. We will not hesitate to defend ourselves, and all options are on the table. We will do what must be done. Iran will never have a bomb. Thank you. And now I promise to take some questions. So, who's the moderator?
Ambassador Erdogan.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your time today. A couple of questions have come in from Twitter for you today, if you don't mind. What are the implications of the expiration of the UN arms embargo on Iran and the missile restrictions?
Sorry? What?
What are the implications of the expiration of the UN arms embargo on Iran and the missile restrictions?
It already expired. As we know, we tried to stop it, but unfortunately, during the previous administration term, we see the collaboration between Iran and, as I mentioned, other adversaries of the United States. And I'm sure everyone here understands that bringing Iran back into the family of nations would allow it to bypass, to subvert the effect of these sanctions. And this is why I try to emphasize that sanctions alone won't do anything, without a credible military threat. And part of it is because the expiration of the arms embargo against Iran.
Thank you very much. Another question for you, sir. How can the U.S. and Europeans support Israelis and Arab partners more at the UN or to combat Iran's malign influence?
How they can, sorry?
How can they better support Israelis and Arab partners at the UN to combat Iran's malign influence?
First of all, I think that they can turn to the Secretariat and the Secretary General and not allow the murderer, the president of Iran, to speak and spread his anti-Semitism and hatred on the world stage. Other than that, as I said, we are trying to convince them to trigger the snapback mechanism. Today, I think this is the only mechanism that could be effective to reimpose all the international sanctions against Iran, because, as we know, it was polarized even before the war in Ukraine, but today the UN is more polarized, and I don't see any other path to, even if Iran continues to violate all of its international commitments, I don't see any path that would be effective in the Security Council to sanction Iran without a veto from one of the permanent members. So I think that they must trigger the snapback mechanism. They should isolate Iran diplomatically. If there is so much criticism, for example, against sometimes against Saudi Arabia in regards of human rights violations, I think that they should voice speak much more against Iran human rights violations, against Iran malign activities in our region, the fact that they support all their terrorist proxies. Still, the UN never passed a resolution to punish and to prevent a member state from transferring illegal weapons into the hands of, designated terrorists. So these are only a few examples, but the feeling is that nobody wants to, harm the chances of signing this terrible deal, and that's why it's very hard to hear anything about Iran happening in the UN other from Israel.
One more question for you, sir, from Twitter. How can the international community work to deny Iran voting rights at the UN, given its repeated violations of the UN Charter?
Well, we've seen recently, I think it's too complicated to give an explanation here, but Iran can be isolated diplomatically. We've seen recently how the European Union and other member states can work together, for example, to remove Russia from the Human Rights Council. So these, I expect, member states, Iran is the only member states who, publicly is calling for the annihilation of another member state. And everyone is silent. So I expect them to work with us to isolate Iran diplomatically. But look at what happened just a few days ago when the Board of Governors of the IAEA was convened. They were hesitant even to pass a resolution against Iran when they know that Iran is violating the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty. But we will continue here to work together.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time.
One last question, please, from the audience. Yeah, please.
I agree with you that sanctions, sanctions haven't worked. They've just ratcheted up their military nuclear program when sanctions are applied. And I'm just wondering, what in God's name will it take for America, in your opinion, to reach the same conclusion that you expressed? We've seen everything under the sun from Iran, and nothing seems to wake up America that a military solution is the only thing that they understand. Force is the only thing that a dictatorship like them understand.
From our experience, and we share our experience, and we share intelligence, and we share everything we know with our American allies, the only time that the Iranians stopped the advancement of their nuclear program was after the invasion during 2003, when they were really scared for the survival of their regime. Here, I am representing the government, the state of Israel. I cannot speak on behalf your administration, so you will have to ask your representatives. But as I said, we're trying to convince everyone to implement the right formula. I was Israel's ambassador in Washington when we established a joint team in order to, exchange knowledge and share intelligence. And again, I hope we will be able to convince all our friends and allies to implement the right formula, the right strategy. Sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
And now a special message for UANI by Bahrain's ambassador to the United States.
I am truly honored at the opportunity to speak with you today. And please, don't let my absence cast any shadow of doubt upon the gravity that I place, that we all place, on the subject currently discussed in this annual conference. I'd like to speak to you about the fact that over 4 decades, leaders the world over have recognized the severity of destabilizing actors in the region. I would like to speak to you about the fact that with merely the utilization of household items and the manipulation of simple minds, radical fascism has time and again held the world hostage through acts of violence and fear. I would like to speak to you about the fact that men and women all over the world recognize that radiological weapons of mass destruction pose an ever-present danger in the hands of even the most noble and peace-loving nations, not to mention those that have proven themselves far less responsible. For over 40 years, the world's leading nations have shaken their heads and wrangled their fists at the threat of a proven instigator with nuclear capabilities. Ideas have been volleyed about like a ball at last week's US Open. Sanctions have been put down and raised up enough times to make even the most seasoned sailor seasick. Yet, what has changed? Where are we? How much more certain are we? How knowledgeable are we, truly, of all intentions in the region? Are we really any more knowledgeable today than we were 50 years ago? Today, those who still wish to hold the world hostage do so not only through the specter of radiological chaos, but also through the all too intimate threat of cyber attacks, ballistic missiles, and deadly drones. The perpetration of senseless rhetoric and the enlistment of malleable minds puts every single one of us at risk in multiple ways. Those who seek to disrupt life have proven the ability to do so, no longer limited to simple acts of baseless violence, such as random shootings, improvised explosive devices, or borderless assassinations. Their harassments extend to the obstruction of trade, travel, and the most basic freedoms, regardless of where you live and where you are. Innocent and unrelated people now have to concern themselves at any given moment, whether you're leaving a mosque in Manama, awaiting heating oil in Greece, picking up your family's dinner at a market in Buenos Aires, or in the case of Albania, having your most intimate digital information nearly exposed. And as for that specter of radiological chaos, it is all too real. Yet there exists the threat of such weapons of mass destruction, the likelihood that the use of such actions will not only be adequately thought out, imposing doom not only on the intended target, but throughout the surrounding lands as well. Equally as terrifying is the ever-present danger before it actually happens. As the world has seen, the mere mishandling of such weapons pose a catastrophic, multi-generational threat. But I am not here to simply lament about the threats and actions with which we have all come very familiarly with. Rather, I am here to call things for what they are. I am here to throw down the gauntlet, not only before the instigators, but before all stakeholders, be they near or far. But that gauntlet is not a demand for anything new. So much has already been tried. Everything has been tried, from accommodation to isolation. But nothing has worked. Countries in the region, with the assistance of global partners, need to work collectively to establish a security framework that will not only increase further cooperation, but will build a defense-based deterrence that can only be achieved through seamless interoperability. But even that alone is not enough. Communication with the aggressor is still necessary. That communication is the bridge by which peacemaking ideas traverse the rivers of strife and discord. But in order for those ideas to materialize into actual peace, they need to be reinforced unwaveringly, backed by that seamless interoperability. Whether or not operable WMDs are achieved may not even be the question we should be asking ourselves, but rather, what will be our actions if or when that happens? There have been competing schools of containment for decades, arguing how to prevent the weaponized destabilization. but virtually no discussion on what to do if that weaponization is reached. So what do we do if or when that level of operability is achieved? Can those camps so divided on prevention come together when looking at containment? Can the interoperability that I just described serve as that safety net to keep all parties at bay and the region stable? Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to bring all of this together, to test the resolve of like-minded parties and communicate a unified message. So let me leave you with this. As we move on from here, what will you do to bring this about? UANI has a voice, more listened to than most. How will you use that voice will determine how quickly interoperability will enable a truly reinforced message is communicated. Thank you.
Please keep your attention on the
Thank
screen.
you for once again attending our UANI event. We really appreciate it. We think it's a. Thank you for once again attending our UANI event. We really appreciate it.
Keep your attention on the screen for tackling the Iranian threat in 2022.
Appreciate it. We think it's a really important time and for your voice to be heard on this subject. I wanted to take the group back. John and I have been close for years, somebody I admire, I consider a close friend, as many of you know. But I wanted to take this discussion back to discussions that John and I have been having since I think it was about November of last year, if I remember correctly, John, where we had begun getting the focus. We had always had the attention of Iranian mischief historically, but the level of that mischief, I think, had increased. Is that a fair time frame, John, in the way I describe it?
Right, and as I've explained to others, during the year plus before that, I had gotten several warnings under the FBI's duty to warn procedure about threats. Had not said anything about it publicly because that was the right thing to do. But it was certainly, I think, an issue that we tried to grapple with about what the American people and others should know about the nature of the regime in Tehran. Even while our own administration and our colleagues in Britain, France, and Germany are still negotiating with the same regime.
Yeah, it really is an important tension to describe, because I remember so many of our conversations where we are so appreciative of the FBI and the other security services that look out for us, and the administration, which has done a great job largely thwarting these attempts. And I don't think any of our comments or discussion, if anything, we were hesitant to say anything because of the great work of the security service. But that created a tension a little bit, because we want to talk about the policy issues of the only country in history operating with almost impunity on American soil to harm, kill, and kidnap Americans. How do you describe that tension?
Well, I think the first reaction is that obviously it needs to be kept very confidential for not just my security, your security, or any one individual, but for all the people that we don't know who may also be threatened. I can say now that since a local blog in my neighborhood quite some number of months ago outed the fact for all of our local neighborhood residents as if they couldn't see it every day they drove by my house, that there were marked Secret Service cars outside, not the normal black SUVs, but actual marked cars. And that's unusual. I guess that's a fair characterization. But this is the kind of thing that certainly led me to wonder more. If I didn't have a larger duty to warn, much like the FBI had warned me, to say to the people of the United States, this is not negotiating with a normal country. This is negotiating with a country that is planning to, and at the drop of a hat, would attack and kill or kidnap American citizens on our own soil. And our government, notwithstanding, and I'm certainly grateful to President Biden for extending the Secret Service protection, and they and the FBI have done a fantastic job, and I'm very grateful to all of them for the risks that they're enduring because of this threat. But why is the United States still negotiating with people like that? If this is what they're prepared to do to private citizens in the United States, what possible weight can you give any commitment they make regarding nuclear weapons?
Absolutely. And I think the issue goes both to the broader policy considerations, but also to the individual harm that may inure to us and our colleagues. As the head of the United Against Nuclear Iran, I, of course, have many friends and colleagues that are working in space. And without outing them all, I can certainly attest that, and you know, John, we don't want to discuss specific names broadly, but there are a wide number and a variety of Americans that have been subject to this Iranian nefarious mischief. And I think we have two policy considerations, I think, in my mind. One is if this was more, John, you and I had been trying to thoughtfully figure out a way to say, how do we get the larger duty to warn out there? At the same time, say that this begs the question of how you negotiate with a country like this. So it's two policy considerations. Let's go to the first one. You know, if it was known, if your indictment was made public earlier, if God, sadly, as our friend Masih Ali-Nejad had a man with an AK-47 show up her house in Brooklyn, that sort of got this horrible notion more out in the public domain. But if it was out louder and earlier, perhaps there's greater security at the Chautauqua event for Salman Rushdie, and Salman Rushdie isn't in a hospital. You know, can you speak to that issue?
Well, I think that's a very good point, and something that's hard to know exactly how to proceed with it. But I can give you one example that sparked my thinking that maybe this was important to discuss more broadly. A discussion among some people who were saying, well, you know, it's really terrible that Iran is threatening to kill American citizens on American soil. But, you know, it's only a few people they're talking about, whereas the Iran nuclear deal could involve hundreds of thousands of people, and that's so much more important. But the reality is, of course, it's the same government in Tehran doing this. This is part of their spectrum of weapons capabilities that ranges from nuclear weapons at the high end to support for terrorism across the Middle East, to attacking American military and diplomatic personnel in Iraq and elsewhere with missiles and drones, suicide bombers, to terrorist attacks in Europe, threats against rallies and conferences being held there that have resulted in some recently being canceled, to direct threats here in the United States. The government in Tehran doesn't compartmentalize these different aspects of the threat. For them, it's a continuing spectrum. For us to ignore that and to say, well, you know, it's only a few Americans who can get killed when the nuclear weapons question is much bigger, says to Iran, we've got the government of the United States right where we want it.
You know, John, it's a very good point. How many in our time in government, and since that time, and you've been back and forth in government, you know, the notion of a killing an American would be a terrorist act that would constitute an act of war, in my opinion. I think any attack on any American, regardless of political affiliation, politics should have nothing to do with it. In my mind, is an act of war. But let's remind, and this probably doesn't allay the fears of your neighbors, but Iran, in these attempted murders and assassinations of you and others, they were not solely trying to meticulously take you out with some sort of sniper shot. These would have been mass casualty events that they were attempting. When they tried to kill our friend Adel Al-Jubair at Cafe Milano, they were going to blow up the restaurant of Cafe Milano in Washington. There have been many discussions about that. The gentleman, that's the wrong word. The man that was at Masih Alinejad's doorstep had an AK-47 in a crowded Brooklyn neighborhood. The plot to kill you would have involved potentially mass casualties. I think the question is how many Americans need to be harmed, killed, before we say it's an act of war requiring a more decisive response? I'm not saying, look, nobody wants war, but I think if we don't encourage deterrence by saying a decisive military type response, we are inviting a larger conventional war. Can you speak to that?
Yeah. Well, I don't get out to the Cafe Milano as often as Adel El-Jubair did, but really it's something that people need to think about as to who else is in jeopardy as a result of the targeted threats against President, former U.S. government officials, and just plain civilian American citizens or residents here in the United States. And the idea that the U.S. government should restrain itself until there's an actual attack flies in the face of what we have learned about the danger from terrorists and possible use by terrorists of weapons of mass destruction, biological weapons, chemical weapons, even nuclear weapons in the worst case. In our prior government incarnations, we talked about when you take action before the United States or its citizens are attacked to prevent the larger damage. And we're doing exactly the opposite of that now. We're basically saying, if you kill an American, bad things will happen. That's certainly the right thing to say, but it's not enough. And at the same time, we're making concessions in the nuclear negotiations in Vienna. And if I were sitting in Tehran, I would look at all this information spread out in front of me and say, we are in no danger. We can act with impunity when it suits us at a time and a place of our choosing in Iran, not what the Americans want. And that puts Tehran in a position of leverage and us in a position of weakness.
Here, John, you hit on a subject that I think is very important. It's the deterrence issue of these planned attacks. I'm aware of no country operating the way Iran is operating on American soil to target and kill Americans in our history, actually, to the degree that the Iranians are. We're in a new territory here. This isn't as terrible as it was Al-Qaeda operating here, a terrorist group. This isn't a state-sponsored group of terror. This is a terror state that is acting on American soil to take this action against American citizens, and a wide number of them. We won't just divulge all of them here, but a wide number of them. Our friend Jake Sullivan put out a statement early this year that received little attention, basically saying, look, if Iran successfully harms an American, there's going to be hell to pay. That was the sum and substance of the statement. And look, we appreciate, I know you and I have talked about it, we appreciate that. But I think that the issue that we're at is deterrence. Shouldn't the statement have said, if you continue to plot, if you continue to act on American soil, you will face consequences, not if you're successful. That would make both of us sleep better at night, and sure the many others that are the focus of some of this mischief sleep better. Can you speak to the deterrence issue?
Well, I don't think Iran is deterred at the moment. They've not been deterred to continue their nuclear program, their ballistic missile program, their terrorist supporting activities across the Middle East, their attacks on civilian targets in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, their attacks against American diplomatic and military facilities in Syria and Iraq, nor are they deterred by their activities here in the United States. And obviously, we're not going to get into any specifics, but the fact that finally the criminal complaint in my case was filed in court and unsealed, so that everybody can read it, should be, I think, pretty significant evidence of the extent to which the government of Iran was actually engaged in trying to find somebody who'd be willing to come after me. This is not, internet chatter in talk rooms and things like that. This is an actual murder for hire plan in operation. And again, I won't speak to all the others that are under similar threats, but the unsealed criminal complaint in my case, I think, speaks volumes about what the seriousness and the extent to which the government of Iran is going after this. So what that shows is there's no deterrence at all. And the fact is, we have to concede there's almost certainly a lot we don't know. Maybe more in the United States, maybe more against our friends and allies in Europe and Israel and the Arab states of the Middle East, of dozens, maybe hundreds of people who are in jeopardy. These are not the actions of a normal state, because Iran is not a normal state. And yet here we are, to come back to the nuclear negotiations, acting as if we're dealing with a country that's not trying to kill the people who formerly sat in the very jobs of the people doing and supervising the negotiations with Iran.
So I think our quarrel, if we even have one, it's a slim policy dispute that we have here. But I think we've talked about it a lot. We are highly appreciative and commend our government and other governments for the efforts they're taking to protect you and other American citizens, me. I think our concern is that there isn't enough being done to deter those continued attacks. That's the sum and substance of our issue on the policy debate here. Is that fair?
Well, I think it's certainly fair to say that there's no stinting in the U.S. government's effort to protect the people who are endangered, and we're obviously grateful for that, and should recognize the policy as being correct. But the fact that it doesn't go far enough is not a concern that adheres merely to our safety. It's the larger safety of the country that is put at risk when the policy doesn't see the broader implications, which I think, unfortunately, is what's happening here.
So I think in our discussions that we've had, we would say the message needs to be loud and clear that the Iranians must understand they cannot continue to plan these attacks, much less be successful on those attacks, because security of Americans, we're talking potential mass casualty attacks. Although I think that when we start getting into the calculus, if it does it take 1 American, 5 Americans, 10 or 100 Americans to be killed or maimed by one of these attacks for us to respond, is not the right calculus. The calculus is to deter these continued attacks. Let's shift to the policy issue on the compartmentalizing, if you will. I think that there's a disconnect between the way our Western negotiators and our friends, we know many of them, are negotiating the Iran deal in good faith. You and I might disagree with some elements of that, but there's a belief amongst the Western teams, the United States and our Western allies, that somehow we can compartmentalize and have a deal on a larger nuclear issue, and at the same time ignore Iran's terror, both here, its mischief-making and attacks in the region, its ballistic missile testing and the like. I think that that is a big disconnect. I think that there's a belief in the West that we can compartmentalize, but in Iranian culture and in the culture of the Middle East, there's no such compartmentalization. What are your views on that?
Yeah, well, I think the 2015 deal with Iran and the current negotiations share the same common fallacy as many arms control negotiations, and it's a focus on something that can be focused on, something that can be counted, as opposed to the bigger problem. It's like the joke of the drunk looking at the ground under a big street lamp, and a fella comes up and says to the drunk, what are you looking for? He says, I'm looking for my car keys. And the guy says, well, did you drop them here? And drunk says, no, I don't think so. And the guy says, well, why are you looking under the lamppost? The guy says, because the light's better here. So that's what this deal is all about. They are focused on issues that reflect only a very limited nature of the threat from the Iranian regime. Our friends in the Middle East are very well aware of the scope of this threat, because they're under terrorist attack or the threat of terrorist attack almost every day. But from the point of view of the regime in Tehran, they see this as simply part of their grand strategy against their enemies, which includes most of the civilized world. And to try and hive off a part of it and say we've solved part of the problem assumes that that's something that the Iranians are willingly going to agree to. And it calls to mind Winston Churchill's famous observations that the only countries that it makes sense to have arms control agreements with are the countries you don't need to have arms control agreements with. So the Iranians, I think, have been playing this really quite effectively for a number of years now, and they appear to be on the verge of succeeding once again in turning off economic sanctions, unfreezing assets, and throwing this very unpopular government in Tehran a lifeline.
John, for many of those that are watching this, we know how experienced you are on these arms control agreements and the depth of your experience. I do think that there's a distinction in the complex negotiations that you had with other countries who we had other issues with, no doubt. There was never a comparable example of negotiating an arms control agreement with a country that was operating hostilely in the region and causing direct harm and mischief. Certainly, we had global concerns with other countries that we were negotiating with, but there was nothing quite like the Iran example of the hostility, the open hostility that we are engaging in this arms control agreement. Is there any other historical example in all the years of arms control agreements that you've had?
No, I don't think there is, and I really don't think there's an example other than in out-and-out warfare of World War II style, where another country was attempting to engage in the sort of state terrorism that Iran is engaged in today against the United States, against Israel, against the Arab states of the Gulf region. And it goes beyond just naming, for example, the Revolutionary Guards as a foreign terrorist organization, or as Ronald Reagan did, making the very first declaration of a state sponsor of terrorism against Iran. This is not some organization. It's not a state sponsoring terrorism. It is a state conducting terrorist activities. And I think we need to recognize and perhaps get our up our game here a little bit against exactly that kind of threat. We're not only not doing that, we're still trying to negotiate with them.
And John, I think it's a really important point. We are in uncharted territory here. If this were Al-Qaeda or ISIS that was trying to operate from a caliphate, these would be full-on terror actors. The difference here is that this is ostensibly a legitimized government that's a member of the United Nations, that has territory, is run by a president, and has a supreme leader. I think that's why it's a new type of actor. You described it, and I've described it as a state terror actor, not a state-sponsored terror actor, a state terror actor. Do you think that we should change and perhaps amend our authorities to deal with that? I mean, we've never encountered a state that is directly engaging in terror operations. And if they were just a terror group, we would be able to deal with it. But they are a state terror group. Does that, in your mind, require a rethink about how we approach these, how we deal with this type of threat?
Yeah, I think we need to make sure that we've got the fullest array of authorities to enable us to deal with it, to respond to it, but as we've been discussing, more importantly, to deter state terrorists from engaging in the terrorist acts to begin with. And I think this would be a helpful debate for the United States. It's a long time since 9/11. A lot of people seem to think the threat of international terrorism has gone away. It has not. Its capital city is Tehran. We've seen foreign terrorists returning to Afghanistan after the U.S. and NATO withdrawal. We know from documents we collected after overthrowing the Taliban and Al-Qaeda after 9/11 in 2001 that chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons were very much on their priority list. This is something that terrorists would dream of getting the capability for. We've just all gone through the coronavirus pandemic. If you want to know what a biological weapons attack might look like, we have experienced it in the natural phase. So I think this would be a very useful debate in the United States to talk about a new category, not just foreign terrorist organizations, not just state sponsorship of terrorism, but a new category that fits Iran precisely.
We've been very hesitant to call out the supreme leader historically because he's been viewed as a religious figure amongst the Shia community. I believe that we should call and designate the supreme leader much more broadly as a terrorist, because he's the head of a terrorist state. He is the supreme leader, and he's been hiding behind religious piety to oversee a terror state. I think it's high time that we designate him and treat him as a terrorist rather than as a religious figure. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, yes, I do, because unless terrorism is part of the religion, when he acts in his capacity as head of a civil state in the international community, he is to be held responsible for it, just like any other head of state. The fact he's a cleric doesn't provide him with immunity or protection. And we need to say that honestly. And I think in the broader Islamic world, they would understand that exactly, and there'd be considerable support for that position.
Yeah, I think it's high time for that. Look, we have to conclude in a minute, but I want to share one story that someone relayed to me. And it's a difficult, it's going to be awkward for you, John, but that's part of the, doing these conferences. Somebody said to me that if John Kerry was the subject of the prosecution and indictment, that it would receive much more broad attention across the media. You and I have been close friends for a long time. I know Secretary Kerry. I certainly don't want anything to happen to Secretary Kerry. He's an American patriot. Even if I disagree with him on some things, I agree with him on others. But do you think that's true?
Well, as you say, I don't wish John Kerry ill either, but I wonder what it would take to get the administration in Washington today to say, this killing Americans really bothers us enough that it's going to affect our outlook on the government of Iran as a whole. Because that's the reaction that we're looking for. It's not a question simply of endangering individuals. It's what the adversary government is doing to us as a country. And I think we've been guilty for a number of years here of both mirror imaging with the negotiators from Iran, thinking, well, we're reasonable people, they're reasonable people too, when they're clearly not. And I think we've been guilty of moral equivalency of saying, well, they're just looking out after their interests as we're looking out after ours. That's not true either. I think the attack on Salman Rushdie did remind a lot of people across the political spectrum that this government in Tehran is malign beyond our customary definitions. And he's suffered grievous wounds as a result, maybe of not talking enough about the nature of the threat from Iran. Let's not make that mistake again.
God damn it, John. We tried to figure out a way to make this public in a right way without compromising security. Not you, because you're subject to these protections, and we didn't want to run afoul of anything. But it took your indictment. It took a man with an AK-47 on the front stoop of Masih Ali-Nejad's house, and it took Salman Rushdie to have grievous wounds to have it even be in the public discourse. When you turn on our cable news networks, when you look in the newspaper, it hasn't received the attention it should have. And if it has, if we can get it more attention, maybe others won't be subject to the attacks like Salman Rushdie, Masih, and God forbid you. And I think that's one of the messages, the big message that you and I have been trying to convey for some time.
Yeah, I think one thing that could happen that would maybe wake Tehran up a little bit, although I'm not counting on it, but I think if the administration said, look, as long as any threat against Americans proceeds, there are no more negotiations on going back into the 2015 nuclear deal.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Some message, and we've heard from the administration that there have been some demarches made, if you will. I think that those demarches need to be followed up, if they aren't already, with a serious and decisive response if these threats continue. John, I want to thank you so much for everything that you do, and your voice in this is particularly important.
Well, glad to be with you, even if only virtually, and I hope everything goes well.
I appreciate it, John. We'll talk soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Deal or No Deal? How the United States can counter Iran's destabilizing regional aggression. Please welcome them.
introduce ourselves? Okay, hi, welcome. I'm Michael Makovsky. I'm your moderator for this session on Iranian aggression and deal or no deal, how the U.S. can counter Iran's destabilizing regional aggression is a formal title. My day job is I'm president and CEO of JINSA, the Jewish Institute for National Security of America, and it's an honor to be here at another excellent UANI conference. So, glad, Victoria.
Victoria Coates. I'm a senior fellow at the Heritage. I think they just are turning on the mics now. I think we were voice activated. But I'm a senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation, served in the Trump administration on the National Security Council and the Department of Energy, and before that was in the Senate with Senator Cruz. I like the shy retiring types.
I'm Elon Berman. I'm Senior Vice President of the American Foreign Policy Council, a different think tank in Washington, D.C. I head up all of our institutional research and analysis, including on Iran, on Russia, on Eurasia. So hopefully we'll get a chance to talk a little bit about that.
I hope everyone can hear me. I'm Ray Tackey, and I work at the Council. My name is Ray Tackey, and I work at the Council on Foreign Relations. No applause.
Look, thanks again for joining us, and want to just thank again Mark Wallace, Senator Lieberman, the rest of the UANI leadership for hosting really another excellent panel. I'm going to start off about a question look, the Biden administration has claimed that that a nuclear deal would actually lessen conflict and aggression in the region. Now, I hope Mark pardons this organizational plug, but my organization's actually done a little research on this, and the fact is that some colleagues of mine have determined that during the 3.5 years that the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, 2015, of course, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, for 3.5 years that it was in effect, Iran and its proxies attacked the U.S. and its regional partners more than 3 times as often as it did preceding the 2015 deal, and that since President Biden took office and began the negotiations for a revised deal, Iranian aggression has nearly doubled compared to the second half of President Trump's term. Now, that's what we do, and I wonder, when I turn to my right here, Victoria, you were Deputy National Security Advisor in the Trump administration. What was your sense about when President Trump withdrew in 2018? A lot of people were warning against it. How did you see what was going on the ground?
No, you could almost see a one-to-one correlation of the dollars we were shutting off in terms of ending their oil exports and taking them basically down to zero, and what they were spending with on regional aggression. So the notion that the maximum pressure campaign was somehow a failure is by people who can't add or subtract, because we actually had reports in the New York Times from the spring of 2019, for a year after that all started, of Hezbollah operatives, of course being interviewed by the New York Times, saying that the golden days are gone and will never come again because we are out of money. And, we worked on that, and it's important to talk about this now, because if we're going to take Russia offline energy-wise, the excuse people give you for that is we can't do it, prices will go through the roof. Well, do you remember the price spike from the summer of 18 and into 19? No, because there wasn't one. Because we worked very closely, particularly with our Saudi and Emirati partners, to say, what are China's legitimate needs? Where can we get the barrels that can go to the right refineries? I mean, none of this is glamorous, but you can do it. And there was barely a blip. And China actually thanked us, which was sort of amazing. And they said, they're still cheating. I mean, we know they are. But they said, you really did make sure there was enough supply on the market. So that can be done. It did crush the Iranian economy. And really, I mean, we unfortunately ran out of runway, but I think that is the recipe, if you want to deal with them, to get them to the table under terms that are favorable to you.
Elon, do you have any?
No, I want to sort of talk for a second about the flip side of that, because what you have with regard to Iranian money is a situation where the potential benefits of the second deal, just like the dividends of the first deal, of the original 2015 deal, are so potentially transformative that you could presage the idea that Iran is going to expand its malign activities in the region, right? We've seen this movie before. In 2015, right, there was an idea, a premise that President Obama was trying out. The premise was that we will rehabilitate Iran, we will give Iran, in exchange for promises of delay, not derailment of their nuclear program, but delay, we will give Iran money, and the money will have a civilizing effect. The money will turn Iran into a responsible stakeholder. It turned out that that wasn't the case. In fact, Iran has consistently, historically, chosen guns over butter for its population. And what happened in 2015 was you saw this massive influx of cash, and the numbers are soft, right? So people differ as to exactly how much money it was, but huge sums, transformative sums, sums equivalent to a quarter of the Iranian annual economy. To the point where the Iranians were not forced to make hard choices. They could pay for everything. And as a result, you saw this massive Iranian regional expansion. You saw this swelling of the Iranian defense budget. You saw greater subsidies for groups like Hezbollah and Hamas and Shiite militias in Iraq. And this is a movie that we've seen already. And so, the old saw is that if you fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And so when I hear that we are considering a shorter and weaker deal that actually intends to provide the same amount, if not more, financial dividends to the Iranians, you could see this movie beginning to spin up all over again. And I'm very concerned that the transformative effects of 2015 we're going to see again if this deal ever sees the light of day. It's not going to have a moderating effect on the Iranian regime if history is any judge.
Ray, you've been long an expert on the Iranian issues. What have you seen?
I think I agree with both Victoria and Elon. I hope people can hear me. What I would add to what they suggested is that during the maximum strategy of pressure years, Iran, the regime actually weakened at home. The Islamic Republic today has an ideology that it believes in, but not too many other people do. It lacks constituency. Actually, in some way, the Islamic Republic today is a massive welfare state with patronage networks and so forth. So during the time when it was under that kind of economic pressure, the regime weakened and its sources of strength attenuated. And you saw during that period in 2017 and 19, two of the most consequential protest movements yet. The current one is unfolding, and we'll know more about it as it unfolds. But those were important protest movements because it was a revolt of the poor. And the Islamic Republic has always suggested that the poor and the working class are its essential constituents. It's in whose name the revolution was waged. And to lose that remaining pillar of support is extremely dangerous, not just because the regime is further isolated, but it relies on conscript forces to repress those who are culturally familiar to them. So the maximum strategy of pressure during the time which was implemented caused an enormous change within the Iranian political system internally and helped weaken the regime. In that sense, in addition to the regional the conversation that was had, I think that was an important contribution as well.
By the way, I should add, I know you didn't mention it, Ray, but I encourage people to read your book that you came out with last year on the Iranian-U.S. relations.
You don't have to read it, but you should buy
it. Buy it. I agree with you. That's true. That's true. I do want to, I think it's important, obviously, to talk about at least the last few years to give a context of where we are. And I have another question on that that kind of is a bridge. And I was in Israel, I remember in fall of 2019, I was meeting a very senior Israeli general, and he was really beside himself on the region. Why? Because Iranian aggression was really escalating that year. They downed, I think it was a $120 million drone of the United States, and Trump almost retaliated and at the last minute pulled back. There was attacks on other energy facilities of our regional allies, most notably in September 2019, the Abqaiq, one of the most important energy facilities in the world in Saudi Arabia. And the U.S. did nothing. And I think it was a surprise, certainly to many Israelis, certainly myself. Of course, things changed in January of 2020 when the United States killed Major General Qasem Soleimani, probably the second most important person in Iran and head of their regional strategy, and a real master and very close to the supreme leader. However, January 2020 was 3 years into the Trump administration. Now you go to Israel, you talk to, I was just there somewhat recently, and last year, I find a lot of nervousness among certainly senior IDF generals about the state of U.S. or the lack of U.S. deterrence, and really very worried about it. That's what I heard last year. When I was there more recently, I think there's a resignation that the United States is just not going to do anything. The thing is, though, and I'm going to turn to Victoria again on this first, is that the first 3 years of the Trump administration, were they that different than the first year and 9 months of the Biden administration? It doesn't seem like Biden is really retaliating, just like really the Trump administration didn't seem to either.
Oh, I would push back on that, Mike.
Good.
I think it was really, in many ways, the mirror opposite. I mean, despite what you might read in the New York Times, President Trump did not do things off the cuff in serious national security issues. And so he actually recertified the JCPOA twice. But while he was doing that, we were instructed to do a thorough review of the deal. A team was put together to see if we could get a better deal that would actually address some of the key issues. And it was when he realized that that simply wasn't going to happen, he withdrew from participation in the deal and then started the maximum pressure campaign, which I think the Iranians would say was worse than military intervention in terms of completely taking that economy out. And thank you, I'm a fan of it too. And making very, very clear to them that we were going to starve them of funds. At the same time, the president was taking quite dramatic actions in support of Israel, the move of the embassy, the recognition of the Golan Heights, to make very clear to the international stage that there was no distance between the United States and Israel, that we had Israel's back, and that we would robustly support them in any action they felt they had to take. And then finally, I'm sorry to filibuster, but I did work for Ted, so it happens. The president was willing to take 2 kinetic strikes against locations in Syria in both April 17 and April 18 that potentially could have had Iranians at those sites. And the decision was made to do it because for him, saying that chemical weapons are used as a red line actually meant it was a red line, and so he needed to do something about it. Thank you. Those were interesting days too. And then finally, the Soleimani strike. I mean, there's just nothing has been done like that, and it was a bold decision, and he made it.
You think? Do you agree, Ilan and Ray, with Victoria, that economic pressure is even? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is at least as important as kinetic action in terms of deterring Iranian aggression?
Go ahead.
So I don't know that it's an either-or proposition. I mean, one of the problems that I see is, and we heard from Ambassador Erdan just earlier, right? The problem that we have is that we have a disconnected policy. We have a policy that embraces economic pressure to the exclusion of a credible military option. Now we have a policy that doesn't even impose meaningful economic pressure and doesn't think about a military option. This is, by the way, why I think the Soleimani strike was so important, because the Soleimani strike conveyed. The Soleimani strike conveyed the unmistakable impression that there was nobody in the Iranian system that was too big to fail. My mic is on. Okay. There we go.
We're learning.
Thank you. We're learning. Yes, on the fly.
We're educable. You got a button there?
Okay, there you go.
Perfect. Sorry. So the Soleimani strike was symbolically, I think, enormously important because it conveyed the impression that there was nobody in the Iranian system that was too big to fail. There was nobody that, despite the egregious nature of their acts, was effectively untouchable. That was an enormous signal to the Iranian regime. And here, I differ with Victoria and I agree on a lot of things. I think we differ tactically on this. I think it was also a missed opportunity, because Qasem Soleimani was an enormously significant person in the Iranian national security establishment. He was the glue that tethered the Iranian regime to all its different proxy groups. He was very hard to replace. The way you know he was hard to replace was the fact that his second in command, Ismail Ghani, was not anywhere near as senior as he was. He was, in fact, an Afghanistan guy. He didn't know the Syria theater. He didn't know the Iraq theater. And for 8 to 12 months, there was this period where the Iranian regime appeared to be on the back foot. In terms of organizing its, communicating, organizing, empowering, and emboldening its proxies. I saw the Soleimani killing as a very important moment, an inflection point in the way we thought about proxies. And I was hoping, I remain hopeful, but my hope was deferred. I was hoping that it was the start of a larger campaign. Right? Because what we're talking about in the context of the Iranian regime is a regime that is organically tethered to all these non-state actors that are targeting U.S. interests and U.S. allies in the region. And the Soleimani killing was important in putting them on the back foot temporarily. But a larger campaign, I think, is necessary to separate them from, for lack of a better term, from the mothership in a more lasting fashion. That didn't happen. That is, I think, one to grow on.
Please. Yeah, sure.
COVID.
I would say today, in terms of military deterrence, if you kind of observe what the Iranian regime is saying and talking about in their press commentaries and public addresses, they are not concerned about a possibility of a military confrontation with the United States. Iran makes very important points, but there was that concern during the Trump era. There was an element of unpredictability. They couldn't kind of figure it out. The country that they're talking about in terms of military confrontation, potentially in a dramatic way, is Israel. And actually what they're saying is that is a military confrontation that is manageable. The United States is always something that once the confrontation starts between the United States and Iran, you know, you're on that proverbial tiger's back. It's difficult for you to dismount at the place of your choosing. So they are, at this point, what they're saying publicly, now if they're saying something privately adverse to that, I can't account for that. They seem to be confident that the military deterrence is no longer a factor, and the country that may be providing that military deterrence, Israel, does not have the capability to do damage that Iranians cannot contain and respond to effectively. Now that stems from two factors. Number one, whenever there's a daylight between the United States and Israel, that doesn't actually benefit the United States in the region. And also there are, I mean, Mike Jinsa has done a lot of work on this, whatever military capabilities Israelis require from the United States, and that debate, you have done a lot. You can speak about that more clearly than I can, where that is in terms of this discussion between the United States and Israel.
Yeah, thanks. I want to follow up, but since you asked me that, I'll just add, yeah, I think we've done a lot of work in terms of what Israel needs on the, to help that their activity with Iran, or defend themselves against Iran, or to prepare for a major conflict with Iran, such as we've been talking about this for a number of years now, like the KC-46 air refueling tankers, giving them more precision-guided munitions, maybe also stockpiling more U.S. weaponry there. There's actually a U.S. stockpile in Israel since the early 1980s, but whatever's there now is completely worthless. So we've talked about things like that, and I appreciate it. I think that's very important for the Israelis. But you're right, Ray, because it's the Israelis on the ground that have been doing that. And also, I think we just saw in recent days, there have been reports of, because of repeated Israeli attacks on certain locations in Syria, that the Russians have asked the Iranians and some of their proxies to relocate. Now, whether they actually are redeploying within the country or whether they're going to leave, I don't know yet. I saw, Victoria, you just smiled, but you have a comment about that, those reports on that?
Oh, no, I was actually just thinking about the fact that we need to keep a very strong eye on Syria in coming weeks. If the Russians are in a very bad spot in Ukraine, they may have to do a lot of reorienting, and it could be a huge opportunity for the United States, and I like that.
This is clearly the Israeli, since you brought up Ray, and I was going to follow up on this, it seems to be clearly the Israeli strategy, or one element of it, is to put enough pressure on Assad that he or then the Russians try to press the Iranians to get out of certain locations because they can't rebuild, and the Russians don't like it if the Israelis are going to attack certain facilities that are too close to where they are or where they have stockpile weapons. Ray, what do you think about?
No, as I was saying to the point that you were making, Mike, excuse me, if you are the Biden administration, having a better relationship with Israel at mill-to-mill level actually enhances your leverage in the prospective negotiations that you're involved in. So it would be to their benefit. Now, my understanding is at intelligence level cooperation institutionally is going well.
Yeah.
So everybody's happy with that. As Syria is going to be a bone of contention between Iran, Russia, and Assad regime, and Turkey. Because now as they look to the post-Civil War period, to the extent that they got there, they have different interests. The Iranians would like to colonize Syria and they like to expand their influence, and they would like President Assad to continue to expand his territorial gains. The Russians, for a variety of reasons, are more hesitant now in Syria because they have other theaters of operation. And the Turks are very involved in it. One of the things that the Iranians constantly complain about is that the Iranians were very instrumental in preserving the Assad regime, but the Turks are getting more of the contracts for the reconstruction. So Syria will give some opportunities to create some sort of a tension between these parties that were allied together during the high points of the Civil War.
I want to come back to everyone on Turkey and Syria, but I just want to have one follow-up with you, Ray, on the issue of military strike. You said before that they don't fear the United States, the regime doesn't, but they feel the Israeli conflict or the action is manageable. I mean, it's an interesting phenomenon you see in recent months. Well, actually, it's more than recent months. It's been at least, I think, the last year, where you have the Iranians retaliating against U.S. force places like in Tamf in eastern Syria for Israeli strikes. Now, whether they're doing this because, well, I think they're doing it for a couple of reasons. One is they're afraid of Israeli retaliation, and two, they think that maybe by doing this, the U.S. will pressure Israel. But what do you think seems to get this regime's attention the most? Is it the fear of military confrontation, or is it going back to the economic pressure, what we were talking about before? I mean, they're both important, I recognize, but what is...
I would say what this regime fears the most today is its own population. That's the most immediate danger to the longevity of the regime. It's a regime that has very narrow support base. It has continuously purged its own political elites. And so the question you would have to ask is, given that severance of state and society, what is the role of international community in exacerbating that and further dividing the state and society? Economic pressure would be important. Military deterrence is important. I would just say the problem with the United States policy really since 2005 is we have had an arms control policy. And arms control has two particular assumptions. It has to. Assumption number one is that the party on the other side of the table is pragmatic. And assumption number two is that party can be a responsible stakeholder of the residual nuclear assets that are left after the agreement. Because we're not in disarmament business, we're in arms control business. Those are key assumptions of arms control with any regime, any adversarial regime. And the problem is, it's always wrong with ideological regimes. It was wrong with the Soviet Union, it was wrong with North Korea, it is wrong with Iran. I always say we are still living in a war that John Kerry created. We're still talking, our lexicon is still arms control. It's which year you put rotors and centrifuges, we are still in a way imprisoned in that particular environment, I think. What we ought to talk about, and I think Ambassador Haley referred to it, our problem is the regime.
Elon, you wanted to...
Finally.
Now you got your applause, Ray. Yeah.
I wanted to piggyback on that because I think what Ray said is critically important. And I think it's useful to sort of to put a little meat on the bones of what he said in terms of the numbers, right? So just walk with me here. Iran is a country of 85 million people. 2/3 of the population is 36 or younger. The Islamic Republic is 43 years old, which means that more than half of the population either wasn't born or wasn't politically aware at the time of the Islamic Revolution, right? So no wonder the Iranian regime, the original revolutionaries who are still in power, people like the supreme leader who's ailing and in his 80s, people like Ahmed Janadi, who heads up the Assembly of Experts and the Guardian Council and just turned 95, so we're clear. Those original revolutionaries, they're afraid of their young population, right? And this is why I think it's critically important to talk about in the context of the Iran nuclear deal, because we tend to be arms controllers. We tend to be process servers. We've worked on this file for so long that we think about more effective sanctions. We think about more effective pressure that we can apply. This is great, but it's not sufficient because the Iranian regime sees the nuclear program as an instrumentality. It's an insurance policy that can preserve this aging and unpopular regime in the face of a young, westward-looking, and discontented population, right? So the further they get along this line, the further they get towards nuclear status, the more their regime, in their eyes, is strengthened. So anything we can do to alter that equation, I think, is in our benefit and the benefit of our national security, but it's also in the benefit of the Iranian people.
Yeah. Victoria, do you want to address what could we do on that, actually, a little more, you think?
Well, I think, am I live? Okay. Yeah. I'm terrified. I think we can learn the lesson of 2009, which was in my mind, the just heartbreaking strategic failure of the Obama administration to take advantage of the Green Revolution. Ray was saying what the protests we saw in 17 and 19 were the revolution, or the protests of the poor people who were seeing their subsidies cut. And that was a very important development. But the thing with 2009 is it was the elites. It was the university educated, the major cities. And I think, that leadership could have, reached out to the broader population and not to pile on John Kerry, but he does seem to sort of ask for it. He had a op-ed in the New York Times. He was senator at the time, at the height of the Green Revolution, in which he praised Obama's strategic silence. That if Obama had spoken out in support of the Iranian people, they would have said it was the Americans who were creating the protests. Well, newsflash, they said it anyway. It doesn't matter and so you lost this opportunity to make clear that America is with you. And don't look now, we have major protests going on in Iran at the moment over a young Kurdish woman. I know she's been referenced a couple of times today, who was beaten to death for wearing the wrong pair of pants. And these protests are growing. Silence out of the White House. Silence out of the State Department. And they didn't walk out of Raisi's speech today. They should, with Ambassador Gilad, have the pictures of his grandmothers. Somebody should have put up that picture of that young woman and walked out. So I think that it's a huge. It was a big miss in 2009. We can't afford to miss again. Heck, if Elon Musk can get involved and offer them Starlink, the rest of us could get up to.
Excellent point, Victoria. Let me ask you, Ray, to bring it to the domestic turmoil. You mentioned that what the regime fears the most is its own people, but some themes over the years in the unrest, I don't know if I saw it in the ones in the last few days, though you guys could correct me if I missed it, has been, I can't remember exact language, something, why are we spending money in Lebanon and Iraq and other places when they should be spent here? So how do you find this domestic unrest? Does it have any impact on the regime's, what it does in terms of its regional aggression? Or is it just, like other things with does it have any impact or does it not have any impact,
Well,
you think?
I would say the regime is sort of cloaks itself in this ideological self-image, which is essentially unresponsive to its constituents' demands, which is why it continuously erodes its own state power. It is an ideological regime that is unable to transcend its ideology, even when it understands how self-destructive that ideology is. So the regime, in many ways, is sowing the seeds of its own destruction. The Islamic Republic has shed constituencies over the 30-year period, students in '99, as Victoria suggested, middle-class elements and others in 2009, and the poor in 2017-19, and this particular round of protests seems to cross social classes and so on. If you look at the original Iranian Revolution in the period of 78-79, although it was a very compressed period of time, it began as a protest for reform and it culminated in a demand for extinction of the monarchy. But there was a period of time before that happened. If you look at the current round of protests, really since 2017 and 2009, they immediately asked for extinction of the regime. That's sort of the idea that initially the demand for the Shah was to adhere to the constitution, then of course it became. There is no level of tolerance for longevity of this regime at home. The Iranian people have rejected that regime persistently through protest and demonstrations and boycotting its various ritualistic electoral platforms. So again, I go back to, and it's an intellectually challenging proposition, it's a policy challenging proposition, is how do you exacerbate the internal conflicts of the regime that is unable to reform itself, even when it senses the urgency of reform?
So Ilan, do you find these demonstrations impact the regime's regional policy?
So I think
what I mean by policy, what I would call regional, we might call regional aggression, but
right. No, I think the answer is yes and no. It's a very lawyerly answer, right? But the obviously the regime is enormously preoccupied with precisely what Ray laid out, this idea that it is shedding constituencies, the idea that it is increasingly seen as unresponsive, and frankly, a very poor steward of the country, right? On things like the climate, right? Iran is undergoing a unprecedented drought. They are busing tankers. They're trucks with gallons and sort of balloons of water are being forced to be bussed into Iranian cities because they're having this sort of this massive hydrological disaster. They're mismanaging the economic system because of Islamic financial banking practices, right? There's all sorts of inefficiencies that have made it possible for the sort of the regime to be seen as this anachronism. That's, by the way, right? Let's be clear: the adversary gets a vote. That is fixable, in the sense that, you know, if Iran elevates more competent technological stewards, sort of people who are still indoctrinated, but they do finance better, right? They can ameliorate some of these things. But what you do see is this organic connection between what's happening inside the country and what's happening externally. Iran is an imperial power. Iran is a revolutionary movement with borders, right? To quote the Henry Kissinger term, it is both a country and a cause, right? And with the dividends, the economic and political dividends of the 2015 deal, we saw this Iranian expansion into the region, right? To the point where Iranian officials were giving public speeches in which they were talking about, in glowing terms, about how they controlled 4 regional capitals in addition to Tehran. They controlled Beirut, Lebanon, and Damascus, Syria, and Baghdad, Iraq, and Sana'a, Yemen, right? And this imperial aspiration is still present. And so you see its expression in the way the Iranian regime is doubling down on support for Shiite militias in Iraq and support for Yemen's Houthi rebels, the way it's using these proxy forces to realign regional politics in a way that advantage the Islamic Republic but don't advantage us, right? But there's only 24 hours in a day. So the more the first basket, right, if we call it that, the way the domestic stability basket preoccupies more and more of their time, the less time they will have for the regional troublemaking. And so I think there's an organic connection. I think it's one that the regime has weathered so far, right? We can hope that these protests are fundamentally different, right? But there is a track record which unfortunately leads sooner or later to a regime sort of reconstitution of control, but more repressive control every time, more repressive control. but I do think there is a fairly organic and a fairly important connection between the two.
So let me ask Victoria, because another element, of course, in all this, even without a deal, without a nuclear deal, the Biden administration is not really enforcing sanctions very strongly. So UANI's done a lot of very strong work on this. And for instance, according to UANI, average oil exports through August of this year amounted to 1.17 million barrels per day. Now at their nadir, it was like 400,000 barrels a day in 2020. I'm sorry?
It was lower. We got it down close to 150, 200.
For exports, okay. So they are getting more, obviously, with oil prices high and their ability, thanks to the non-enforcement of sanctions, and was it 800,000 barrels a day roughly to China alone this year of oil exports or something like that? Maybe it's more now. Their economic situation has actually improved in many ways, certainly compared to the last couple of years. Yet, it seems like, take the Iraqi situation, thanks to the killing of Qasem Soleimani, which I personally thought was one of the most significant things in U.S. foreign policy, certainly in the region, certainly in recent years. The Iranians, you wonder if he was alive, if he would have managed what's going on in Iraq a lot better. The country is especially a mess right now. How do you see their ability to really, despite more money, but they seem, maybe because of the loss of Soleimani, who was really irreplaceable, as Ilan said, are they really able to manage some of their expansion in the region as well as maybe they were able to do so before?
Well, I do think, I mean, it's important to remember that they're not 100 feet high, and despite the Supreme Leader having been on his deathbed within 2 years of dying for a decade, so maybe immortal. The Soleimani strike did point out that they had vulnerabilities, as both Ray and Ilan have alluded. I think, given their mismanagement of COVID, their mismanagement of the domestic economy, the environment, labor issues, the list goes on and on. If you had a concerted U.S. campaign against this, we have partners and allies. And the other strategic failure I wanted to mention was the removal of the Houthi from the foreign terrorist organization list in the spring of 2021, which sent a very clear symbol to the Iranians that this behavior is permissible. And then it sent a signal to our Gulf allies who are getting pot shots out of the Houthi every day of the week that we didn't care, and that somehow domesticating Iran was more important than punishing the Houthi for being terrorists, which they are. And so I think, we could do it. The shame is we are not doing it. And just on the sanctions piece, really quickly, one thing we can all do who are interested in this is contact your member of Congress, your senator of both parties, and say to them, under no circumstances should Congress relinquish the ability to impose major sanctions on Iran for terrorism, for human rights abuses. Those legislative vehicles already exist. And so making very, very clear that in the event the administration goes into yet another horrible deal that gives them more of these benefits, that the Congress can and still can and will act. And I think basically sticking a stake in preemptively into whatever Frankenstein they're going to create is critically important.
So we have about 4 minutes left before we go to Q&A. So I want to talk about something. I'll start with Ilan. When we were talking together on Friday about this panel, I know Ilan brought up the issue of the great power competition in the region. And obviously the Iranians are getting closer to the Russians. I think, was it Putin has met Raisi like 4 times already this year or something? The Iranians are selling drones now, or sharing drones with the Russians that they're using in Ukraine. Obviously, the Iranians have also have this long-term arrangement with the Chinese economic. How do you see these developments affecting Iranian presence in the region?
Well, Mike, I'm glad you asked. So no,
I elaborated on what
right.
you said.
No,
on
so
Friday.
I think this is really the critical piece of the puzzle that we don't focus on nearly enough, which is that everything that we're concerned about and everything that UANI is concerned about and the idea of Iran's nuclear program is nested in a larger strategy, and that larger strategy is intimately connected with Iran's relations with this emerging axis that is oriented against the West. And here, I would argue there's three parts, right? The first is the Russian-Iranian relationship, right? Which right now has been flipped on its head, because for years and years and years, the Russians were the senior partner and the Iranians were the junior partner. The Russians were the ones that were running interference diplomatically at places like the UN for Iran, that they were sort of working to mitigate against Iran's international isolation. They were sort of carrying the diplomatic water, and they were very clearly in charge in the relationship. And now, since February, the shoe is on the other foot. So now it's not the Ayatollahs or their emissaries going to Moscow to plead for Russia's support. It's Vladimir Putin going to Tehran to ask for aid in a campaign that thankfully is failing in Ukraine, right? And the Iranians, by the way, the Iranians are, at least in part, willing to participate. That's why you're seeing signs that Iran is providing critical military technology to the Russian armed forces. Now, thankfully, it doesn't seem to be working very well. But that doesn't obviate the fact that Iran is dipping its toe into the European space, into the Ukraine campaign, in a way that the Russians, I think, right now really need. The second is the Chinese angle. Last summer, the Iranians and the Chinese publicly came to terms. They had agreed to it before, but they publicly announced that Iran had agreed to a 25-year framework deal worth cumulatively something like $300 billion if it's fully realized, right? Now, the numbers are soft, the numbers are fuzzy, it doesn't look like a lot of those projects are actually going to ever materialize, but what it did do was it positioned the Iranian regime as a key node along the Belt and Road, right? This is the sort of the flagship foreign policy initiative of the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping. It makes Iran critically important for the transshipment of goods. It makes Iran critically important for example, joint naval trainings in a way that allows China to project power into the Persian Gulf. And the third component is something that we saw last week. I don't know if you guys watched it. I did. There was a meeting in a place called Samarkand, Uzbekistan. It was a meeting of an organization called the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. This is the most important military and security bloc, also political and economic, but really military and security bloc that you guys have never heard of, right? It occupies, in terms of landmass and population, it is the largest alliance in the world, right? And Iran signed articles of accession that by the summit next year is going to take place in New Delhi, Iran will become a formal member of this alliance. And Iran is doing this for two reasons. First of all, because this is an economic plan B. In the last 6 months, Iran's non-oil exports to the countries of Central Asia, which are members of the SCO, increased by 25%, right? That's a big deal, right? Iran is looking east in economic terms because it anticipates that if this whole deal thing with the Biden administration doesn't work out, it needs an economic outlet to the east. And the second is that, as Ray said, right, Iran is really worried about the potential of military action, not from us, but from Israel. And being in a military alliance, right, formal military alliance with two nuclear-armed states is probably the best deterrence and the best insurance policy that the Iranians can think of, right? So I mentioned all this not to scare you all, right? This is definitely a glass half empty thing, but to explain to you guys that the adversary also gets a vote. Iran has a plan B, and I would really like us to have a plan B as well, but so far not much of one is in evidence.
Yeah, well, a good plan A would be a good start. I want to ask, but we have Q&A first, and there's a lull. I have more questions.
So the questions from Twitter. The first question, will succession in Iran go smoothly, and will there be continuity in its foreign policy after Khamenei departs from the scene?
Yeah. Ray, you want to take a start?
The succession go smoothly. The country is divided against itself. The political elites are divided among themselves. Last time Iran had a succession, there was a unity of the elite, and the revolution still had some measure of legitimacy. None of those factors are evident today. So I don't know if the country is in position to stage manage a smooth succession today. it remains to be seen whether it can survive. The regime can survive a succession. Ali Khamenei is the glue that holds the system together, and in his absence, perhaps it will unravel. So, will the regime priorities change after that? If it manages to, if the current very circumscribed, narrowly defined group of elites remain in power, it is unlikely to change its priorities. I would say one thing we should look for, however long he lives, Ali Khamenei must now appreciate that he's not going to live forever. The question is, how does that affect his priorities? And in my opinion, he has three priorities. Number one, create an economic system that immunizes the country from global sanctions regime. Number two, purge the political elite and only those who are loyal to the system and the revolution. And number three, cross the nuclear threshold. I think for a long time we have been used to continuity, namely that Iran will incrementally increase its nuclear capacity and at one point will decide, when it's a threshold state, decide to cross or not. It's possible we're in a time of discontinuity where the regime has decided to go for it.
The only thing I would add to that is if the Supreme Leader tries to install his son, that could create a real powder keg, and then what the United States does and does not do to highlight the fact that you may as well bring back the Shah. I mean, there are other reasons, but if you're just going to create an Islamic monarchy, that's counter to the whole purpose of the revolution. And I think you could see a sort of House of Cards situation if that were to happen.
Game of Thrones, right? Yeah. So I would sort of answer the question a little bit differently, because I think the succession issue is super important. And you're seeing, by the way, signs of Iran, the regime, doing exactly what Victoria mentioned. This grooming of Mojtaba Khamenei, who is one of the Supreme Leader's sons, to be elevated, right? To at least be prepared to ascend. And the way you sort of see this is he's a junior cleric, as his father was at the time of Ruhollah Khomeini's death in 1989, and increasingly the press outlets are beginning to refer to him by more senior religious honorifics, right? Which is a good sign that sort of the fix is in, right? We're gonna sort of elevate him even if he doesn't deserve it. But I think the larger question here is is Iran likely to evolve? Look, we all would like to see an Iranian transition in a sort of grassroots pro-democratic direction. And I hope, I am wrong in thinking that the current protests are going to go, the same way the last ones were. I would love to be proven wrong. But in the slim possibility that I'm correct, what I would really like to see American policymakers do is to start thinking deeply about how Iran may evolve. How will Iran look? What will Iran look like? Can they recapture some of that legitimacy if they install more competent technocrats? What will Iran look like if it has this sort of partial regime collapse, the way Venezuela has collapsed? The regime's still in charge, but it doesn't control its borders, it doesn't control its military fully, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What does it look like if, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is, in a true sense of the word, the deep state, right, can sort of rise up and sort of seize critical levers of power in a way they don't do before, right? It'll result in a very different Iran. Each of those scenarios results in a very different Iran. We're just not talking about it. And I think it pays enormous dividends for us to start thinking strategically, not only about where Iran is currently, but about where Iran is going.
So, bringing in more of a U.S. policy dimension, how can the U.S. Weaken the IRGC's grip over Iran's domestic politics and economy? I guess I would also add to that of like the hardline the hardline clergy, more senior clergy.
Anyone want to?
I think the key thing is keep them on the foreign terrorist organization list, so you restrict their ability to interact with international economic elements, which weakens them. It reduces their budget. And then also by calling out the fact that the IRGC is now basically in charge of the Iranian foreign ministry. We let IRGC officials in with Raizi's delegation. We have IRGC officials installed in various embassies from Baghdad to Sana'a. We had an IRGC stooge plot the bombing of the MEK rally in Paris a couple of years ago. These people act under diplomatic cover, and they run around the world plotting mischief and violent mayhem. And it just, the international community should not stand for it. And that would be one way you could make their lives a little bit more difficult.
No, I would only say that I completely second that. The degree of control and power that the Revolutionary Guards have within the Islamic Republic means that they're an integral part of the current system. And weakening their power means making them pariahs, right? It's in economic terms, it's in personal terms, not letting their officials travel. It's in ways, sort of ways of trimming and right-sizing the Revolutionary Guards in a way that we really, we began to do under the Trump administration, but we really haven't accomplished. And we're in the process, I think, of reversing, unfortunately.
If the U.S. were to return to a maximum pressure framework, what new steps should be taken beyond what the Trump administration did?
Beyond I always thought that any maximum strategy of pressure should involve a very deliberate human rights aspect to it.
Yeah.
I sometimes think that's missing from a lot of the conversations we have about the Middle East. So I would, the issue of human rights, and if you look at the late Soviet stages, one of the things that many Soviet dissidents said, and many Iranian dissidents say the same thing, is that you should be held accountable to your own constitutional provisions. The Islamic Republic today violates its own constitution. It violates various international treaties that it's long-standing members of, international conventions on human rights. I do think, as Ilan was saying, we should start thinking about the future of Iran. We should start thinking about what does a human rights policy look like? How do you define human rights? Is it prisoners of conscience? Is it right to assembly? And essentially, the document that one can use to indict the Islamic regime is his own constitution that makes all kinds of provisions and guarantees. But I do think that I would add that as a compliment that I think actually has been missing as a part of a conversation about Iran since the departure of the Bush administration. It is freedom agenda because of his association with Iraq. It's important to learn the right lessons from Iraq. It is important to learn the wrong lessons from Iraq.
I'd like to add one thing. Look, I don't expect this administration to bolster its deterrence posture in the region. I would like to see them retaliate for targeting plotting to kill American citizens in the United States, which is outrageous. I'd like to see them retaliate for attacks on our soldiers in the region. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of hope for that, although I'd like to see that. But what I do think is probably more realistic, look, we had the Bahraini ambassador here right before. The Abraham Accords were one of the great developments in the region, and I think the Trump administration deserves a lot of credit for that, along with the partners involved, including the UAE, the Israelis, the Bahrainis, all involved, and the Saudis, I think, for being supportive of it. And I think that there's an opportunity here for the United States to lead on a defense dimension, on a military dimension of the Abraham Accords. That means more regional, on leading, on building a regional air defense and other military cooperation in the region. And I think that would be very significant in help pushing back against the Iranians. And I think right now you see where where you have our allies in the region, the Israelis and the Gulf Arabs, more out in front than the United States. And I don't blame our military on this. I blame the White House on that. I'd like to see the White House give more direction to, and one of the other elements, I'll stop here, but I think in January of 2021, President Trump approved Israel being part of Israel, that Israel would be part of the U.S. Central Command's area of responsibility, something my organization has been very into for a few years. And I think that means that Israel is in the same forum, defensive forum, with the Gulf allies in Tampa, where our Central Command, our Middle East Command is based. And I think that also could facilitate greater military cooperation between Israel and the region. But I think the United States here needs to lead. And I think that would be very important for pushing back against the Iranians. And I know our time is up. Yes, I get the last word. So thank you very much. I really appreciate Victoria and Ilan and Ray, and thank you very much for joining us.
Go.
The music's playing.
We now have another special message for UANI.
Honored to represent the great state of Nevada in the United States Senate. I want to thank United Against Nuclear Iran for hosting today's policy summit. And a special thank you to UANI Chairman Senator Joseph Lieberman and your CEO, Ambassador Mark Wallace, for your great work in leading this great event. UANI has been at the forefront of efforts to highlight the dangers of Iran acquiring nuclear weapons. Thank you for all that you do. Like all of you here, I am deeply alarmed of Iran's rapidly escalating nuclear weapons program, including stockpiling enough highly enriched uranium for a nuclear bomb. Let me state clearly that Iran must never be allowed to develop or acquire a nuclear weapons capability, period. Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, and the Iranian regime repeatedly expresses its desire to eliminate Israel, our closest ally in the Middle East. A nuclear-armed Iran poses an unacceptable threat to U.S. national security interests, Israel's security, non-proliferation efforts, and broader stability in the Middle East. For decades, Congress has worked in a bipartisan fashion to prevent an Iranian nuclear weapons capability. I have worked in Congress to help introduce bipartisan bills that address Iran's nuclear weapons program and its destabilizing non-nuclear behavior. Earlier this year, I joined a bipartisan group of 62 Senate colleagues in voting to ensure that any Iran deal addresses the full scope of Iran's destabilizing activities. Any deal we agree to with Iran must be longer and stronger than the JCPOA. But like many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I'm concerned by reports that the current deal being negotiated may very well be much weaker. If a new nuclear deal is reached, I look forward to carefully reviewing the final text of an agreement. As we work to ensure Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon, we must link arm in arm with our Arab and Israeli partners to defend against Iran's regional destabilizing activities. That's why I joined Senators Joni Ernst, Cory Booker, and James Lankford to found the bipartisan Senate Abraham Accords Caucus. Our goal was to create a forum to work across party lines to strengthen existing partnerships within the Middle East, to seek new opportunities for normalization with Israel, and to combat Iranian aggression through this expanding and diverse coalition of partner nations. One of the first legislative initiatives for this caucus was introducing the Defend Act, which I was proud to co-lead. This bipartisan bill will build on the historic Abraham Accords by supporting the Department of Defense's efforts to integrate the defense capabilities of our Middle Eastern allies, including Israel, to protect against Iranian air, missile, and drone threats. As we continue the fight against Iranian aggression and nuclear proliferation, United Against Nuclear Iran has been a critical partner. Your role in this work is demonstrated through this policy summit, and I want to thank you all again for having me here to discuss these important issues. Thank you.
And now please join us for a fireside chat with Norman Rule and Ambassador Herzog.
Testing. Let's see. Ambassador, it is a pleasure to be with you once again. I want to thank you for taking time from what I know is an extraordinarily busy schedule to address the group today. Ambassador Herzog has an illustrious career, and you all can read about his extraordinary biography, but I'd like to dwell on some of it briefly to highlight the perspective that we're so fortunate today to enjoy. Ambassador Herzog has a long and impressive career within Israel's military. As an infantry officer, many years as one of the premier intelligence officers in the Middle East, with the Israeli Defense Forces, and then with leading Israeli Defense Forces Strategic Planning Department. The ambassador went on and then became a pivotal player in multiple peace process initiatives. Indeed, the number of conferences he attended are sort of lay out a geography of diplomacy. Annapolis, Taba, Y, the Secretary Kerry's efforts in 2013 and 2014. And last but certainly not least, before his appointment last year by Prime Minister Bennett, he spent a couple of years in Washington working for the Washington Institute for Near Eastern Policy and with other organizations, becoming a powerful voice in academia and think tanks. So we have an incredible perspective today, and we want to thank you for bringing that. Our time is limited, and with your permission, I would like to dive into the first question. Ambassador, your country's view on the Iran nuclear deal is well known. We've heard this earlier today. The deal has many issues and is unlikely to be achieved in the near term. Let's put on your intelligence hat, your diplomat hat for a moment and say, if the deal is not resuscitated, what is the course the international community should take? And do you believe it is capable of taking this course to both contain Iran's aggressive behavior in the region as well as to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon?
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm very happy to be here and speak at this conference, and I highly appreciate what UANI is doing. And I'm delighted to be interviewed by Norman. I've known him for years, and we both have intelligence background. I always say, once intelligence, always intelligence. Now to your question, let me first say that Israel is not against a diplomatic outcome to the Iranian nuclear situation. We agree with the US administration that Iran should be denied nuclear military capabilities. We agree that the best course of action is through diplomacy, but the question is, what kind of a diplomatic outcome are we talking about? And both the JCPOA and the deal that's now on the table, which has been delayed, but it's still there, both of them maintain the nuclear infrastructure in Iran. It doesn't dismantle it. We know that the Iranian ambitions to become a nuclear armed state are still there. The deal doesn't cover the delivery systems, missiles and so on. And all the deal does is just kick the can down the road, but with time, with the set of sunsets which are built into this deal, almost all limitations on the Iranian nuclear program will expire, and with time, Iran will be legitimized as a nuclear threshold state, which is unbearable for the state of Israel. Israel cannot bear such a situation. Our thinking is that while diplomacy offers a set of incentives to Iran, legitimacy, a lot of money, and the ability to maintain that infrastructure for the future, they must be faced with very strong disincentives, which include economic pressure, political pressure, refer to the Security Council if need be, possible snapback of sanctions, plus a credible military option as a last resort. They have to face all of that because they will not give anything voluntarily. And I think that's critical with or without a deal. The most critical element, in my view, in our view, is to enhance deterrence vis-a-vis Iran, whether there is a deal or there's no deal. because lacking deterrence, Iran will cross one threshold after another. They will push the envelope and bring us to the very dangerous situation where ultimately, certainly Israel, maybe others, will have to face the question of whether or not to take additional actions, additional to, of course, diplomacy and sanctions.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, I think one of the themes in your comments that I'd like to underscore is the fact that those who oppose the resuscitation of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action are not seeking military action in the region. They're seeking an arrangement which prevents the requirement for military action in the region. And I think we can all agree that avoiding that should be our primary goal. I'd like to widen the aperture a little bit and talk about the region as a whole. Your country, you yourself, sir, have played a tremendous part in the Abraham Accords, in opening up the region to a new topography of diplomatic, economic, cultural, technological engagement. Before we move to talk about Iran in the region, could you give us a sense of where you think the Abraham Accords have gone and where they're going, and what the biggest achievements have been to date?
So we just marked the second anniversary of the Abraham Accords a few days ago on September 15th. And in the 2 years that elapsed, I think what happened on the ground is really breathtaking. I don't think many people imagined that we would go so far in so short a time, in 2 years. If you look at the UAE, for example, our trade exceeded $1.5 billion, and that's in 2 years. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis went to the Gulf, notwithstanding COVID. We signed a free trade agreement with the Emiratis. We have some defense agreements with some of our new partners. And this is a different model than the one we've had with Egypt and Jordan. This is not a cold peace between governments, it's a warm peace between peoples. And that's a very, very significant change. It kind of broke a certain glass ceiling, and I think this is of historic magnitude. It opens a lot of avenues, and the way we think about it is to use these new partnerships to try and build several regional architectures. One is a civilian architecture for the well-being of the citizens of the region. We are talking, and actually we're implementing, cross-border cooperation on numerous issues: climate change, economic issues, fighting the pandemic, food and water security, and many others. We have not only bilateral agreements, but several multilateral frameworks. We have 2 trilateral working groups with the UAE and the Emiratis. We have 1 quadrilateral framework including India, the Emiratis, the US, and Israel. And we have 6 working groups established in what was originally the Negev Summit. Now it's called the Negev Forum. It's a forum. 1 on security and 5 on civilian issues. This is very, very significant. The other architecture we're trying to build is a security architecture. Since we are now in the area of responsibility of CENTCOM, this opened a lot of opportunities for us. And under the umbrella of CENTCOM, we are moving to develop regional cooperation, which I think is a very powerful response to Iran and Iranian activities in the region. And let me remind everybody, even if there is an Iran nuclear deal, it does not cover Iranian activities in the region. Terror, subversion, missiles, drones, proliferation, all of this is not covered by any nuclear deal. So we have to take care of that, and we're doing it. And I would most of what we're doing under the umbrella of CENTCOM is below the radar, and it better stay there. But I would mention one important area of cooperation which already got some media notice, and that is what's called the Middle East Air Defense Architecture. We are moving in that direction, and I think it will be a powerful response to Iran.
That's a great response. And earlier today, we heard from Ambassador Abdullah Al-Khalifa from Bahrain, who is an extraordinary individual. He, along with Ambassador Al-Otaiba in Washington from the United Arab Emirates, played a huge role in developing and creating the Abraham Accords. And I encourage everyone in the room to just go online, go to Google and search for Bahrain, United Emirates, Israel, and see the multiple encounters and issues that are percolating and often don't receive a lot of attention. I want to add on one of your regional points. Many of us, or all of us in the room, will recall what happened when one ship was stuck in the Suez Canal. The Red Sea is one of the most complicated and important trade routes on the planet. It has great power, friction between, you have Russia, China, the United States present, but we also have new arrangements developing, such as the Western Quad, as it's known, Israel, India, the United States, and the United Arab Emirates, keeping the Red Sea, which is threatened in the south by the Houthis, and by a variety of actors along the way, keeping that safe, frankly, is critical to the economies of the globe. And Israel plays a huge part in this, and I want to commend you for your country's leadership in this regard and your work with CENTCOM. If I can mention the Houthis for a minute, slide to that issue. Traditionally, Yemen has not been an area of significant focus by Israel. In the early 70s, there were some Palestinian threats to Israeli shipping, but generally it's not been maybe on the front burner of your security forces. We now have the Houthis, who have the reprehensible flag, which includes the phrase "death to America," "death to Israel," and "curse the Jews." We have the Houthis now using Iranian missiles and drones, which are capable of reaching from Yemen today Israel, as well as many other places in the region. The hundreds of missiles that have been fired by the Houthis against Saudi Arabia and drones don't turn left and right over the heads of Americans, as I tell people. There are tens of thousands of citizens from multiple countries who are threatened by these missiles. But now Israel has a new potential threat with the Houthis, who have stood with Hamas, who have talked about firing upon Israel. How do you look at the Red Sea? How do you look at the Houthi threat? How does this new development impact your security posture?
So Iran, in order to project power in the region, relies not only on its own forces and capabilities, but also on proxies. And those proxies have proliferated. So we are surrounded by some of the Iranian proxies in Lebanon, of course, Hezbollah, with numerous rockets and missiles, around 200,000 projectiles, including mortars and so on. Proxies in Syria, in Iraq, in Gaza, and in Yemen, part of an Iranian attempt to encircle Israel and to project power in the region. And these proxies are now armed with strategic weapons, with rockets and with missiles, and the Iranians are delivering a lot of capabilities to them, and all of us in the region are impacted by them or threatened by them. We are threatened by them, but also those proxies fired at Saudi Arabia, the biggest oil field in the world, in 2019. Earlier this year, several attacks on the Emiratis, the UAE and Dubai, and others in the regions are also impacted by that, which I think all the more underscores the need for regional cooperation to push back against them. We are very mindful of what's happening in Yemen and the Houthis. The Houthis publicly threatened Israel that they will target us, and as you mentioned, they have missiles capable of reaching Israel, and they could, of course, threaten our maritime traffic through the straits. And we are very careful and mindful about that, and have also delivered some deterrent message to them through others. But I think we have to see the general picture. The Iran sending its arms throughout the region through these proxies. It's something that all of us have to unite against and push back against. As I mentioned, it is not covered by any nuclear deal. It is up to us. We are making the point to the U.S. administration that even if you sign a nuclear deal, and since it doesn't cover what Iran does in the region, and it might even destabilize the region because it will afford Iran hundreds of billions of dollars, and some of this money will find its way to others and will all be impacted by it. This requires a strategy coordinated between the US and its willing partners in the region. We are doing our part in Syria. We'd like others to join in that and push back against Iran.
I think that's very wise, and I have always advocated that the best Iran policy should be bipartisan within the United States and should be undertaken in complete cooperation and concert with the regional countries who both must will first feel the results of any deal or non-deal, but also defend, in addition to their own nationals, the tens, hundreds of thousands of Americans in this region. And I think one takeaway that I've already heard from your conversation is just as the Abraham Accords have, in essence, added a lot of work to your foreign ministry, that Iran's regional reach with its militias in a way that could literally impact the global economy through the Red Sea and the Strait of Hormuz have also added new requirements to your military and the cooperation with your partners in the region. Mr. Ambassador, if we could move north for just a moment. The United States and Israel have worked extensively to develop or to come upon an agreement for a maritime border between Israel and Lebanon, and also to develop a joint use of a gas field. For those of you who are not aware of this, the Eastern Mediterranean is a rich source of natural gas, and this gas, if exploited appropriately, would provide the poor Lebanese people who are suffering from such dire revenue shortages with the ability to pay for electricity and to pick up garbage. And the Lebanese political institutions have made these negotiations difficult, in large part because of Lebanese Hezbollah. This gas would also be of great use to Israel's economy, to Egypt's economy, and obviously of great importance to Europe, particularly in these days. So, Ambassador, could you give us your perspective as to where this issue stands and tell us why you believe this is so important?
So we're actually in advanced stages of negotiations on the maritime border between Israel and Lebanon, and of course the gas fields that are beneath and sometimes cross that border to both sides. It's a very delicate, these are very delicate negotiations. In fact, we've been taking the time while here in New York to also negotiate this week. We have the US mediator, Mr. Hochstein here. The Lebanese Prime Minister is in town. We don't meet with him, but we do negotiate through the Americans. I believe we're quite close, but not there yet, and I'm not sure there will be a deal. I think that it's obvious why it is in our interest. I think it'll benefit not only our economy, it also benefits stability in the region. It should be in Lebanon's interest, because Lebanon is a failing state. Lebanon is melting down. They're totally collapsing. They have maybe 2 hours of electricity a day. They cannot collect their garbage. Poverty levels in Lebanon is way beyond 50%, some say 75%. This is really a failing state, and it should be first and foremost in their interest to reach a deal. However, unfortunately, in the reality of Lebanon, Hezbollah holds a veto power over this decision. And as we all know, Hezbollah serves not only a Lebanese agenda, but also an Iranian agenda. I'm not sure that Hezbollah will ultimately give the green light. We'll have to wait and see. And we are facing a situation where while we are negotiating, Hezbollah's leader, Nasrallah, every other day issues warnings against us and threats that if we don't go their way and give them what they want in the negotiations, that they will use force against the oil rig that's out there in an Israeli-controlled gas field, Karish, which is, by the way, in undisputed territory. It's our right to extract gas from that field. And he's saying, if you do not give us what we want in negotiations, we will deny you the ability to extract gas in that field and other fields as well. We reject that out of hand. We will not negotiate under threats and under ultimatums. When we are ready, technically, we'll extract gas from that field, which, as I said, is in undisputed territory. If they want a deal, they have it. But if he wants to play with fire, I think he will be burned more than anybody else.
And again, this has a such a human tragedy for the Lebanese people who have approximately 1 or 2 weeks worth of wheat in the entire country because of their lack of foreign reserves, and have such terrible living conditions because of, as you say, a failing state marked by corruption and by the influence of Lebanese Hezbollah. So the human factor of Iran's proxies is, again, I'm not sure it's always seen as starkly as it is in Lebanon, and I wish these negotiations success.
Yeah, I would just mention here, we all have to be mindful of the fact that wherever Iran is dominant, that area is dying. Look at Lebanon, it is totally a failing state because Hezbollah took over and it controls the national agenda and it serves an Iranian agenda and not a Lebanese agenda. Look at Iran being unable to form a government. Look at the political crisis there. Iraq has tremendous potential, but because Iran dominates it, see where it goes. And look at Iran itself, what's happening there, the violation of human rights, the unrest in Iran. We've just seen this case of this young lady, 22 years old, who was arrested because she did not properly put the hijab on, and she found her death, probably beaten to death by the Iranian morality police. So everywhere they touch, it's like a death touch.
It is a true axis of misery, some have called it. Ambassador, I'd like to continue in your near abroad, if I may, and talk about Syria. Iran has worked extensively to sustain the Bashar al-Assad regime, worked with Moscow. Iran sent the Quds force in force in 2013, 2014. Iran has lost many generals. I think Israel has prevented successfully Iran from establishing a missile base, a multilateral force on Israel's border, even a naval base. But in fairness, according to press reports, Israel is compelled to conduct multiple airstrikes to prevent Iran from delivering precision-guided munitions, both for use in Syria and for passage to Lebanese Hezbollah. And Iran uses munitions with its proxies, wherever they are, to include the Houthis, only at civilian targets. And this is an important characteristic. Houthi weapons have almost exclusively, with very few exceptions, been aimed at high-density civilian areas, economic targets such as energy, et cetera, et cetera. Ambassador, your country defends not only your own citizens, but hundreds of thousands of non-Israelis who either make Israel their home or come for tourism. How is it that a fight that is against the international community is your country's responsibility alone? How is it that Israel is in a version of a forever war, that to defend citizens from many countries against what is Quds Force efforts to, frankly, shoot missiles and drones at them? Can you give us a sense of your perspective on this conflict and why you believe the international community doesn't play a larger role in compelling Iran to leave Syria with the Quds Force?
Well, you're absolutely right in your question. We are at the forefront of pushing back against Iran in our neighborhood. We can't cover the whole Middle East, so we focus on our immediate neighborhood in Syria, in Lebanon, in Gaza, and elsewhere. We have been targeting Iranian military targets for over a decade now in Syria, but we launched a campaign in early 2017, and that we did after it became clear to us that there is an Iranian strategic plan designed by Qasem Soleimani, Allah yarhamu, as we say, to turn Syria into a formidable military front facing Israel, very similar to what they did in Lebanon, where they armed Hezbollah to their teeth with strategic weapons. They wanted to do the same in Syria and create a long, protracted military front facing Israel, including tens of thousands of rockets and missiles, including an army of proxies, mostly Shiite legions. Qasem Soleimani was thinking about 100,000 warriors there, including Iranian planes and drones. They even wanted to control a wharf or even a port in Syria. And we launched a campaign in order to thwart that. And by and large, we succeeded. Where they are today is nowhere compared to their planning, where they wanted to be. And I think that proves that if you are strong and determined, you can push back against them, you can deter them. The fact that we've been striking so many times and did not escalate to war with Iran is because we deter them. You can deter them, but in order to deter them, you have to be willing to apply force, to push back. Because if you not do that, they will push back against you and as I said, push the envelope to the extent possible. Unfortunately, in the international community, not everybody is interested. They have other things on their agenda, either internationally or domestically, and it's convenient for many people to leave it to us to do that job in Syria. I would like to see more regional partners partnering with us to push back against Syria. Some of our partners are encouraging us to continue and do so, but they themselves do not feel strong enough to face Iran frontally. And they prefer that we'll do that dirty job. But that's why I think the cooperation under the umbrella of CENTCOM is critical, because that provides an umbrella that allows them as well to do certain things. We can share intelligence, we can share operational thinking, we can help each other, we can do a lot of things, and I think we are more effective if we do it together than separately.
I think that's quite true. I've had the honor and the privilege of working with Israeli security personnel over the years, and there is literally nothing I think we can't do if we partner together. Ambassador, we have a few more minutes left. I'd like to ask you one more question about your neighbors, Turkey. Your relations with Turkey have been mixed over the years, to put it gently. Where is it going right now, and how do you see this relationship going forward in terms of your economic engagement, your political engagement, and your differing views on the region?
So our relations with Turkey are, how should I say it, complicated, and we're moving ahead, but very carefully. As you know, since 2010, we had the crisis, then the Mavi Marmara, and so on with Turkey. But we are now in a better place. They reached out to us. Our president visited Turkey a while ago. Yesterday there was a meeting between Erdogan and our prime minister here in New York. Our biggest concern was their active support to Islamist movements, first and foremost Hamas, and the fact that, contrary to an agreement with Israel, Hamas activists were given free hand or were allowed to instigate terror attacks against us from Turkish soil, and this is something that we raised with the Turks as a first point if you want to move ahead. And I don't want to go into too many details, but we are in an improved state today than was the case before they reached out to us. We're also concerned about some of their activities in the energy field in the East Mediterranean. We have very strong cooperation with Greece and Cyprus and some European countries. Actually, we're going to start exporting gas to Europe through Egypt, hopefully next year. So some of their activities in this field were of concern to us. At the same time, I think there is a genuine desire there to improve relations. When we recently had an actual attempt by the Iranian intelligence to kidnap or kill Israelis in Istanbul, there were at least 6 Iranian cells in town. The Turkish intelligence helped, cooperated, and arrested quite a few of them, and they were very helpful and played a very positive role. So it's a mixed bag, and we're moving very carefully, and we test them by deeds, not only by words. And I hope that these two will actually contribute to regional stability.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I want to personally thank Senator Lieberman and Ambassador Mark Wallace for their leadership making today work, and thank you for your time and your service to international peace. God bless you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and thank Ambassador Senator Lieberman and UANI for everything that you are doing. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage Ambassador Wallace.
Thank you. That one's working. Can you guys hear me now? There we go. All right, well, because you really do need to hear from the next person who's about to speak. Ibrahim Raisi was in the UN today, as we talked about, and it was outrageous that he was at that podium. He held up a picture of Qasem Soleimani. I get the privilege of introducing the most fearless, the most devoted person in opposition to this regime and to stand for the Iranian people. The Iranian diaspora is a rich and vibrant community, and I admire many people in that community, but there's no one that I admire more than Masih Alinejad. To be clear, it really isn't said, and I can't say everything, but Masih has been under threat of execution, attack, murder, and it's been well publicized. They attempted to kidnap her and take her back to her own country, where assuredly she would have been executed. A man showed up on her front stoop in Brooklyn with an AK-47 to kill her. She is constantly under the threat of Iranian attack on the United States. And she has a name like Masih Alinejad, and she has wonderful, vibrant hair. And you know what? She's an American. She's just like all of us. And we cannot use the excuse that somehow she has a different name or that she speaks for Iranians, that she's something other than an American. She's our American. It is unpatriotic to not stand with Masih Alinejad. It's simply wrong. I don't know anyone that wouldn't stand up and support her work. It's wrong. And to be clear, I've had the privilege of introducing many people. Rarely does a moment match a person more perfectly than this moment. 8 years ago, Masih Alinejad founded My Stealthy Freedom, which was an effort to show Iranian women rebelling against the mandatory hijab. Look what's happening in Iran. Look at the consequences. If more people had listened to Masih Alinejad, maybe Mahsa Amini would still be with us. So Masih is my hero. She is all of our heroes. She's an American hero that speaks for the Iranian people, and no one better speaks to Iranians than Masih Alinejad, better than the bastard that spoke at the UN today. She's an incredible American hero worthy of our respect. And I have to say one other thing. Her husband, Camby's, is also experienced this. Nobody ever talks about Camby's. I hate to say, he's going to be very mad at me. But Camby's is also under all those threats, and he stands with Masih in these efforts. So it is my incredible privilege to introduce my friend Masih Alinejad, who is an incredible American hero and worthy of all of our attention and respect. Masih, please join us.
Do I need this microphone? Do I really need it? Okay. I have a loud voice. This is the reason that I got expelled from Iranian parliament. But, hi everyone. To be honest, I cannot start about the topic that I wanted to talk without telling you about the tragic story of Mahsa Amini. My heart is broken, and I'm not alone. Millions of Iranians are heartbroken, but at the same time, they are angry. So I really want to share her story with you. Mahsa was only 22 years old. Before coming here, can you believe that I asked my husband, shall I keep my hair up or put it down? Shall I put my flower here? My hair is good? Everything is okay? And I'm sure all of you women, you do that. You love your hair, no? But a 20-year-old girl from Saqez, from Kurdistan, went to Tehran for a vacation, and she got killed. She got murdered by a regime. They arrested her just because a little bit of her hair was visible. Let me repeat that. She was not unveiled. She got killed because just a bit of her hair was shown. This is 21st century. And now I am here to talk about nuclear deal? I mean, do we really need to talk about it? With these savages, with this brutal regime who kills innocent women for just a bit of hair, I cannot believe that I have to stand here and convince the rest of the world that to stop negotiating with the murderers. Mahsa is not dead for us. Let me be clear. From the moment when I heard the story, I cried, miserably cried. I was shouting, screaming, even putting the blame on myself that for years and years I have been campaigning, but I was not successful, and she died because I am useless. But now, when I see the anger in the streets, when I see women across Iran taking to the streets, removing their hijab, which is a punishable crime, burning the headscarf, which is one of the most symbol of religious dictatorship, I'm saying to myself, why should I kill myself? Why should I feel miserable? Why should I commit suicide? Why should I cry? Those who kill us should feel miserable. You know, these government made my heart broken, myself broken, my people broken. And I have to talk to President Biden here. Please do not allow these murderers to come here. Let them come here. We ignore them. One day we will get rid of these dictators. The history will judge you, President Biden. My anger is the anger of Mahsa's family. You know why? Because immediately when the regime killed her, they made a video on Iranian state television. So clear. They said that Mahsa was not beaten up by the police. Okay, they have a proof now. They've beaten up people in the street right now to convince the rest of the world that they didn't beaten up Mahsa. They opened fire at people to convince the rest of the world that they didn't kill Mahsa. Killing, murdering is in the DNA of the Islamic Republic. Killing and murdering is not just about Iranian people. I know you Americans have a well-known and famous expression, what happened in Vegas gonna stay in Vegas. But believe me, what happened in the Middle East is not gonna stay in the Middle East. Don't think that I am calling on you, oh, Western government, Biden administration, European Parliament, to come and save us. No, I want you to stop saving the regime of Iran. That's all I want. We are brave enough. We are brave enough. The women inside Iran brave enough to bring this regime down. But every single moment when we manage to shake the regime, we see that all the democratic countries go and shake the hand of the same regime. That breaks my heart. And what I want to say here, I have something to confess. Yes, I was pro-deal. I was one of those millions of Iranians who thought that if I support the nuclear deal, my people finally will enjoy having a normal life. I'm coming from a poor village, tiny village, coming from a very, very poor family. So my main concern was always about thinking about poverty, those who haven't been paid their salary for months and months. I used to wear second-hand clothes in my village. So my hope, my goal was the deal gonna help poor people. The money gonna help them. That's why I supported the deal. But what happened after that? I'm being in touch with millions of poor people. The money didn't go there. The money immediately went to Hassan Nasrallah, Hezbollah. The money immediately go to Bashar Assad, dictator of Syria. The money went to war in region. And that broke my heart because I felt guilty again. And I was actually asking Iranian people how they feel. Clear. Iranian people said that we took to the street, we celebrated the deal. And our main slogan was, next, we have to get a human rights deal. What happened? We had those who get the deal, Zarif, Rouhani, everywhere on the media saying that we don't have any political prisoners. We don't jail people. We don't force the women to wear hijab. We don't, they denied everything. Those who actually, people had hope, they became more brutal than Ahmadinejad and Raisi. Iranian protesters got killed when Rouhani was in power. 1,500 people got killed. 1,500 people got killed. And what happened right now that I'm talking to you, Pouya Bakhtiari's mother, the symbol of Iran protests, Nahid is in prison. His father, Manucher, is in prison. So this is the true face of the Iranian regime. But I want to actually now give you a better picture that what they are doing with the money of, with Iranians' money. After the deal, they were actually, when the US government imposed sanctions on Iranian, they put the blame on the sanctions, saying that we don't have money because of sanction. I am here to tell you, right after the sanction, Javad Zarif came on TV and said, proudly, we will send the money to Iraq, although we are suffering from sanction. Right after that, Rouhani came on TV and said that we are proudly helping our allies. And then Hassan Nasrallah came on TV and he said that we have money until the day that Islamic Republic have money. Bashar Assad thanked the Iranian regime for giving them money. So you see, 51 religious institutions in Iran, their budget got increased. Let me just give you some of the name of these religious institutions. One of them belonged to the son of Khamenei. And their goal is to promote Islamic ideology, to promote Islamic restrictive laws, to kill Mahsa Amini. And another time, when we were suffering from sanction, then how come the budget of morality police increased? The budget of Revolutionary Guard increased. The budget of the children of Ayatollah Khomeini increased. And these are the clerics in Iran telling people, say, death to America, death to all Western countries. Their children are here enjoying their luxury lives. But people are getting poorer in Iran. So is that too much to ask? That instead of getting deal, negotiating with these murderers, stand up for your own values. Stand up for your own dignity. I am here to call on Republicans, Democrats, when it comes to human rights, you should think it clearly as a bipartisan issue. You know why? Because if Iranian regime want to kill Americans, they don't care whether you're Republican or Democrats. They don't care whether you are supporting Trump or Biden. They hate America. So, last point, Maduro, Putin, Khamenei, all the dictators around the world, they are more united than democratic countries. Shame on democratic countries. Shame on them. Right now that I'm talking to you, yes, I am angry, because right now that I'm talking to you, US citizen, British citizen, Swedish citizen, German citizen, many citizens from European countries, they are in prison, innocent, they are like hostage.
and being used like bargaining chip to get a deal from the Western countries. My idea is not from me, it's from many people inside Iran asking the US administration, ask your own allies to be united with you, ask them to downgrade their diplomatic relation with them, with Islamic Republic, with the killers, with the hostage takers, until the day they release all the innocent political prisoners inside Iran. When these murderers kill their own citizens, they don't have a pity with their own women, with their own children, believe me, they're not gonna have a pity with none of the Western people. If we don't get united, if the Western countries and democratic countries do not get united to end Islamic terror, believe me, they will get united to end democracy and to end every single of us. I have been told not to go and give a talk everywhere because my life is in danger. I said that instead of canceling me, you have to cancel the dictators. I will go everywhere. I will go everywhere. I will go everywhere and give voice to voiceless people who are asking the Western countries, clear message from all Iranian people to all politicians in America, in Europe. One day, we will get rid of the Islamic Republic and the history will judge those who could help us, but they decided to help the dictators. Thank you so much.
Incredible. Oh my God.
Thank you so much. Appreciate very much. Thank you.
You were the perfect conclusion to this meeting.
Thank you.
You brought us to the raw reality of
That means a lot to me. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Of course. Of course. Of course. We have to be together. When they are together, we have to be together as well. Sure. Of course. Pleasure. Yeah. My husband is here. Yeah, just true. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I have to eat a little bit now. You know, I told them that, hey guys, you have to feed me now. And they brought it nicely. Thank you. You go, you go.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a special message from the Prime Minister of Israel.
Hello, everyone. I'm honored to be speaking with all of you at the United Against Nuclear Iran's annual conference. A special thank you to my friend, Senator Joe Lieberman, and to Ambassador Mark Wallace for your many years of friendship and leadership. For well over a decade, this organization has been a major force in the fight to prevent a nuclear Iran. You have told the rest of the world what we all know. Iran's regime threatens the entire world. It oppresses its own people. It is behind the murder of thousands of people from Bulgaria to Baghdad, Beirut to Buenos Aires. It is lying to the world and advancing towards a nuclear bomb. There is no other credible explanation for Iran's nuclear program. A regime like that cannot be rewarded with billions of dollars. Money that we all know will go into a nuclear program and to strengthening terrorist attacks across the world. It is up to all of us to stop Iran. That is why we must stand together, united, against the nuclear Iran. Of course, we all hope for a diplomatic solution, a deal that will truly prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, a deal that will put a stop to Iran's support for terror, a deal that will make the world safer. That deal is not the JCPOA. It won't come through concessions. It won't happen without Iran clearly understanding the alternative. I want to send a message to the people of Iran. Israel and Iran do not have to be enemies. The Iranian people are not our enemies. We have more in common than people realize. We have seen that an alternative path exists in the Middle East for those who choose it. But your leaders are choosing war over peace, terror over progress, hate over cooperation. They would rather support Hezbollah than support your families. Rather create conflict for others than create jobs for you. Rather build a nuclear weapon than build roads, schools, and hospitals. They are the problem. And to the regime in Tehran, I say clearly, we will never allow you to get a nuclear weapon. We are prepared for every threat and every scenario. We will do what we must. And we know we have the support of our friends in the United States. President Biden and I agreed on this when we signed the Jerusalem Declaration. We will always defend ourselves by ourselves against any threat, making sure that those who want to wipe out the Jewish people don't have the means to do so. This is at the heart of Israel's mission. So we will stand strong in defense of freedom and democracy. We will stand strong against the forces of terror and violence. We will stand strong, and we will stand united against a nuclear Iran. Thank you.
A long day that really was the riposte to what we heard from Ibrahim Raisi today at the UN. It was outrageous that he was here, and he spoke, and he held up this picture. And he proclaimed him a martyr of Iran. That's Qasem Soleimani. Only the butcher of Tehran could hold up a picture of a greater butcher, a man responsible for more Iranian and American deaths than any other man. That's the man that was at the UN. That's the man that was shaking hands. Qasem Soleimani is no longer with us because he was trying to kill Americans, and he richly deserved that end. The picture that Ibrahim Raisi didn't want to show, and that is the true martyr, is this one. That's Mahsa Amini. She is the martyr of Iran. We all work and we all strive for a life where the Mahsa Aminis of Iran don't die in vain, and they're able to live in freedom in Iran. So I say to Ibrahim Raisi, this is the picture you should have held up. Thank you all for being here. It's always a privilege.